એડેપ્ટ કરશે. મતલબ ચર્ચાઓ બધે છે, આશંકાઓ બધે છે, ભય પણ ઘણો છે, અને ઘણા બધા લોકોને જે જાણે છે એને આમાંથી કઈ રીતે નવી નવી બાબત કરવી એ વિશેની ચર્ચા વિચારણાઓ પણ છે. પણ અનફોર્ચ્યુનેટલી આવડું મોટું સુનામી આવી રહ્યું છે, એનાથી 90% વિદ્યાર્થી ગણ અજાણ છે, ખાસ કરીને આપણા રૂરલ એરિયાની કોલેજો, બીજે બધે, અને ઇવન મેં લગભગ 70-80% આપણા પ્રોફેસર મિત્રોમાં પણ મેં જોયું કે જે, અને એમાં જવાબદારી ટેકનિકલની વધારે છે. આમ તો તમામ પ્રોફેસરોની આપણી જવાબદારી બને છે કે જે કઈ નવા ચેન્જ આવે એ સૌથી પહેલા આપણે જ એડેપ્ટ કરવા પડે. પ્લેન હોય તો એની અંદરના જેટલા રડાર્સ થી માંડીને તમામ યંત્રો હોય છે તેમાં બહાર એ લોકો એના મશીન્સ મૂકતા હોય છે, જેને મેઝર કરીને અંદર તમને બતાવે છે કે અત્યારે હાઇટ કેટલી છે, અલ્ટિટ્યુડ કેટલો છે, કેટલું બેરોમેટ્રિક પ્રેશર છે, કેટલી કોલ્ડ છે, કેટલું ટેમ્પરેચર છે. અંદર બેઠા બેઠા તમને ખ્યાલ આવે એટલે બહાર એને મેઝર કરવા માટેના આપણે અમુક પ્રકારના સિગ્નલ્સ અને રડાર્સ અને એન્ટેનાસ રાખીએ છીએ. પ્રોફેસરો છે એ નોલેજના એન્ટેના છે. આપણે બધા એન્ટેના એટલા માટે છીએ, નોલેજમાં જે કાંઈ ચેન્જ આવે, જે કાંઈ ફ્યુચરિસ્ટિક ચેન્જ છે, એ સૌથી પહેલા આપણે એડેપ્ટ કરવો પડે અને આપણે આપણા સ્ટુડન્ટ સુધી પહોંચાડવો પડે. જો સ્ટુડન્ટ સુધી આપણે સમયસર પહોંચાડી શકીએ, સમયથી થોડા આગળ રહીને એમને થોડા આપણે સમયની સાથે ચાલતા શીખવાડીએ, તો જોબ માર્કેટમાં અને તમામ જગ્યાએ એ લોકો પાછા ન પડે. એટલે આપણી પ્રાથમિક જવાબદારી છે. આમાં મને એટલો ખ્યાલ આવે છે કે પરંપરાગત રીતે કહું તો કે એઆઈ છે એ એટલા માટે એડેપ્ટ કરવું પડે કે એઆઈ તમારું 90% રિપીટેટિવ કામને સ્ટોપ કરે છે. રિપીટેટિવ કામનું દુશ્મન એટલે એઆઈ. એટલે માનવ જાત પહેલેથી કોઈ પણ જોબ કરે એમાં રિપીટેટિવ કામ હોય. સુથાર હોય તો સુથારી કામ રિપીટેટિવ જ હોય, લોખંડનું હોય તો લોખંડનું રિપીટેટિવ હોય, ડિઝાઇનર હોય, આર્કિટેક્ટ, તો તમને ડિઝાઇન જોઈને ખ્યાલ આવી જાય કે આ ભાઈની ડિઝાઇન છે ને આ ભાઈની ડિઝાઇન છે. તમામ જગ્યાએ હ્યુમન માઇન્ડ બહુ વધારે વિચારી શકતું નથી. આપણે રિપીટેટિવ કામ કરવા ટેવાયેલા હતા અને આપણો 90% ટાઈમ રિપીટેટિવ વર્કમાં જાય છે. આનું રિઝલ્ટ એ આવે છે કે હ્યુમન માઇન્ડનું પોટેન્શિયલ આપણે એક્સપ્લોર કરીએ છીએ. બધા કે છે એમ ઓનલી 1% છે, અને 1% પણ એ લોકો એક્સપ્લોર કરી શકે છે કે જેનો આઈક્યુ મોર દેન 160 અથવા નિયર 160 છે. બાકી નોર્મલ લોકો કે જેનો આઈક્યુ 120 to 140 કે એનાથી નીચે છે, અને જે લોકો કોન્સ્ટન્ટલી રિપીટેટિવ કામમાં છે, એના બ્રેઇનનું 0.01% પણ યુઝ નથી કરતા. હવે તમારું જ્યારે 1% જે રિપીટેટિવ કામમાં વપરાતું બ્રેઇન છે એ જો એઆઈ લઈ લેશે તો નેચરલી માનવજાત આજની સદીઓથી એડેપ્ટ થતી આવી, પૈડું ગોઈતું ત્યારથી આપણે આપણી જાતને એડેપ્ટ કરી શકશું. આ 1%માંથી ફ્રી થશું તો કદાચ આપણે બીજું એનાથી ઉપરના લેવલનું વિચારી શકશું, થિંક કરી શકશું, નવી ડિઝાઇન કરી શકશું, અને કદાચ વધારે સારી રીતે માનવજાતને આપણે વધારે સારા ઇન્વેન્શન આપી શકશું, પ્રોવાઇડેડ તમે આ ગુલામીની જે બેડી છે રિપીટેટિવ વર્કની એમાંથી ફ્રી થાવ. એટલે હું એઆઈ ને બહુ વેલકમ ચેન્જ તરીકે જોઉં છું. ખાસ કરીને ટેકનિકલ એજ્યુકેશનના ફિલ્ડમાં હું એવું જોઉં છું કે એઆઈ એ તમને બેઝિક જે આપણે લેસન કરતા હતા એમાંથી ફ્રી કરી દીધા. ઉદાહરણ તરીકે હું સિવિલ એન્જિનિયરિંગનું એક એક્ઝામ્પલ આપતો હોઉં છું, બિંગ એઝ અ સિવિલ એન્જિનિયર. કે મારા જમાનામાં એમએસ યુનિવર્સિટીમાં જે.કે. શાહ અમને બ્રિજ એન્જિનિયરિંગ ભણાવતા, તો ખાલી બ્રિજનો પાયો કેવી રીતે નખાય, એની ડિઝાઇન કેમ કરાય, એમાં 6 લેક્ચર જતા. હવે અત્યારે 6 લેક્ચર રિડન્ડન્ટ, જરૂર નથી, કારણ કે તમામ સોફ્ટવેરમાં, તમામ ડિઝાઇનમાં, તમામ જગ્યાએ કેવી રીતે કરવું એ લોડ આપો છો, સ્પાન આપો છો, વિડ્થ આપો છો, અને તમે તમારો સ્ટેટિક લોડ અને રોલિંગ લોડ બે આપો છો એટલે ડિઝાઇન ઓટોમેટિક બનીને આવી જાય. જો એના માટે મગજ ખપાવવાની જરૂર નથી. તો તમે શું કરી શકો, શું તમારા સ્ટુડન્ટ કરી શકે? બસ અહીંયા એઆઈ કામનું છે. અને તમે આજે શીખશો કે તમે તમારા એઆઈ ને એવો પ્રોમ્પ્ટ આપો. જો તમે બ્રિજ એન્જિનિયરિંગ ભણાવતા હો કે મારા જે બ્રિજ એન્જિનિયરિંગનો આ સબ્જેક્ટ છે, એનો આ ટોપિક છે, એની અંદર મને 25 નવા એઆઈ પ્રોજેક્ટ તૈયાર કરી દે, જે હું 4 સ્ટુડન્ટના ગ્રુપને આપું. હું એક એક્ઝામ્પલ ખાલી આપીને ટૂંકામાં પૂરું કરીશ કે બ્રિજ એન્જિનિયરિંગમાં જો તમે અત્યારે ચેનાબ નદી ઉપરનો બ્રિજ લો, જે નવો બન્યો, તો બ્રિજ આપો, એની ડિઝાઇન આપો, બધું જ ઓનલાઈન અવેલેબલ છે. બધું જ અવેલેબલ હોય ત્યારે તમે એમને એક લેક્ચરમાં સમજાવો કે આ ડિઝાઇન, આનો સ્પાન આટલો છે, આટલા લોડ છે, આ રીતે છે, અને એની ફાઇનલ ડિઝાઇન આ રીતની છે. એવરીથિંગ ઇઝ ધેર. હવે પ્રશ્ન એ છે, એક છોકરાને તમે આપો કે આને આર્ચ બ્રિજ બનાવ્યો, એને બદલે એને સસ્પેન્શન બ્રિજ બનાવ્યો હોત તો કેટલું સ્ટીલ જોત, કેટલું પાયો જોત ને કેટલો એનો ત્યાં ટેન્સાઇલ ફોર્સ અને આવત. એના એન્કરેજ જે બે છેડે આવત, એન્કરેજ કેટલા હેવી કરવા પડત, કેટલા ટનના કરવા પડત ને એની અંદર તમે જે કેબલ મૂકત એનો ડાયામીટર કેટલો જો. તો એ પાસે 4 છોકરા આખો આ બ્રિજ બનાવતા શીખે. આર્ચનું તો શીખવાડ્યું છે તમે, હવે એને આપો સસ્પેન્શન બ્રિજ બનાવવાનું. બીજા છોકરાને આપો કે ભાઈ આની અંદર મટીરિયલ કેટલું જોશે, તું મને એસ્ટિમેશન એન્ડ વેલ્યુએશન નું જે સોફ્ટવેર છે એમાંથી કાઢી નાખ. ત્રીજા છોકરાને આપો કે તમે આનો મને આખો એક સિમ્યુલેશન કરીને બતાવો કે ચેનાબ નદી ઉપર શા માટે આપણે સસ્પેન્શન બ્રિજ ન બનાવ્યો, શા માટે આર્ચ બ્રિજ બનાવ્યો. તો તરત રિઝલ્ટ આવશે બધા સિમ્યુલેશન કરીને કે ભાઈ ત્યાંની જે ઘાટી છે એ માત્ર આગળથી 120 મીટર પહોળી છે, ત્યાંથી ટન લઈને પવન આવે છે, એટલે ત્યાં 100 ને ક્યારેક 70 થી 90 કિલોમીટરની સ્પીડે પવન જાય છે. હવે 90 કિલોમીટરની સ્પીડે પવન હોય તો ત્યારે સસ્પેન્શન બ્રિજમાં એને સ્ટેબિલાઇઝ કરવા માટે, એમાં ખાસ કરીને ટ્રેન પસાર થતી હોય ત્યારે કયા કયા ફોર્સ લાગે, કઈ રીતે ફોર્સ લાગે, અને આ ફોર્સ તમે લગાવો તો તમારે સ્ટીલ કેટલું વધારે જોઈએ, કારણ કે આફ્ટર ઓલ તમારે એને સ્વે થી, હોરિઝોન્ટલ સ્વે અને વર્ટિકલ સ્વે થી બચાવવાનો છે, સ્ટેબિલિટી આપવાની છે. તો એના માટે તમારે કઈ રીતે વધારે જોઈએ, શા માટે આપણે નથી બનાવતા, ફેક્ટર વધારે રાખવી પડે, અને તો અલ્ટિમેટલી એ કેટલો કોસ્ટલી પડે, એને બદલે આર્ચ બ્રિજ આપણને કઈ રીતે સસ્તો પડે છે. આવા તમે છોકરાઓને વિચારતા કરશો, સ્ટુડન્ટને વિચારતા કરશો, એ એઆઈ થી પોસિબલ બનવાનું છે. સવાલ એવો છે કે આપણે કેવા ક્વેશ્ચન્સ ફ્રેમ કરીએ છીએ, છોકરાઓની ક્યુરિયોસિટી આપણે કયા લેવલ સુધી લઈ જઈએ છીએ, અને એ ક્યુરિયોસિટીમાં આપણે કઈ રીતે વેલ્યુ એડિશન કરીએ છીએ. એટલે ભાઈ એક વસ્તુ કહેવાની છે, બધાએ પોતાના સ્પીકર કદાચ કેમેરા ઓફ કર્યા છે, મહેરબાની કરીને બધા ચાલુ રાખશે. એવરીબડી, બધાના કેમેરા ઓફ છે, પ્લીઝ ચાલુ રાખે. આઈ એમ સીઈંગ એવરીવન એટ એવરી કોલેજ એન્ડ માય. ત્યાંથી તમારા બધાના સ્પીકર કન્ટિન્યુઅસ પિક્ચર્સ લેવાના છે, એટલે મહેરબાની કરીને કોઈ કેમેરા બંધ નહીં કરે. ડોન્ટ ડુ. ભાઈ કેસીજી જરા જોજો, કોઈ બધા પોતાના કેમેરા બધાએ સ્વિચ ઓફ કર્યા છે, આપણે જોતું નથી. ચા પીવા જવાની હશે તેનો અલગથી ટાઈમ આપશું તમને. કોલેજના લાસ્ટ બેન્ચરની સ્ટુડન્ટ જેવું નહીં કરી આપ. નાઉ આ વસ્તુ શીખવા માટે અને એઆઈ તમે તમારી લેક્ચર નોટ્સમાં કઈ રીતે એમ્પ્લોય કરી શકો, એ જે આપણા ઇન હાઉસ આપણા પ્રોફેસરોએ તૈયાર કર્યું. હું દ્રઢપણે માનું છું કે આપણી રિક્વાયરમેન્ટ આપણને ખબર છે, અને માટે આપણે જે બનાવીએ બેસ્ટ બને. હંમેશા બહારની હોટલનું ગમે એટલું સારું જમવાનું હોય, પણ ઝોમેટો ને સ્વિગી કરીને ઘરે લઈને આવીએ એમાં એ મજા નથી કે જે આપણે ઘરમાં આપણે જાતે રાંધીને ખાઈએ. એટલે મેં અહીંયા બહુ કન્ફર્મલી નક્કી કર્યું હતું કે એઆઈ માટે મારી પાસે ઘણા બધા સોફ્ટવેર વેન્ડર આવ્યા હતા કે સાહેબ અમે તમારી 3300 પ્રોફેસર સુધી પહોંચાડી દઈએ, સોફ્ટવેરની કિંમત આ રહેશે, બીજું આ રહેશે. આપણે માનસિક રીતે નક્કી કર્યું છે કે આ વર્ષે મારે કોઈ ખરીદી કરવી નથી, આપણે કોઈ ટેન્ડર બિઝનેસમાં પડવું નથી. એને બદલે આપણા જે મેઇન લોકો છે, જે આપણા પ્રોફેસરો છે, એની સાથે રહીને આપણે ઇન હાઉસ કામ કરશું. અને મને આનંદ છે કે મારા 4 પ્રોફેસરોએ બહુ સારું કામ કર્યું છે. એ લોકોએ 360 જેટલા 260 જેટલા પ્રોફેસરોને આપણે ઇન હાઉસ ક્લાસ પણ લઈ લીધા છે આખા દિવસના. હું બેમાં હાજર રહ્યો છું, અને એ બંનેમાં અમને એમ લાગ્યું કે આ બધા સુધી પહોંચાડવા જેવું છે. એટલે પછી આપણા તમામ પ્રોફેસરો સાથી આ ક્યુરેટેડ કન્ટેન્ટ આપણે મોકલીએ છીએ. આ ક્યુરેટેડ કન્ટેન્ટ એ માત્ર ને માત્ર ઇન્ડિકેટિવ છે. ધીસ ઇઝ નોટ એ એક્ઝોસ્ટિવ એન્ડ ધીસ ઇઝ નોટ ધ ફાઇનલ. દરેકે દરેક વ્યક્તિ આ કન્ટેન્ટને પોતાની રીતે વધારે સારી રીતે ક્યુરેટ કરી શકે છે. ખાલી પ્રોસિજર કહી દઉં કે અમે શું કરી છે. મેં પેલા મારા ચેટ જીપીટીમાં ખાલી એટલું નાખ્યું કે મારે સોઇલ મિકેનિક્સનો મારી 40 લેક્ચર છે સોઇલ મિકેનિક્સ સબ્જેક્ટના, તો જીટીયુના સોઇલ મિકેનિક્સના સબ્જેક્ટ પ્રમાણે મારા 40 લેક્ચર 50 મિનિટ ઈચ એની મારે નોટ્સ તૈયાર કરવી છે, બિંગ એઝ અ સોઇલ મિકેનિક્સ પ્રોફેસર. તો મારા સોઇલ મિકેનિક્સના જીટીયુના સિલેબસને તમે ધ્યાનમાં લો, એની સાથે સાથે એનપીટેલના સોઇલ મિકેનિક્સના જીટીયુના સિલેબસને કોઇન્સાઇડ કરે ને કોએલાઇન કરે એવા લેક્ચર ગોતી કાઢો તમે લોકો. હું નહીં કહું ક્યાં છે, ક્યાં કેટલા છે, જે કોઈ યુનિવર્સિટીના એનપીટેલ ઉપર હોય એની સાથે એ સબ્જેક્ટ કોર્સ સાથે એલાઇન કરો અને પછી આ સાથે મારી લેક્ચર નોટ્સ આપણે બનાવી હોય ને એ એક હું નાખું છું 40 મને સોઇલ મિકેનિક્સ નું આ સબ્જેક્ટના 40 લેક્ચર 50 મિનિટ ઇચ મને તમે પ્રિપેર કરીને આપી દો, મને મળી ગયા છે. આ એક કર્યું એટલે મેં 40 લેક્ચર તૈયાર કર્યા. આ એક સબ્જેક્ટના થયા એટલે મેં સિવિલ એન્જિનિયરિંગના મિત્રો ત્યાં બેઠા છે ને કીધું છે કે આપણા 40 સબ્જેક્ટ છે, બધાની નોટ્સ તૈયાર કરો. સોઇલ મિકેનિક્સ, એપ્લાઇડ મિકેનિક્સ, બ્રિજ એન્જિનિયરિંગ, રેલવે એન્જિનિયરિંગ, પોર્ટ એન્જિનિયરિંગ, એવરીથિંગ. આજ સાથે આપણે ત્યાં સિવિલ, મિકેનિકલ, ઇલેક્ટ્રિકલ, ઇલેક્ટ્રોનિક્સ, આઈસી, પ્લાસ્ટિક બધાના પ્રોફેસરો 40 પ્રોફેસર બેસાડ્યા અને બધાને કીધું તમે તમારા જે સબ્જેક્ટ લેતા હોય એની 40 નોટ તૈયાર કરો તમારી નાખી. એટલે એ લોકોએ તૈયાર કર્યું. એને કારણે માત્ર 10 દિવસની અંદર હું મારા 25,000 કલાકના લેક્ચર્સ ક્રિએટ કરી શકી. ધીસ ઇઝ ધ પાવર ઓફ એઆઈ. હવે મારી પાસે અત્યારે 25,000 લેક્ચર તૈયાર છે. 18 બ્રાન્ચ, 40 સબ્જેક્ટ દરેકના અને દરેકના 40 લેક્ચર હજી બની રહ્યા છે અમુક. પણ આ માણસ મારી પાસે એનો જવાબ છે, જોઈ તું ઓનલાઈન પછી કરીશ. એને મને કહ્યું કે તમારો સોઇલ મિકેનિક્સ તમે જે જીટીયુ સાથે એલાઇન કહો છો એનો જીટીયુ નો કોડ નંબર આ છે. એને લઈ લીધું જીટીયુ ની વેબસાઇટ થી, એની સાથે એલાઇન કરે છે એનપીટેલ ના લેક્ચર. એ આઈઆઈટી ખડગપુરના લેક્ચર નંબર 342 અને 100 એની સાથે એલાઇન થાય છે. એની અંદર આટલા વિડીયો છે, આટલા ક્લિપાર્ટ છે, આટલું આ છે, તમે યુઝ કરી શકશો. મને એને 50 મિનિટનો પ્લાન બનાવી દીધો, મને ટ્રાન્સક્રિપ્ટ આપી દીધી ઓટર એઆઈ માંથી અને મને એની સાથે મેં એને પછી કીધું કે હવે ઓકે લેક્ચર ઇઝ ફાઇન. હવે આમાંથી તમે મને 25 પ્રોમ્પ્ટ આપો કે જે હું 25 ગ્રુપને આપું અને એમને નવા પ્રેક્ટિકલ કરવાનું હતું. ઇન્ડાઇજિનિયસ એને મને 25 પ્રેક્ટિકલ આપ્યા છે. એક પ્રેક્ટિકલ એવો છે કે સાબરમતીનો તમે ઉપરથી જે પિક્ટેરામાં તમે એના ઉપરથી એક એની સેટેલાઇટ ઇમેજ લો, એ પિક્ટેરામાં નાખો અને પછી તેના ઉપરથી તમે તમારા હું તો એને બીજી બે મને વેબસાઇટ પેલી પણ આપી એઆઈ ની એપ. આ એઆઈ એપમાં આ ડેટા નાખીને સેન્ડ બાર કેટલો છે એમાં એ કેલ્ક્યુલેટ કરો, આટલો એરિયા એમાંથી સેન્ડ બાર નો કેટલો છે એ કેલ્ક્યુલેટ કરો અને એનો મને રિઝલ્ટ આપો. સો મારી પાસે અત્યારે 25 નવા ઇન્ડાઇજિનિયસ પ્રેક્ટિકલ સોઇલ મિકેનિક્સના સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ માટે જુદી રીતે એને થિંક કરાવે, એને કામ કરવા પ્રેરે, એ તૈયાર થયા છે. હવે મને ખ્યાલ છે છોકરા શું કરશે, એ વસ્તુ એઆઈ માં નાખશે, એમાંથી જવાબ આવશે, પણ દે વિલ ડુ સર્ટેન સમથિંગ ન્યુ. અને આજ આપણું કામ છે છોકરાઓને વિચારતા કરવા. આપણે બધાએ ધીરે ધીરે જે રોટ લર્નિંગના નામે ચાલુ કર્યું છે, લાવીને ગાઈડ આપીએ, લખાવીએ, એમાંથી પરીક્ષામાં પૂછાઈને પૂરું થઈ જાય. આણે ખરેખર દાટ વાળ્યો છે. હું નાનો હતો ત્યારે મેં કીધું હું ફ્લેશ મેગેઝિન વાંચતો હતો, પછી સફારી સ્કોપ વાંચતો હતો અને પછી સફારી રેગ્યુલરલી. સફારી છે થોડું પોલિટિકલ ને સોશિયોલોજીકલ વધારે હતું, સ્કોપ હતું 100% સાયન્સ બેઝ. પણ એને આપણી વિચાર શક્તિ ખીલવી. બોલો શું છે? ઉદાહરણ તરીકે આપણે કોઈ દિવસ ઇલેક્ટ્રિકલના 9મા 10માના છોકરાને એ પ્રશ્ન નથી કરતા. ખરેખર આવા આપણે તમે ક્વેશ્ચન્સ કરી શકો છો. છોકરાઓને કહો કે ભાઈ થર્મલ પાવર સ્ટેશન છે એ ઇલેક્ટ્રિસિટી પેદા કરતું નથી, ન્યુક્લિયર પાવર સ્ટેશન ઇલેક્ટ્રિસિટી પેદા કરતું નથી. છોકરાઓ કહેશે તો શું કરે છે? આપણે કહેવાનું થિંક, કાલે આપણે આના ઉપર ચર્ચા કરશું. આપો ઝિંક થિંક જેમ આવે છે જય વસાવડા, એક ક્વેશ્ચન આપો, બીજે દી ચર્ચા રાખો. પછી બીજે દિવસે એ માણસ 100% ચેટ જીપીટી કરશે, 4 જણાને જવાબ ખબર હશે કે સાચી વાત છે સાહેબ, ઇલેક્ટ્રિસિટી પ્રોડ્યુસ નથી કરતું. આપણે કોલસા લાવીએ છીએ, કોલસાને આપણે કોમ્બસ્ટન કરીએ છીએ, એને કારણે એની અંદરના જે કેમિકલ્સ છે, જે કાર્બન અને એનું એશમાં રૂપાંતર થાય છે, જે અણુને ઇલેક્ટ્રોન છૂટા પડે છે, એ એનર્જી રિલીઝ કરે છે. એ એનર્જીને આપણે વોટર સાથે કનેક્ટ કરીએ છીએ એટલે બોઇલિંગ વોટર થાય છે, 600 ડિગ્રી 400 ડિગ્રીની વરાળ બને છે. એ વરાળમાંથી પછી આપણે પિસ્ટન ઉપર આપીએ છીએ એટલે મિકેનિકલ એનર્જી પ્રોડ્યુસ થાય છે. અને એ મિકેનિકલ એનર્જીને આપણે કોઈ જગ્યાએ સ્ટોપ કરીને પિસ્ટનને એના દ્વારા આપણે ઇલેક્ટ્રિસિટી કન્વર્ટ, મતલબ ઇટ ઇઝ ઓલ ઇઝ ધ કન્વર્ઝન ઓફ ધ ઇલેક્ટ્રિસિટી, not electricity, conversion of the energy, and main thing is the chemical reaction which releases the electron and that produces the energy. આવું તમે બીજા દિવસે કહી શકો. એપ્લાઇડ એન્જિનિયરિંગ હું ફરીથી કહું છું મરવાનું નથી. દુનિયામાં બધાની જોબ જશે, બધાને પ્રોબ્લેમ થશે, બીજી બધા ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટને જે થવું હોય થાય, પણ એન્જિનિયરિંગ ઇઝ લાઈવ એન્ડ ઇટ ઇઝ ફોર એવર. ઓનલી એન્ડ ઓનલી થિંગ ઇઝ ધેટ we have to understand the wind of change, and according to that we have to sail our ship. આ સતત સઢવાળા પવન જેવું છે. તમે સતત પવન પારખતા રહો. જૂના જમાનામાં જો તમે ગુણવંતરાય આચાર્યની નવલકથા વાંચતા હો તો ખ્યાલ હોય, દરેકમાં નાખુદા હોય અને ઉપર એક માલમ હોય ને ઉપર સઢને પારખવા વાળો બેઠો હોય. એ ખાલી પવન મેજર કરીને નીચે કહેતો કે ભાઈ હવે સઢ ચડાવો, ઓછા કરો, અડધે પાઠે કરો, કારણ ની તરફ જહાજ ઉથલી જાય. આપણું વાત છે, વી આર ધ ફર્સ્ટ પીપલ ટુ સી ધ વિન્ડ ઓફ ચેન્જ. અને એટલા માટે આપણે બધાએ એઆઈ ને એડોપ્ટ કરવાનું છે. અને વી હેવ ટુ સી કે કઈ રીતે આપણે આપણા છોકરાઓને ટેકનો સેવી કરી શકીએ. ફરીથી તમામ લોકો મળ્યા છે એટલે જે 4-5 કોલેજમાં કીધું છે એમને બિચારાઓને રિપીટેટિવ લાગશે, પણ હું મારા 4 આ વખતના આ વર્ષના મારા હું લક્ષ્ય કહું છું. ફર્સ્ટ થિંગ, મારી કોલેજના ટોટલ 4 વર્ષના બધું થઈને 1 લાખથી વધારે વિદ્યાર્થી છે. એઝ એ ડાયરેક્ટર ઓફ ટેકનિકલ એજ્યુકેશન મારા 1 લાખ વિદ્યાર્થીને મારે લિંક્ડઇનના મેમ્બર બનાવી દેવા છે. ફ્રી તો ફ્રી. દરેક માણસ લિંક્ડઇનનો મેમ્બર હશે અને બધા એકબીજા સાથે ઓળખી શકે, વાત કરી શકે. એટલા માટે આપણે એવું રાખશું, હું બિપિન તલાટી હો તો બિપિન તલાટી પછી ડોટ અથવા તો @ અથવા તો ડોટ. હું એવીપીટી માં છું અત્યારે તો એવીપીટી ડોટ. સિવિલ એન્જિનિયરિંગ નું છું અથવા તો ઇલેક્ટ્રિકલ એન્જિનિયરિંગ છે તો ઈએલઈ ડોટ ડીટી. એટલે ભવિષ્યમાં તમે લિંક્ડઇન ઉપર માત્ર ડીટી કરીને નાખો તો 1 લાખ છોકરાઓના બધાના લિંક્ડઇન આવે. તમે ઇલેક્ટ્રિકલ કરો તો આખા ગુજરાતની અંદર મારી ઇલેક્ટ્રિકલ એન્જિનિયરિંગના જેટલા 3000 વિદ્યાર્થી 12000 વિદ્યાર્થી એક સાથે 4 વર્ષના ભણતા હોય એની ડિટેલ આવે. એમાંથી એવીપીટી કરું મારા એવીપીટી ના બધા કનેક્ટ થઈ જાય. એવીપીટી હું ઇલેક્ટ્રોનિક્સ કરું તો ઇલેક્ટ્રોનિક્સ ના બધા મને દેખાય. અને આપણે અંદરો અંદર એકબીજા સાથે વાત કરી શકીએ, 1 લાખનું ગ્રુપ બનાવી શકીએ. એટલે આપણે લિંક્ડઇન નું એક ગ્રુપ બનાવશું, નંબર 1. નંબર 2, આની હું તમને હમણાં ડિટેલ આખી વર્કશોપ આપી દઈશ કે કઈ રીતે આપણી એની ડાયરેક્ટરી બનાવવી, શું બનાવવી, એની આખી એસઓપી મળી જશે. બીજું આપણે કરવું છે એ છે કે આપણી પ્લેસમેન્ટ ધેટ શુડ બી પાવરફુલ. અત્યાર સુધીમાં આપણા છોકરાઓના પુઅર પ્લેસમેન્ટ હોય તો એમાં આપણા પ્રોફેસરો જવાબદાર આમ ગણો તો નથી. કારણ કે મારી પાસે 3300 રોબસ્ટ પ્રોફેસરનું ગ્રુપ છે જે ઈસરોના ગ્રુપ કરતા 3 ગણું મોટું છે. એના કરતા 3 ગણું વધારે અભ્યાસ ધરાવતું ગ્રુપ છે. એમની પાસે 140 પીએચડી છે ઈસરો પાસે, મારી પાસે 640 છે. એની પાસે 340 માસ્ટર એન્જિનિયર છે, મારી પાસે 1440 માસ્ટર થયેલા એન્જિનિયર છે. એમની પાસે પણ બધા વર્નાક્યુલર કોલેજના જ છે, એલડી ને બીજી ને, એ કોઈ આઈઆઈટી ના નથી. મારી પાસે તમે બધા સેમ કોલેજમાંથી ભણેલા લોકો છો. હવે જો તમે લોકો એ લોકો આખા વર્લ્ડમાં જઈને નાસા કરતા 6થા ભાગે કે 8મા ભાગે અને અમુક જગ્યાએ તો 20મા ભાગે, 20 મતલબ 5% ચાર્જમાં જો ચંદ્રના સાઉથ પોલ ઉપર ±50 સેન્ટીમીટરની જેને કહેવાય કે સ્વેગમાં એ લોકો એનું પોતાનું અવકાશયાન ઉતારી શકતા હોય અને ઇન્ડાઇજેનિયસ ડિઝાઇન આપણે અહીંયાથી થતી હોય તો તમે કોઈ એનાથી ઓછા નથી. મને તમારી શક્તિઓમાં, તમારી તાકાતમાં, તમારી કેપેસિટીમાં પૂરેપૂરો ભરોસો છે. માત્ર તકલીફ છે એટલી છે કે આપણા 30 થી 40% મિત્રો દે આર ટુ ગુડ, આઈ એડમાયર ધેમ. બાકીના મિત્રો એમને મેચ કરવાનું છે. આપણે જો આ મેચ કરી લઈએ તો હું એવું માનું કે ગુજરાતમાં આપણે કંઈ ઓછું નહીં કરી શકીએ. હું આજે સવારે જ 7:30 3-4 ઉદ્યોગપતિ મિત્રો સાથે બેઠો હતો, એમને આના માટે જ બોલાવ્યા હતા. એ લોકોએ જે કામ કર્યું છે જોયું તો મને લાગ્યું કે ભૂખ ઘણી છે. જેમ કે હમણાં પરાક્રમસિંહ જાડેજા અહીંયા આવશે જ્યોતિ સીએનસી માંથી. સવારમાં મારા કહેવા ઉપર 7:30 વાગે આવી ગયા. અમે 3-4 લોકો બેઠા. એને કીધું સાહેબ મારે આવતા વર્ષે 1000 મિકેનિકલ ને મિકેટ્રોનિક્સ ને એન્જિનિયરની જરૂર છે. તમે કહેતા હો હું પહેલા વર્ષથી 4 વર્ષ ટ્રેનિંગ આપવા તૈયાર છું. મારે ત્યાં નોકરી કરે તો પણ ભલે, ન કરે તો પણ ભલે. આઈ એમ ડુઈંગ ધેટ. એ લોકો આપણે ત્યાં 5000 સ્ટુડન્ટ્સને આપણે જેને કહેવાય કે ફેકલ્ટી ટ્રેનિંગ આપી શકાય એવી જ આપણે જેને કહેવાય કે ફિનિશિંગ સ્કૂલના કન્સેપ્ટ સાથે એ લોકો અત્યારે 100 કરોડના ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટથી કરે છે. પૈસાની એમને પડી નથી. કારણ કે એમને વાપરવા. હવે જો આવા દરેક જગ્યાએ મને 3-3, 4-4 ઉદ્યોગપતિઓ મળે છે, બધા નથી, હું તમારી સાથે સંમત છું, પણ આવા 4-4 ઉદ્યોગપતિઓ જે લોકો તમને તન મન ધનથી બધી સહયોગ કરવા તૈયાર હોય, તો આપણે જો એમને ટેપ ન કરીએ તો આપણે ત્યાં આવતા દર વર્ષે 15,000 થી 20,000 છોકરાના હું એડમિશન કરું છું, ડિગ્રીમાં અને ડિપ્લોમામાં અને બધું થઈને 30,000, એના આપણે મોટા ગુનેગાર છે. બાકી રાજકોટની અંદર હું જ કહું છું, આવતા વર્ષે આપણે હમણાં હું અહીંથી બનાવી દઉં છું 4 પ્રોફેસરોની ટીમ, ત્યાં જઈને એની રિક્વાયરમેન્ટ સમજી આવે, એમને શું જોઈએ છે સમજી આવે, આપણે આપણા છોકરાને રીતે તૈયાર કરીએ તો સવાલ જ નથી કે એમને જોબ ના મળે. સેમ થિંગ વાપી એન્જિનિયરિંગ એસોસિએશનમાં ગયો તો વલસાડના મિત્રોને ખ્યાલ છે, એ લોકોને પણ અત્યારે એન્જિનિયરની સખત જરૂર છે. દરેક જગ્યાએ કમનસીબી એ છે કે એને ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી રેડી નથી મળતા, કારણ કે આપણું પ્લેસમેન્ટ સેલ પ્રમાણમાં નબળું છે. આપણે આપણા પ્લેસમેન્ટ સેલને મજબૂત બનાવવું પડશે. તમામ પ્રોફેસરોએ પોતાના 20-20 છોકરા સ્વીકારવા પડશે અને એને મેન્ટોર કરી અને ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝમાં એના માટે નોકરી ગોતી આવવાની જવાબદારી આપણી છે. જો એ આપણે કરી શકીએ તો હું માનું છું કે 2 વર્ષ કે 3 વર્ષમાં તમારા લોકોના સન્માન થાય. ચેમ્બર ઓફ કોમર્સમાંથી, બીજેથી તમને દરેક જગ્યાએ પ્રોમિનન્ટલી બોલાવવામાં આવે. એ દિવસો દૂર નથી. ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝમાં જરૂર તો છે અને સખત જરૂર છે. કોઈ કહેતા હોય બેકારી, આપણે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી રેડી ના હોઈએ અથવા આપણે લેટેસ્ટ ટેકનોલોજી રેડી ના હોઈએ તો આપણા માટે ક્યાંય જગ્યા નથી. બાકી અને આમાં કોઈ ખર્ચો નથી. આ વખતે મેં 1 કરોડ રૂપિયાના ખર્ચે 1 કરોડ રૂપિયા આપીને બધાને અત્યારે ઇન્ડો જર્મન ટૂલ રૂમ, NSIC, બીજે મોકલા. નહોતા આવ્યા તો પ્રોફેસરોની બધાની મેં મીટિંગ બોલાવી અને બધાની પાસેથી લઈ અને અત્યારે ચાલુ કરાવી છે. દરેક જગ્યાએ આખા ગુજરાતની તમામ 90 છોકરા હતા, બીજે બધેથી 1 છોકરો હતો, એના બદલે બધેથી આપણે પ્રમાણસર લીધા. તો ત્યાં પણ આપણી ઉદાસીનતા હતી. તમે લોકો આખા વર્ષે તમારું કેલેન્ડર બનાવો કે કઈ આપણે ત્યાં ટ્રેનિંગ છે જેમાં સરકાર પૈસા આપે છે. હવે હું એક ટ્રેનિંગના 12,000, 18,000 આપતો હોઉં અને મારો મોરબીનો કે મારો ભુજનો કે મારો રાજકોટનો કે મારો દાહોદનો છોકરો એક પણ ન જાય અને VGC કે LD માંથી 100 છોકરાની ટીમ જાય, 98 લાખના ટોટલ ટ્રેનિંગનું મારું પેકેજ હતું, એમાંથી 90 લાખ ખાલી LD અને VGC ના હતા. 8 લાખમાં આખું ગુજરાત હતું. મારે કેન્સલ કરવી પડી. હું આવું નહીં ચલાવી લઉં. મારે ગુજરાતનું બધાનું પ્રેઝન્ટેશન જોઈ. 3 જ દિવસમાં દોડાદોડ કરી, બધાને દોડાવીને આપણે અત્યારે નામ મોકલાવ્યા અને અત્યારે એટલીસ્ટ બધાનું ઇક્વલ પ્રેઝન્ટેશન છે. બધાને 4-5 લાખ રૂપિયાની ટ્રેનિંગ આવે એવું આપણે કરી દીધું. આ તમે મોકલાવ્યા એટલે. બાકી તમે મને 1 કરોડને બદલે 10 કરોડની ટ્રેનિંગ કહેશો, હું પૈસા લઈ આવીશ. એ છે મારી પાસે તાકાત. પણ તમે છોકરાઓને મોકલો, એની સ્કિલ ડેવલપ કરો. એકચ્યુઅલી આ સ્કિલ ડેવલપ કરવાની જવાબદારી આપણી છે. પણ દરેક કોલેજમાં, દરેક જગ્યાએ આટલી સારી લેબ ન હોય, આટલું સારું ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર ન હોય, એટલા આપણી પાસે લેબોરેટરી ટેકનિશિયન્સ કે બીજા બધા ઇસ્યુ હોય, તો એની સેવા માટે આપણી પાસે સિમેન્સ છે, આપણી પાસે LNT છે, આપણી પાસે ઇન્ડો જર્મન ટૂલ રૂમ છે. અને હવે પરાક્રમસિંહભાઈ હમણાં એક નવી બહુ મોટી આવતા ઓગસ્ટ 2026માં ચાલુ કરે છે 5,000 સ્ટુડન્ટ્સની. મેં એને પ્રોમિસ આપ્યું છે કે દર વર્ષે મારા મિકેનિકલના 1,000 છોકરા હું તમને આપીશ. ફીસ પણ આપણે એની જગ્યાએ ફૂલ નહીં તો ફૂલની પાખડી આપશું, જેથી એ લોકો પણ કાયમ ટકે. પણ આ બધો આપણે રસ લેવો પડશે. આપણે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીને મળવાની તૈયારી રાખવી પડશે. મેં પોઈન્ટ બનાવ્યો છે કે હું જે જગ્યાએ કોલેજમાં જઈશ, દરેક જિલ્લામાં જવાનું ચાલુ કર્યું છે. વલસાડ, ભરૂચ, નવસારી એ બધે જઈ આવ્યો. હવે દાહોદ ને બધું આખું સેન્ટ્રલ ગુજરાત લેવાનું. તો ત્યાંના ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીયલ એસોસિએશનને હું ગમે એમ કરીને અચૂક મળીશ. વાપી વાળાએ મને રાતના 9 વાગ્યાનો ટાઈમ આપ્યો, હું રાતના 9 વાગે ગયો. અહીંયા સવારે 7:30 ટાઈમ એમને અવેલેબલ હતો, આપણે સવારે 7:30 મળ્યા. કોઈ કે બપોરે 3 વાગે તો 3 વાગે. પણ આપણે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝના ટાઈમ સાથે કેચઅપ કરવું પડશે. આપણે એમને ત્યાં જવું પડશે. આપણે એટલા માટે જઈએ છીએ કે આપણે આપણા છોકરાઓને એમની સાથે એટેચ કરવા છે, એલાઇન કરવા છે. અને અત્યારે એ લોકોને કીધું, એ લોકો પણ આવે છે. બધાને મેં કીધું આખી ચેમ્બર ઓફ કોમર્સ ને એન્જિનિયરિંગ એસોસિએશન આઈ હબમાં આવે, આખો દિવસ એમને હોસ્ટ કરીશ અને આપણી આઈ હબની જે રૂપરેખા છે, કઈ રીતે અમે કામ કરીએ છીએ, એ અમે એને બતાવશું. ફાયદો શું થશે કે એ આખું એસોસિએશન આવશે 40 જણાનું. એ લોકોનો બી ટાઈમ કિંમતી છે, એ સમય કાઢીને આવવાના છે, આખો દિવસ મને આપવાના. તો એક દિવસમાં હું એટલું તો મજબૂત કરીશ કે જ્યારે રાજકોટ આવે અને અહીંથી આયબમાંથી 4 છોકરા જાય કે 2 પ્રોફેસર જાય તો દરેકને ખબર હોય કે એકચ્યુઅલી આ લોકો શું કામ કરે છે અને ધે વિલ ડુ ઇટ. એટલે આપણે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ કનેક્ટ વધારવાનો છે. એટલે મારું પ્લેસમેન્ટ પોર્ટલ મને એકદમ પાવરફુલ જોઈએ. અને પ્લેસમેન્ટ પોર્ટલ મીન્સ નોટ ઇટ ઇઝ ધ રિસ્પોન્સિબિલિટી ઓફ ધ સિંગલ પ્રોફેસર. પ્લેસમેન્ટ પોર્ટલમાં આપણે 2 જણાને મૂકી દઈએ છીએ અને 2 જણા પ્લેસમેન્ટ પોર્ટલ ચલાવે એ થિંકિંગ ખોટું છે. પ્લેસમેન્ટ પોર્ટલ એ એક પ્રોફેસરની જવાબદારી છે. આપણી પાસે 800 વિદ્યાર્થીઓ હોય અને 80 પ્રોફેસર હોય તો એક જણો 10 જણાને એડોપ્ટ કરે. યસ, વેલકમ સર. આઈએ, આવો સર. વેલકમ સર, પ્લીઝ. અહીંયા અત્યારે રાજકોટના જાણીતા ઉદ્યોગપતિ શ્રી પરાક્રમસિંહ જાડેજા સાહેબ હાજર છે. મારા આમંત્રણને માન આપીને ખાસ આવ્યા છે. આપણે એમનું સ્વાગત કરશું. અત્યારે જાડેજા સાહેબ એક સાથે મારી 51 કોલેજના તમામ સ્ટાફ, બધા જ લોકો, એવરીબડી ઇઝ અવેલેબલ. અને પછી ત્યાંથી લેક્ચર્સ થશે સ્ટુડિયોમાંથી. અત્યારે આપણે 10 મિનિટમાં એટલે જે મેં હમણાં વાપીની વાત કરી, જે આપણે અમદાવાદની વાત કરી, આપણે તમામ જગ્યાએ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ કનેક્ટ વધારવા માટે મેં 3 વસ્તુ કીધી. પહેલું, આપણા 1 લાખ વિદ્યાર્થીઓનો લિંક્ડઇન પ્રોફાઇલ બનશે. સેકન્ડ થિંગ, મેં આપને હું કહું છું એ મુજબ તમામ વિદ્યાર્થીઓને તમારે લઈને એઆઈ જનરેટેડ આપણે એમનો સીવી બનાવી દેવાનો છે. એઆઈ જનરેટેડ એટલા માટે કે તમે દરેકની સાથે હું એસઓપી એની મોકલાવું છું કે એક વિદ્યાર્થી સાથે આપણે અડધો કલાક કાઢશો. એક ટીચર, એના એસ્પાયરેશન શું છે, એની સ્ટ્રેન્થ શું છે, એની વીકનેસ શું છે, એનું સ્વોટ એનાલિસિસ આપણે કરી દેશું. એને મારી પાસે બધા ટાર્ગેટ ને ખાનાને તૈયાર છે. તમે ભરો એટલે સ્વોટ એનાલિસિસ આવી જશે. એની સાથે એની ફેમિલી કન્ડિશન કેવી છે. જેની ફેમિલી કન્ડિશન બહુ નબળી હોય એને આપણે સીધું સ્ટાર્ટઅપ કરવાનું કહીએ પહેલે જ દિવસે, અથવા તેને આપણે એવા કામ કહીએ કે જે કામ કરવા માટે એને અઘરું હોય તો આપણે ટેલર મેડ, હું ઘણીવાર કહેતો હોઉં છું, આપણું કામ કરિયાણાના દુકાન જેવું છે. આપણે લેકોસ્ટેનો શોરૂમ નથી કે ખાલી 4 બ્રાન્ડ હોય, 10 કલર, 10 સાઇઝ હોય, એટલામાં પૂરું થઈ જાય. આપણે ત્યાં આવતો વેરાઇડ બેકગ્રાઉન્ડનો છોકરો છે. એટલે કોઈ કહેશે કે મારા મધર ફાધર છે, મજૂર છે અથવા આ છે, અને અમારે માંડા 2 લાખ રૂપિયા કાઢીને ભણાવી શક્યા છે. તો એને માટે આપણે એનો ટેલર મેડ, એને ભવિષ્યમાં શું કરવું, 4 વર્ષ પછી શું કરવું, એનો તમે એવી મારફત તમે એનો સારી રીતે સીવી બનાવીને એને તમે 4 વર્ષના ટાર્ગેટ ગોલ આપી શકો. બીજો કોઈ આવે કે ના ભાઈ મારા મધર ફાધર વ્યવસ્થિત છે, મને આનો પ્રોબ્લેમ નથી અને હું આઈએએસ બનવા માંગુ છું, તો એને માટે આપણી સલાહ જુદી હોય. કોઈને મેનેજમેન્ટમાં જવું છે તો એને માટે આપણી સલાહ જુદી હોય. કોઈને જોબ કરવી છે ગવર્મેન્ટમાં તો એને ક્યાં જવું, એની સલાહ જુદી હોય. દરેકની સલાહ જેમ કરિયાણાની અંદર તમારે 10,000 આઈટમ રાખવી પડે. કોઈને 2 ગ્રામ જોતી હોય, કોઈને 50 ગ્રામ જોતી હોય. કોઈ એમ નહીં કે એલચી 3 કિલો આપ. તો તમને ખ્યાલ હોવો જોઈએ કે આને 10 ગ્રામ જ દેવાય. સિમિલરલી તમારે એકને આઈડેન્ટિફાઈ કરીને આપણે કરવાના છે અને એઆઈ આસિસ્ટેડ એનો જે આપણે જોબ પ્રોફાઇલ બનાવવાનો છે અને એનો સીવી બનાવવાનો છે, એ કામ આપણે આવતા મહિના સુધીમાં પૂરું કરશું, તમામ 1.5 મહિનામાં. અને આ એટલા માટે થઈ શકે એમ છે કે મારી પાસે એકવાર આનો એપી આવી જશે ને, એપિક કે, એટલે પછી એને હું 10 જગ્યાએ પોર્ટલ ઉપર નાખવાનો છે. નોકરીમાં, જોબ મોન્સ્ટરમાં, આમાં, અને આપના કરીને નિર્માના છોકરાઓએ બહુ સરસ એપ તૈયાર કરી છે. એની પાસે 3 કરોડ બાયોડેટા છે. આ તમામ લોકોને આપણા બાયોડેટા જોઈએ છે, કારણ કે એને તો સારું છે, એના પ્લેટફોર્મ પર કહી શકશે કે મારી પાસે 1 લાખ બીજા વધારે બાયોડેટા છે. પણ મારો હેતુ એ છે કે મારે એનું ડેમોક્રેટાઇઝેશન કરી નાખવું. 15 જગ્યાએ જો મારી બધી એપ ઉપર હોય તો છોકરાઓને ત્યાંથી કોઈને કોઈ નોટિફિકેશન આવતા રહેશે, બીજું આવતું રહેશે. આપણે જેમ કીધું કે આપણે 1 લાખ છોકરા લિંક્ડઇન ઉપર હશે તો એમાંથી એને નોટિફિકેશન આવશે કે આણે હમણાં આખો અભ્યાસક્રમ પૂરો કર્યો, હમણાં આની અંદર આ જેને કહેવાય કે સ્કિલ હાંસલ કરી, આની અંદર એને આ મૂકનો કોર્સ પૂરો કર્યો. એટલે આપણે આ બીજું કામ એવી આસિસ્ટેડ આપણે સીવી બનાવવાનું છે. પ્લેસમેન્ટ પોર્ટલ મારું એકદમ મને પાવરફુલ જોઈએ, અને મેં જેમ કીધું પ્લેસમેન્ટ પોર્ટલ એ માત્ર પ્લેસમેન્ટ ઓફિસરના 3 ઓફિસરની જવાબદારી નથી. કોલેજના 90 હોય તો 90 પ્રોફેસર ને 150 હોય તો 150 ની જવાબદારી પ્લેસમેન્ટ ઓફિસરની સંયુક્ત છે. દરેક વ્યક્તિ 10 છોકરાને સિલેક્ટ કરશે અને આપણે એને પોર્ટલ ઉપર ચડાવવાનું કહેશું કોજન્ટ. હું તમારામાં જોઈશ કે તમે ક્યાં 10 છોકરાઓને સિલેક્ટ કર્યા છે, અને 4 વર્ષ એનો પ્રોગ્રેસ આપણે જોશું કે તમે એનામાં કેટલું ગુણાત્મક પરિવર્તન લાવ્યા છે. અને છોકરા પાસેથી આપણે પછી ફીડબેક લેશું કે સાહેબ કેટલો ટાઈમ મળતા હતા, શું કરતા હતા, કઈ રીતે તમને એને શું ચેન્જ કર્યા. અને જે લોકોએ બેસ્ટ કર્યું હશે એના માટે એક આપણે જાહેરમાં સન્માનવાની અને એની પણ સિસ્ટમ કરવાનું ને એનું પણ મેં એક યોજના બનાવવાનું કીધું છે. પણ હું આને વોલન્ટરીલી એવું ઈચ્છું કે દરેક પ્રોફેસર જો 10-10 વિદ્યાર્થીને લેશે 1 વર્ષના, 4 વર્ષના 40 વિદ્યાર્થી થાય, મારા 3000 પ્રોફેસર છે, આરામથી આપણે જેને કહેવાય કે મોટા ભાગના ને પહોંચી શકશું. અને 3જા વર્ષ પછી બિલીવ મી એ લોકોને જરૂર માત્ર પ્લેસમેન્ટ પોર્ટલમાં કયું બ્રાન્ચ લેવી એ પહેલા વર્ષમાં કહી દઈએ તો વાંધો નથી. 3જું મેં કીધું હતું કેચ ધેમ યંગ. મેં અત્યારે ગુજકોર્સ સાથે રહીને 9મા 10માના છોકરાઓને એકદમ રુચિ કેળવવાનું ને સાયન્સ પ્રત્યે લઈ જવાનું અમે અભિયાન ચાલુ કર્યું છે. આમ તો હું 3 વર્ષથી કરું છું. મેં ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જમાંથી એમ લોકોને 60 લાખ આપ્યા હતા જે તે વખતે અમે બધી જ સ્કૂલોમાં પહોંચ્યા હતા ત્યારે. હું અત્યારે એવું ઈચ્છું છું કે આપણે બધા સાથે મળીને આપણા જેટલા સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ છે એને પહેલા જ વર્ષમાં જો તમે એવી આ સીટેટ સીવી બનાવો ત્યારે એને 4 વર્ષનો ગોલ આપો. એ પોતે જ ટ્રેક કરશે કે પોતે ક્યાં સુધી પહોંચ્યો અને એના લિંક્ડઇન ઉપર મૂકી દે. એટલે જ્યારે જોબ લેવાની થાય ત્યારે કંપની પણ જોઈ શકે કે એને શું કીધું તું શું કર્યું. આ બહુ મોટું ઉપયોગી થશે પોતાને સેલ્ફ ગોલ આપવા માટે અને એમાં એને મદદ કરો. પહેલે વર્ષે કોઈ છોકરો કહે છે કે મારે આઈએએસમાં જવું છે તો એને પહેલા વર્ષથી જ આપણે પાસે મેં આખું બધાનું ક્યુરેટેડ લિસ્ટ તૈયાર કર્યું છે કે આઈએએસમાં કઈ બુક વાંચવી પડે, કઈ જગ્યાએ જવું પડે, કયા ક્લાસીસમાં જવું પડે. સસ્તું કરવું હોય અને ઓછા પૈસે કરવું હોય તો આપણે એને બીજું કંઈ નહીં કરવાનું. સ્પીપાની એક્ઝામની તૈયારી કરાવીને સ્પીપાની એક્ઝામ અપાવી દેવાની. એટલે પછી બાકીના 2 વર્ષ 3 વર્ષ 4 વર્ષ સ્પીપા એની ટેક કેર કરશે, એને પૈસા આપશે. ત્યાં એક આખું એલ્યુમિનાઈ ગ્રુપ બનશે અને એમાંથી છોકરો આગળ વધશે. થોડા વધારે પૈસા છે અને એક્સિલરેટેડ પ્રોગ્રામ જોઈએ તો દિલ્હી મોકલી દેવાનો. દિલ્હી જાય, દિલ્હીનું કોર્સ કરે, પહેલા 2 વર્ષ અહીંયા ઓનલાઈન કરે, 3જે વર્ષે ત્યાં જતો રહે. તમારે એ દરેકને એના પરિસ્થિતિને અનુકૂળ રહીને પર્સનલાઇઝ તમારે એમને હેલ્પ કરવી પડશે અને આપણે કરી શકશું. બાકી મેં તમને કીધું એમ કે મેં આ વખતે 1 કરોડ રૂપિયા ખર્ચી અને આપણી સ્કિલ બિલ્ડિંગના મેં આ વખતે 10 લાખનું બજેટ 1 કરોડ કરીને મેં કર્યું છે. કમનસીબે આખા ગુજરાતમાંથી મને એપ્લિકેશન જ ન મળી, માત્ર એલડી અને વીજીઈસી ની મળી જેની કિંમત 90 લાખ થતી. એટલે પછી મેં આખો પ્રોગ્રામ કેન્સલ કર્યો કે ભાઈ ખાલી 2 કોલેજના 90 લાખ અને 8 લાખમાં આખા ગુજરાતની તમામ કોલેજ આ ના ચાલે. એટલે પછી બધા પ્રોફેસરોને આપણે બધા પ્રિન્સિપલની મેં ઇમરજન્સી મીટિંગ બોલાવી હતી અને બધાએ બહુ સહયોગ આપ્યો. થેન્ક યુ ઓલ પ્રિન્સિપલ્સ. માત્ર 24 કલાકના સમયગાળામાં બધાએ મને પોતાને ત્યાંથી પ્રોફેસરોએ તૈયાર કરીને સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ મોકલ્યા. બધાનું મને જનરલી 10% થી 8% જેવું પ્રતિનિધિત્વ મળ્યું અને એને કારણે અત્યારે 98 લાખની જે મેં આ પહેલી અત્યારે કોહોલ્ટ ચાલુ કરી છે એની અંદર ગુજરાતની તમામ કોલેજનું ઇક્વલ પ્રતિનિધિત્વ છે. તમને અહીંયાથી સરકારમાંથી માત્ર તમારી ટ્રેનિંગ નહીં, મારી બીજી પણ બધી ટ્રેનિંગ આવે છે. ઇન્ડો જર્મન ટૂલ રૂમ છે, પછી એનએસઆઈસી છે, સિમેન્સ છે, એલએનટી છે. આ તમામની અંદર તમારા બને એટલા મેક્સિમમ સંખ્યામાં સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ મોકલો. હું ખાતરી આપું છું કે તમારા કોઈ સ્ટુડન્ટને હું બાકી રહેવા નહીં દઉં. એ તમામની આપણે ટ્રેનિંગ કરાવશું. ડિપ્લોમાના મિત્રોને ખાસ કહેવાનું કે ડિપ્લોમાની આપણને લાગે છે બાકી જેટલી જ વધારે જરૂરિયાત છે બિલકુલ ક્યાંય ડિગ્રી એન્જિનિયરિંગ કરતા ઓછી નથી. રાધર આપણે એ લોકોને દીવાદાંડી અને ટોર્ચ લઈને બતાવવામાં ઉણા ઉતરા છે. ઉદાહરણ તરીકે મેં તમને કીધું એમ મરીન એન્જિનિયરિંગમાં ડિપ્લોમા કર્યા પછી 50,000નું સ્ટાઇપન્ડ છે અને પછી એ છોકરો મિડ-સી જાય છે તો 3,20,000 રૂપિયાનો ટેક્સ ફ્રી પગાર આપે છે બધી જ મર્ચન્ટ નેવી. તો શા માટે મારા આખા દરિયાકાંઠાની પટ્ટીના પ્રોફેસરો મહેનત નથી કરતા અને આપણા છોકરા નથી જતા? કેમ ભાઈ? ઝારખંડ, યુપી, બિહારના છોકરા અહીંયા ગણપતમાં એડમિશન લઈ અહીંયાથી ભણી ઓછા ભાવમાં અને પછી 3-3.5 લાખની 5-5.5 લાખ રૂપિયાની પર મંથની જોબ મર્ચન્ટ નેવીમાં લે છે. પરમ દિવસનું ગુજરાત સમાચાર બધા વાંચી જજો. મેં જે કીધું તું એ આખો એને પડઘો પાડ્યો છે. 2004-2005માં આપણે ઇક્વલ ફૂટિંગ ઉપર હતા. પછી ચાઇના, સિંગાપોર એ લોકોએ મર્ચન્ટ નેવીમાં બહુ જબરજસ્ત પ્રગતિ કરીને એમના લોકો આપ્યા. આપણે ન આપી શક્યા. હવે જાગ્યા છે. વલસાડની અંદર મારા 3000 છોકરાઓ આપણે ત્યાં કોલેજ નથી અથવા આપણે ભણાવતા નથી એટલે બિચારા ડબલ ખર્ચો કરીને ગોવા ને બોમ્બે જઈને મરીન એન્જિનિયરિંગ કરીને પછી ત્યાંથી જોબ લે છે. ઘરે ઘરે ત્યાંથી મરીન એન્જિનિયર. આ આપણે અહીંયા ચાલુ કરી શકીએ. હું ચાલુ કરાવું છું આવતા વર્ષે કે આપણે આવતા વર્ષે એની પરમિશન મળી જાય અને વલસાડ અને પોરબંદરમાં આપણે નેવી એન્જિનિયરિંગ કે આપણે મરીન એન્જિનિયરિંગ ચાલુ કરી શકીએ. આવા તમે તમારા સ્ટુડન્ટ્સને હું તમને એવો આખો એક કોર્સ આપું છું જેમાં આપણું અંડર રિપ્રેઝન્ટેશન છે એ વધવું જોઈએ. એ તમે કરાવો. અને આ સિવાય there are numerous things, પણ મારે ફરીથી તમને 4 કી પોઈન્ટ કે હું પૂરું કરું છું, કારણ કે અત્યારે બીજું બધું આપણે શીખવાનું છે. AI ને એઝ એ વિન્ડ ઓફ ચેન્જ એડેપ્ટ કરો, એક્સેપ્ટ કરો અને આપણે સૌથી આગળ રહીએ, કારણ કે આપણા છોકરાઓ છે રિયલ સેન્સમાં ટેલેન્ટેડ છોકરાઓ છે. ગઈકાલે જ મારે પરમ દિવસે આઈઆઈટી અને આઈઆઈએમ ના પ્રોફેસરો સાથે એક બેઠક હતી, ત્યારે મને થોડું એમ હતું કે મારા એલડી સિવાય બીજા કોઈ સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ એટલા તૈયાર નથી. એ લોકો એમ કીધું કે તમારા એલડી ના, વીજીસી ના, બીજી 6-7 એન્જિનિયરિંગ કોલેજના છોકરાઓ મારે ત્યાં આવે છે. they are at par with the IIT ગાંધીનગર and in some case they are even better. એટલે આપણા છોકરાઓમાં ક્યાંય કમી નથી. જે કાંઈ ખમી છે કાં આપણે એનું હીર પારખવામાં ઉતરા છીએ, અથવા તો એને યોગ્ય તકો દેવામાં, પ્રદાન કરવામાં આપણે ક્યાંક ને ક્યાંક નબળા ઉતરા. જો આપણે આ કરેક્ટ કરી લઈએ તો ગવર્મેન્ટ કોલેજનું ભવિષ્ય બહુ ઉજ્જવળ છે અને આપણે કરીને રહેશું. મારે ફરીથી એટલું કેવું છે, 4 મુદ્દા. એક, મારા 1 લાખ છોકરાઓનું લિંક્ડઇન પ્રોફાઇલ તૈયાર હશે. 1 લાખ છોકરાઓના એવી આસિસ્ટેડ સીવી આપણે બનાવશું. એની પાસે પહેલા વર્ષમાં કાંઈ કહેવા જેવું ન હોય તો એને કયા કયા એરિયા ગમે છે એમાં લખી દઈએ કે ભાઈ ગ્રેટ ફોલોઅર ઓફ ધીસ, ગ્રેટ ફોલોઅર ઓફ ધીસ, વોન્ટ ટુ એક્વાયર ધીસ, વોન્ટ ટુ એક્વાયર ધીસ. એવી 10 એની તમે એચિવમેન્ટ, 10 એચિવમેન્ટ ના હોય તો કઈ નહીં, એસ્પાયરેશન્સ, અને 10 એને કઈ સ્કિલ જોઈએ છે એ લખશો ને તો એને બધી જગ્યાએથી એના ફીલર્સ અને એના મેસેજ સીવી મારું પ્લેસમેન્ટ પોર્ટલ, ધેટ શુડ બી a very fine and particular. અને ચોથું, મેં મારી 22,000 કલાકની મેં માત્ર અત્યારે અઠવાડિયામાં મારા 40 પ્રોફેસર દ્વારા 18 ડિસિપ્લિનના 40 સબ્જેક્ટ, કારણ કે એક ડિસિપ્લિનમાં જનરલી 40 થી 42 સબ્જેક્ટ આવે છે 8 સેમેસ્ટરના, અને દરેક સબ્જેક્ટના 40 લેક્ચર અને 50 મિનિટ ઈચ. અને દરેક લેક્ચરમાં કયો ટોપિક કયા એઆઈ ની મદદથી ભણાવી શકો. કાંઈ એઆઈ એટલે કઈ ખાલી ચેટ જીપીટી નથી. અત્યારે 5,800 જેટલી અત્યારે કે એઆઈ છે ડિફરન્ટ સબ્જેક્ટની, અને દર અઠવાડિયે એમાં 100 થી 150 નવી એઆઈ એલએલએમ નો ઉપયોગ થઈ રહ્યો છે. ક્યાં તો બધી સબ્જેક્ટ સ્પેસિફિક એલએલએમ બનવા માંડી, એટલે બધા જ પોતપોતાની એલએલએમ બનાવે છે. એટલે એ બધી જ એલએલએમ નો તમે યુઝ કરી શકો છો. બધાની નહીં થાય તો આપણી જે કોમન છે એનો યુઝ કરી શકાશે. તમે લોકો પ્લસ નું સોફ્ટવેર લઈ લેજો. હું હમણાં જ એની સ્કીમ મેં મૂકી છે. તમને કમસે કમ કોલેજ દીઠ હું બબે એટલીસ્ટ ચેટ જીપીટી ના હું તમને પેડ વર્ઝન આપી દઉં છું, કે તમે તમારા કોમ્પ્યુટરમાં કે લાઇબ્રેરીમાં રાખીને યુઝ કરી શકો છો. નામો પણ હવે છોકરાઓને એવા જ રાખશું જે પેલા ટોપ 3 આવે, ટોપ 5 આવે, એને 6 મહિનાનું, 3 મહિનાનું કે એનું ચેટ જીપીટી નું પ્રીમિયમ વર્ઝનનું સબસ્ક્રિપ્શન ફ્રી, જેમ આપણે ક્રોસવર્ડની પહેલા બુકો આપતા હતા. આવું તમારે ત્યાંથી કરો. મારી ગ્રાન્ટ છે જ તમારી પાસે, જ્યાં યુઝ કરવાની હોય ત્યાં પોપ્યુલરાઇઝ કરવામાં. બીજી હું તમને આની આપી રહ્યો છું. પણ આપણે 1 વર્ષની અંદર સ્ટુડન્ટ એઆઈ સેવી થઈ જાય અને એઆઈ ને બંને એટલું વહેલું એડોપ્ટ કરે, એના માટેના બધા સાથે કરીએ. એટલું જ મારે કેવું છે. મારી બહુ સમય ઓછો આપ્યો છે, અને ઓછો જ છે કારણ કે આપણે હજી 4 લેક્ચર સાંભળવાના છે અને આપણે સ્ટડી કરવાનો છે. એટલે હું અહીંયા વિરમું છું. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ. પણ અહીંયા એક સાથે મારી સાથે મારા આમંત્રણને માન આપીને શ્રી પરાક્રમસિંહ જાડેજા, જે એક જાણીતા ઉદ્યોગપતિ રાજકોટના છે, સ્વબળે સાવ ઓછું ભણેલા બેકગ્રાઉન્ડમાંથી પોતાના બ્રેઇનથી, પોતાની મહેનતથી, પોતાની હૈયા ઉકલતથી, પોતાની હૈયા સૂઝથી આગળ આવેલા ઉદ્યોગપતિ છે. અને સમાજ સેવાના જેટલા કામ હોય, ચાહે કોરોના વખતે આપણે વેન્ટિલેટર બનાવવાનું હોય તો પહેલો હાથ એમનો હતો. ફ્રાન્સમાં પણ એમની ઓફિસો છે અને સીએનસીમાં મોટું નામ છે. આપણા ઇન્ડિયન ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ ઓફ સાયન્સથી માંડીને આઈઆઈટી મદ્રાસના રિસર્ચ પાર્કથી માંડીને મોટા ભાગની જગ્યાએ ત્યાં એમના બધા જગ્યાએ એમણે એમના પોતાના સીએનસી મશીન્સ આપેલા છે. ઇન્ડો જર્મન ટૂલ રૂમ પણ બનાવવામાં, બધા મશીનો આપવામાં એમનું મેજર યોગદાન છે. અને અહીંયા હું એમની સાથે સંકળાયેલો છું એટલે મને ખ્યાલ છે કે એ પોતાની એક અત્યારે એકેડેમી ચાલુ કરવા જઈ રહ્યા છે, જે લોકોને, છોકરાઓને ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી રેડી બનાવે. એમ હમણાં એમના જ લેક્ચરમાં કહેશે એટલે હું વધારે નથી કહેતો, પણ હું પણ એમને સાંભળવા બહુ આતુર છું. ઓવર ટુ પરાક્રમસિંહ જાડેજા. આપણે એમને સાંભળીએ. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ.
So, namaste and good morning to all of you. So, પ્રથમ thank you very much સાહેબને, અને અમારે આજે સવારે 8 વાગે પહેલી વખત મુલાકાત થઈ, વિચારોની આપલે થઈ, અને એમને મને અત્યારના આ પ્લેટફોર્મ પર આપ લોકોની સાથે મળવા માટેનો જે મોકો આપ્યો છે. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ ફોર ધેટ. મને અહીંયા થોડીક જે અમારા છેલ્લા 2 વર્ષથી છે જે અમે લોકો એક પ્રોજેક્ટ ઉપર કામ કરી રહ્યા છે એના વિશે વાત કરવી છે આપ લોકોની સાથે. 2 વર્ષ પહેલા અમને એવો વિચાર આવ્યો કે અને અમે રોજ લોકો પાસેથી સાંભળી છે કે આજે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી ઇઝ રેડી, સ્ટુડન્ટ નથી, કોઈ એન્જિનિયર નથી, કે જે એન્જિનિયર આવે છે એ એમ્પ્લોયેબલ નથી. આપણા બધા મિનિસ્ટરો, ઓલ પ્લેટફોર્મ, એવરી પ્લેસીસ તમે આ જ્યારે સાંભળો છો ત્યારે બધાને આ ખ્યાલ છે આ ટોપિક પર. And I felt very sorry that how we are in this situation. Parallelly, in the last 17 years, we acquired a company in France. So ત્યાં હું યુરોપમાં બેસું છું એટલે ત્યાંના જે કોઈ એન્જિનિયરો આવે બંનેને અમે કમ્પેર કરીએ, જોઈએ અને એવું લાગે છે કે હા આની અંદર જે કાંઈ ડિસ્કશન છે એમાં રિયાલિટી તો છે. બટ ઉપરવાળાએ એક પણ આ જે વિદ્યાર્થી છે જે એ ટેલેન્ટેડ એનો જન્મ આપ્યો એવું છે નહીં. એવરીવન્સ આર ટેલેન્ટેડ, મોર પાવરફુલ છે. એમાં પર્ટિક્યુલરલી આફ્ટર 2000 બોર્ન પછીના જે બેબીઝ છે અને ધ વે વી હેવ બીન એબલ ટુ ગ્રોન અપ ધેમ, એટલે એ તો આખું વર્લ્ડની અંદર વિસ્ફોટ કરવા જઈ રહ્યા છે. અને દરેકની એવી જ એક કમ્પ્લેન છે કે જ્યારે ઈ નવો ઈ જે એમ્પ્લોયી કે એન્જિનિયર્સ કે જે જ્યારે જોડાય તો ત્યારે રો મટીરિયલ છે ને એમને તૈયાર કરતા એ લોકોને 4-5 વર્ષનો સમયગાળો લાગે છે. અને 4-5 વર્ષ પછી એનું સરસ કામ કરે છે. And now the way India is going ahead, 5 વર્ષનો જે ગાળો છે એ બહુ મોટો છે. એટલે એને ધ્યાનમાં રાખીને અમે અમારી પહેલી એક્ટિવિટીની શરૂઆત કરી કે ભાઈ ચાલો અમે કંઈક એવું સ્કૂલથી સ્ટાર્ટ કરીએ. જોયું તો સ્કૂલ છે એ તો બહુ અસંખ્ય સ્કૂલ અવેલેબલ છે. there is no need to know more school there. આપણી સરકારી ઘણી બધી સ્કૂલ છે એમાં અમે એમની સાથે બહુ એક ગ્રુપમાંથી જોડાઈને મેં લગભગ અત્યારના 30 સ્કૂલ છે જે એને ચલાવી છે. એટલે એટલી બધી સ્કૂલ અને અવેલેબિલિટીઝ છે કે એ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર કરવાની જરૂર નથી. જોયું કોલેજીસ છે એ પણ પુષ્કળ બનેલી છે. કોલેજોમાં વિદ્યાર્થીઓ અત્યારના અવેલેબલ નથી, તમને જેટલી સીટ્સ છે ભરાતી નથી, જગ્યા છે. તો એવું કોઈ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર ઊભું કરવું એ અમને યોગ્ય ન લાગ્યું. અને આ જે જર્નીમાં 1-1.5 વર્ષમાં એક વસ્તુની છે જે ઇનસાઇટ એવી ડેવલપ થઈ કે જે આપ બધા લોકો અત્યારે મારી સામે છો છે પ્રોફેસરો અને ટીચર્સ. એવું અમને મારા ધ્યાનમાં આવ્યું કે સોસાયટીની સાથે નું એક કનેક્ટ છે એ આખું તૂટી ગયું છે. આપ સૌ લોકોનું જે મોટિવેશન છે એ ઘણા અંશે ઘણા બધા, એટલે હું જે વાત કરું છું એટલે કોઈ એવું નહીં લગાવતા કે આપ એમાં સામેલ છો, એમાંથી આપ અપવાદરૂપ પણ હોઈ શકો. બટ તમારું પોતાનું જે જેટલા શિક્ષકો કે પ્રોફેસર્સ છે એમનું જે મોટિવેશન લેવલ છે એ ડાઉન થયું છે. સોસાયટીથી કનેક્ટ થયા છે. સોસાયટી એમને રિસ્પેક્ટ આપતી નથી, વિદ્યાર્થીઓ રિસ્પેક્ટ આપતા નથી, સ્કૂલ મેનેજમેન્ટ રિસ્પેક્ટ આપતું નથી કે વિદ્યાર્થીઓના પેરેન્ટ રિસ્પેક્ટ. આ એક એવડો મોટો ગેપ છે જે ઈ જોવા મળ્યો છે કે જનરલી આપણે કોઈ શિક્ષકની કે ટીચરની વાત કરીએ તો એક શિક્ષક છે જે ઈ એના લાઈફ ટાઈમમાં ઓછામાં ઓછા 1000 વિદ્યાર્થીઓને કે ફ્યુચર નાગરિકોના ઇન્ફ્લુએન્સર બની શકતા હોય છે. એટલે ખરેખર જોઈએ તો જેટલી આપણી જે સોસાયટી છે જે કે આપણી જે આ કન્ટ્રી છે જે એને બિલ્ડ કરવામાં સૌથી મોટામાં મોટો કોઈનો ફાળો હોય તો શિક્ષકો. તમે પાસ્ટની અંદર આપણે હિસ્ટ્રીમાં જોઈએ તો આપણા જેટલા રાજા રજવાડાઓ જે પાસ્ટમાં જે હતા તો એમાં જે શિક્ષક અને ગુરુનું જે એક સ્થાન આપણામાં અપાયેલું છે. એટલે આપણે ઘણી બધી જગ્યાએ જોઈ છે કે આપણા પાસ્ટમાં તમે જોશો કે આપણે કેટલા એવા ગીત સંગીત આપણા બધામાં છે કે ગુરુ ઓર ગોવિંદ સામને મિલે કિસકો લાગુ પહેલે પ્યાય. તો આપણે એનાથી એક બહુ બહુ કટ ઓફ થઈ ગયું છે એવું અમારું આ માનવું છે. અને એમાં અમે લોકોએ એક એવું નક્કી કર્યું છે કે આને બ્રિજ કેમ કરવું. એ બ્રિજ કરવા માટેની અમે અત્યારના ઘણી બધી બ્રેઇનસ્ટોર્મિંગ કરી છે અને અમારા ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશનમાંથી અમે એવું નક્કી કર્યું છે કે અમે મેક્સિમમ અમારું પાર્ટિસિપેશન છે જે આને બ્રિજ કરવામાં ક્યાંય પણ જગ્યાએ અમે હેલ્પફુલ થાય તો એવા અમારે એના એક્શન નો અને એવા કરવા. એના ભાગરૂપે અમે સૌથી પહેલા અત્યારના એવું નક્કી કરી છે કે આપણા લેટ્સ સે અમે રાજકોટની અંદર છે જે તો જેટલા ટીચર્સ છે પહેલા એમનું એક રેકગ્નેશન અને એક રિવોર્ડ છે ઈ સ્ટાર્ટ કરવું અને એમને સોસાયટીની અંદર લાર્જ ગેધરિંગ સ્કેલની અંદર એમનું સન્માન કરવું. ત્યાર પછી જે એમનો ટીચર્સ છે એમને તો રોજ શીખવું પડે કેમ કે એમને કોઈને શીખવાડવાનું છે. તો ટીચર્સ ટ્રેનિંગ પ્રોગ્રામ્સની ઘણી બધી ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ ચાલતી હશે બટ we decided to do it something differently કે જ્યાં એમને ભણાવવા આવવું ગમે ભણવું ગમે અને બીજી વખત ભણાવવું ગમે એવું એક આખું એન્વાયરમેન્ટ છે જે એ ક્રિએટ કરી અને અહીંયા અમે એક એવું ગુરુકુલ બનાવવા માંગી છે કે ત્યાં બધા ગુરુઓ છે જે આવીને પોતે પોતાના એની એજને સ્કિલને શાર્પન કરે અને સોસાયટીની અંદર છે એ લોકો કન્ટ્રીબ્યુટ કરે. આ એક પહેલો સ્ટેપ છે. સેકન્ડ સ્ટેપ્સમાં અમે જે અત્યારના એવું કરવા જઈ રહ્યા છીએ કે જે કોલેજના છોકરાઓ જે સેકન્ડ સેમેસ્ટરમાં આવતા હોય છે તો અમે ઘણા વર્ષથી 15 વર્ષથી અમે એક પ્રોગ્રામ રન કરીએ છીએ કે જેમાં અત્યાર સુધી અમે એવરી યર 25 થી 30 છોકરાઓને અમે હાયર કરતા હતા. સેટરડે સન્ડે છે એ અમારી કંપનીમાં ત્યાં જ્યોતિમાં એ લોકોને કામ કરવાનું હોય છે. એવરી વેકેશન એ લોકોને કરવાનું હોય છે અને વી ગીવ ધેમ અ સ્ટાઇપન્ડ કે એની કોઈ પણ પ્રકારની ફીસ છે એને પહોંચી વળે. અને 3 વર્ષ અમારી સાથે જોડાયેલા રહીએ અમે એને ટ્રેન કરીએ એટલે while they are learning that parallelly આ એક એમનો પ્રેક્ટિકલ એક્સપિરિયન્સ છે એને મળતો રહીએ અને 3 વર્ષને અંતે જે સ્ટુડન્ટ છે જે અમારી પોતાની રિક્વાયરમેન્ટ છે તો અમે એમાં કરીએ બટ એ ફ્રી છે. અમારે કોઈ પણ જાતનું કે આવું કોઈ સ્ટ્રક્ચર કે એવું કશું નથી એને એ કોઈ પણ જગ્યાએ સારી ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટી મળે તો એમાં જઈ શકે. આ સ્કેલ છે એ અમારે ઇન્ક્રીઝ કરી અને જે અત્યારના 50-100 લોકો છે એની જગ્યાએ અમે અત્યારના એવો ટાર્ગેટ કરી રહ્યા છીએ કે અમને 5000 લોકો સુધી એટલે અમે એક નવું આખું ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ છે એ બનાવવા જઈ રહ્યા છીએ. within a year we will build this infrastructure અને ટાર્ગેટ છે કે આવતી દિવાળી સુધીમાં છે એ આને અમે ફંક્શનલી કરી શકીએ. વધુ સાહેબે હમણાં ઘણું બધું વાત કરી ત્યારે હું વચ્ચે આવ્યો અને હું સાંભળી શકતો હતો ત્યાં એ ટેકનોલોજીની અંદર એવડો મોટો ચેન્જ અત્યારના આવી રહ્યો છે. I'm in a part of that basically. AI છે જે એ એક એવું આપણું એક ફ્રેન્ડ બનીને ઉભરી રહ્યું છે કે how we are able to make them a nice friend rather than considering the enemy all human being. કે અત્યારના શું છે કે આપણે બધા એવું માની છે કે આપણા માટે થ્રેટ્સ આ એક ખોટી કે ભાઈ લોકોની અત્યારના એવું લાગે છે કે આનાથી જોબ જશે. ડેફિનેટલી જોબ જશે. જે જોબ રિપીટેટિવ જોબ છે એ જોબ જશે અને આપણો મનુષ્યનો અવતાર છે એ આવા રિપીટેટિવ કામ કરવા માટેનો થયેલો નથી. એ અત્યાર સુધી આપણે કરી રહ્યા હતા. થેન્ક્સ જેને પણ આ એઆઈ નો આનો જે પ્રણેતા છે અને જે પ્રકારના અત્યારના આપણી કોમ્યુનિકેશનની જે 5G ને 6G ને સ્પીડ થી આપણે કોઈ પણ જગ્યાએથી કનેક્ટ કરીને કોઈ પણ ડેટાને એને કોઈ પણ પ્રકારના ડેટાને હવે જે કનેક્ટ કરી શકાય છે એને લઈને આ સ્પીડ છે જે એ અસંખ્ય ગણી આ વધવાની છે અને માણસ છે જે એને ફ્રી કરવાના છે. એટલે અત્યારના એવો આંકડો છે આપણી સામે, એ સ્કેરી છે, બટ એમાં સ્કેરી થવાની કોઈ જરૂરિયાત નથી. થિંગ્સ ઇઝ ધેટ કે ભાઈ આવતા 2 થી 3 વર્ષની અંદર 30 કરોડ જોબ આખી દુનિયામાંથી જવાની છે. બટ હું એમ કહું છું કે એ હવે 30 કરોડ લોકો છે એ લકી ગાય હશે કે દે આર બીકમ એ ફ્રી, they are become able to utilize their mind more properly and they will come back again to a new things. શું નવું લઈને આવશે માણસ એ ખબર નથી, એ ભવિષ્ય જ આપણને કહેશે. પણ મનુષ્ય કોઈ જગ્યાએ છે એ બેઠો નથી રહેવાનો, શાંતિથી એ એક જગ્યાએ નવું એનું સર્જન કરશે એવી મને પૂરેપૂરી આશા છે. આશા નહીં, it is going to be happen like this, only we will just see that things કે શું કરીને આવે છે. સો આજે આપણે સાહેબે જે વાત કરી હમણાં કે જે એઆઈ પ્લેટફોર્મ છે એને આપણે પુષ્કળ રીતે વાપરવું જોઈએ. યસ, આપણે પુષ્કળ રીતે વાપરવું જોઈએ. એક પણ નાનામાં નાની વસ્તુ છે જે જો અત્યારે આપણે એને નહીં વાપરીએ તો આપણે બહુ પાછળ રહી જશું. નારાયણ મૂર્તિએ જે કીધું છે કે આ એનું પોતાનું કામ છે 10 ટાઈમ સ્પીડમાં થઈ રહ્યું છે, ઇઝ અ રિયાલિટી છે. I am also a victim of like that. I am also as a user. અને મેં જોયું છે કે મારી સ્પીડ છે 10 ટાઈમ્સ થઈ છે. અને આપ બધાને પણ મારી રિક્વેસ્ટ છે કે આપ as much as યુટિલાઇઝ કરો, as much as આપ ડેવલપ કરો, અને as much as આપના જે કોઈ વિદ્યાર્થીઓ છે એને ડેવલપ કરો અને એ લોકો પણ વાપરતા થાય અને એમની આ ભગવાને આટલું જે મનુષ્યનો આપણો અવતાર છે જે એ આપ્યો છે અને આપણું જે બ્રેઇન આપ્યું છે, એટલે આવી આપણે નોન પ્રોડક્ટિવ એક્ટિવિટીમાંથી છે જે એ બહાર નીકળી અને આપણે પ્રોડક્ટિવ એક્ટિવિટીમાં જઈએ, સમથિંગ વી કેન ક્રિએટ સમ સર્જન કરી શકીએ. અને વધુ ને વધુ આપણે છે જે એ લાઈફ સ્કિલના પ્રોગ્રામ્સ કેવી રીતે અપ કરી શકીએ એના ઉપર આખો જ્યોતિ અને અમારા ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશનની આખી ડ્રાઈવ છે કે વધારે ને વધારે આપણે લાઈફ સ્કિલ છે એ કેવી રીતે એડ ઓન કરી શકીએ. આ એક જસ્ટ વિચાર છે, અહીંથી શરૂઆત છે. આપ લોકોની સાથે અમે જેમ જેમ અમારું ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશનમાં આ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર ડેવલપ થતું જશે, આવા કોઈ પણ પ્લેટફોર્મ દ્વારા અમે વારંવાર આપના પાસે આવશું. આપના સહયોગની અમને પુષ્કળ જરૂર છે, સોસાયટીને જરૂર છે. તમારો જે અત્યારના તમે જે પ્રોફેશન જે લીધો છે અને જેની અંદર તમે અત્યારના કામ કરી રહ્યા છો, એ એવો એક પવિત્ર પ્રોફેશન છે કે એની કક્ષાએ કંઈ પણ વસ્તુ આવી જ નથી શકતી, ત્યાં કોઈ કમ્પેરિઝન છે જ નહીં. પણ આ જે વિચાર છે જે એ સોસાયટીમાંથી આપણે જે ડિસ્કનેક્ટ થઈ ગયો છે એને આપણે કનેક્ટ કરવો છે અને એના ભાગરૂપે આપ બધા લોકો અમને સહયોગ કરશો એવી હું આશા રાખું છું. નમસ્તે.
થેન્ક યુ પરાક્રમસિંહભાઈ. ફરીથી હું 5 મિનિટ લઈશ. મારે એટલું જ કેવું છે કે જો અહીંયા રાજકોટમાં અમે સવારે 8 વાગે ભેગા થઈ અને 2 થી 3-4 ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીયલ મિત્રો ભેગા થાય ત્યારે ખ્યાલ આવે એ લોકોને પણ ખૂબ સારું કરવું છે, પણ આપણા તરફથી કનેક્શન નથી. દરેક મારી 51 કોલેજના તમામ પ્રોફેસરો જે અત્યારે મને સાંભળી રહ્યા, દરેક જગ્યાએ 8-8, 10-10 પરાક્રમશ્રી જાડેજા છે. જે લોકો કંઈક કરવા માંગે છે, પોતાનું આપવા માંગે છે અને ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીને તરફથી પ્રોફેસરોને ખૂબ લાગણીભરી રીતે જોવે છે, રિસ્પેક્ટ કરે છે અને એમની સાથે સંકળાવવા માંગે છે અને છોકરાઓને પોતાનું કંઈક આપવા માંગે છે. જો આપણે દરેક જગ્યાએ આવા 4 પરાક્રમસિંહ જાડેજા જેવા મિત્રોને ઓળખી લઈએ, મેળવી લઈએ, તો મને લાગે છે કે જે આપણે એક લાઇબ્રેરીનો પ્રોજેક્ટ મૂક્યો છે કે આપણી 35 લાઇબ્રેરી આપણે આઈડેન્ટિફાઈ કરી છે. હું ધન્યવાદ આપીશ એલડી એન્જિનિયરિંગ કોલેજના પ્રોફેસર મિસ્ટર પઠાણને કે જેને 35 કોલેજના ડિઝાઇન બનાવ્યા છે, ડ્રોઈંગ બનાવ્યા છે, બધીથી ડિટેલ લીધી છે અને દરેક જગ્યાના મને એસ્ટિમેટ બનાવીને આપ્યા છે. તમને નવાઈ લાગશે, મારી તમામ 35 લાઇબ્રેરીને અદ્યતન કરવાનું બજેટ માત્ર 8 કરોડ છે. જે કંઈ જ ના કહેવાય, આપણે 1 વર્ષમાં કરી લઈશું. પણ આવી રીતે જે તમને એક સબ્જેક્ટની સબ્જેક્ટ નોટ્સ બનાવવામાં એક પ્રોફેસરને મિનિમમ 10 થી 15 દિવસ, તો એવી મારી 25,000 કલાકની સબ્જેક્ટ નોટ્સ 18 બ્રાન્ચની અમે માત્ર અઠવાડિયામાં તૈયાર કરી શક્યા છીએ. આ એઆઈ નો પાવર છે. 40 પ્રોફેસર મારે ત્યાં 6 દિવસ બેઠા છે, હું સાથે બેઠો છું 2 દિવસ, પછી એમના ઉપર એ લોકોએ આ તૈયાર કરી લીધું છે. તમારી પાસે તમારી નોટ છે અને હવે બીજું કાંઈ નથી કરવાનું. આજે આખો દિવસ એઆઈ સ્ટડી કર્યા પછી પ્રોમ્પ્ટ એન્જિનિયરિંગ શીખી લેજો, અને પ્રોમ્પ્ટ એન્જિનિયરિંગ શીખ્યા પછી તમારે તમારા ચેટ જીપીટીને દેવાનું છે કે આ મારી સબ્જેક્ટ નોટ છે, આ જેટલી સબ્જેક્ટ નોટ મને ડાયરેક્ટર ઓફ ટેકનિકલ એજ્યુકેશનમાંથી મળી છે, જે એઆઈ ચેટ જીપીટી તે તૈયાર કરી છે, એ આ છે. આ બંનેને એલાઇન કરી અને મને વધારે સારી મારા સબ્જેક્ટને અનુરૂપ નોટ બનાવી દે, એ તમને બનાવીને 10 સેકન્ડમાં આપી દેશે. એની અંદર તમને પ્રોમ્પ્ટ આપી દેશે. પછી જે પ્રોમ્પ્ટમાં પાછું તમારે વધારે ડિટેલ જોતી હોય તો એ પણ મળી જશે. સો યોર વર્ક ઇઝ નાઉ વેરી ઇઝી. તમારી પાસે અલાઉદ્દીનનો જીન છે. જ્યારે ઘસો એટલે તરત પ્રગટ થઈને કહે છે હુકમ મેરે આકા. આપણે હુકમ દેતા શીખવાનું છે. હુકમ દેતા આવડી જાય તો કોઈ વાંધો નથી. અગેન કહું છું, પ્રોમ્પ્ટ એન્જિનિયરિંગ ઇઝ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ. કેટલા એટલે ખરેખર પ્રોમ્પ્ટ 2 કે 4 લીટીનો ન હોય, 2 પાનાનો પણ થાય ને 3 પાનાનો પણ થાય. પણ તમે જેટલું વધારે એમને કન્ટેક્સ્ટ આપશો, જેટલું વધારે એમને તમે રેફરન્સ આપશો, તમારી રિક્વાયરમેન્ટ કહેશો, તમારું ટાર્ગેટ ઓડિયન્સ કહેશો, અને તમે શું છો, તમે કયા લેવલથી કયા લેવલનું માંગો છો, આ 6 મુદ્દા ધ્યાનમાં રાખીને આપશો એટલે તમને એ એટલો જ પરફેક્ટ, પાવરફુલ અને વ્યવસ્થિત જવાબ આપશે. એટલે હવે બીજી ઘણી બધી બાબતો છે, એના માટે ફરી મીટિંગ કરશું. અત્યારે ઓવર ટુ ધ અગેન કેસીજી સ્ટુડિયો, કે જ્યાંથી હવે તમારી સાથે આપણે છેક સુધીનો કાર્યક્રમ શરૂ રહેશે. સાંજે 6:30 કે 7 વાગે પતે તો હું છેક સુધી છું જ, અને અત્યારે અહીંયા બધી કોલેજમાં ફરવા નીકળવાનો છું. એટલે બધા આજે હાજરી આપે એવી મારી આપ સૌને વિનંતી. થેન્ક યુ. જય ભારત, જય હિન્દ.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner Sir. Will ensure that every faculty member is not just aware of AI but also confident in using it to amplify their impact in classroom and beyond. As you rightly said, only fittest will survive, and we are keen to hold that in terms of, you can say, businessman Shri Parakram Singh Jadeja also, he has shown interest in holding hands. Now moving ahead, let me begin with our technical session. It gives me immense pleasure to kick off today's session by introducing our very first speaker, Dr. Hitesh Panchal. Dr. Panchal is currently a lecturer in Diploma Electronics and Communication Engineering at Government Polytechnic, Ahmedabad. He has more than 23 years of teaching experience in the same field. He has pursued his PhD in the area of passive video forgery detection. He has also authored so many research papers in reputed journals like SCI and Scopus. His major area of interest are artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, digital image and video forensics. Apart from that, he has also contributed in conducting FDPs like empowering educators with AI tools and techniques, and also delivered expert lectures on AI tools for the teachers. He is also a reviewer for multimedia tools and application, is a reputed journal, that is Springer. It's my honor to invite Dr. Hitesh Panchal. Over to you, Dr. Hitesh. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Commissioner Sir, Bipin Tarati Sir, distinguished officers from the Commissioner of Technical Education, respected principals from all the institutes, esteemed faculty members and all staff present here today in online workshop. It's my honor to be a part of such workshop on AI. I am Hitesh Panchar and I am excited to deliver the first session of this workshop on generative AI tools for the everyone. Now I'm sharing my presentation. Is my presentation visible? Okay. So presentation outlines are what is AI and generative AI, benefits of AI in the education, text generation tools, image generation tools, audio generation tools, video creation tools. Then we will look for the Gemini features, latest features of Gemini, Notebook LM, and productive ways to use the time saved on by the AI tools. After that, we'll have some question answer session. Now, what is AI? AI is artificial intelligence, is the field of computer science focused on creating the machines and software that can perform tasks that requires intelligence like human. What kind of tasks can AI perform? Understanding natural language, recognizing patterns, making the decisions, and solving the complex problems. Again, in ahead that generative AI is a branch of AI focused on creating a new content. It uses the machine learning models, particularly deep learning, to generate the text, images, music, code, videos, etc. more based on the input data. Okay, what are the benefits of artificial intelligence, particularly for our technical education? So, research and development, adaptive learning platforms, administrative efficiency, content curation and recommendation, predictive analytics for the student performance, virtual classrooms and simulations, natural language processing, automated grading and feedback, intelligent tutoring systems, and personalized learning styles according to the different groups of the students. So what are the categories of Gen AI, generative AI tools? So we'll go through these tools: text tools, image generation tools or image tools, video tools, and audio tools. Let us overview of some text generation tools. First is ChatGPT by OpenAI. Second is Gemini by Google. Claude AI by Anthropic. Perplexity AI. DeepSeek. Grok. ChatSonic. It is a chatbot by the WriteSonic. Next is WriteSonic. Copy.ai, Notion AI. And these are some of the generative AI models. These are being developed in India, Sarvam AI, Bharat Jain, and Putrin AI. Now, this famous quote by the Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Alphabet: artificial intelligence will have a more profound impact on humanity than fire, electricity, and the internet. And this is how the AI progresses, the fast trend. And people be trying to stop the AI. So as you can see that we are not able to stop this trend. So we have to sit in this trend. Let us look at some of the image generation tools. Leonardo AI, second is Microsoft Designer, Bing Image Creator, Canva AI, Adobe Firefly, Ideogram AI, Playground AI, Match.space, Night Cafe, Midjourney. Midjourney is a very good tool for image generation. Daily by the OpenAI. Another quote is generative AI is the most powerful tool for creativity that has ever been created. It has the potential to unleash a new era of human innovations. It does not decrease our creativity, but it increases the creativity. Next is audio generation tools. There are different kind of audio generation tools. And first, the category is text to speech, TTS, and voice generation. And these are the tools are 11 Labs, Play.ht, Narakit. Second is a noise removal and audio cleanup to remove the unwanted noise, background noise from the original video. Adobe Podcast Enhance, Crisp.ai. Third one is the category is AI music and sound generation. First one is soundpro.io, Beethoven.ai, AIVA, audio generation tools. The fourth category is AI voice cloning and speech editing, voice maker, Murph.ai. Now, this is another good application in an audio generation, that is utter.ai. And this is helpful for generating the meeting transcript, minutes of meeting, you can say. For example, આપણે કોઈ meeting attend કરતા હોઈએ અને એની અંદર આપણે meeting ને record કરીએ. Meeting record કર્યા પછી એની transcript એટલે text ના form માં convert થઈ જાય. એના પછી એનું analysis થાય, એમાંથી outcome શું છે, key take away શું છે. You can also ask the question to the transcript. So this is a very good application for recording the minutes of meeting and also for the analysis. So this is the example. I have recorded one meeting on mobile and I have put some screenshot over here. So the left hand side first screen shows that generative AI tools session is audio version. In a second slide, it shows the audio is converted into the text form. In a third screen or third window, sorry, it shows the AI chat. So you can ask the question for the minutes of meeting. Minutes of meeting માં તમે question પૂછી શકો છો અને એ question નો answer, analysis, last માં take away શું છે. All these are the applications of this utter.ai application. Okay. We thread that AI will replace human, but actually AI will not replace the humans, but humans with AI, who knows the AI, will replace the humans without AI. Next, we go through the video creation tools. First is a text to video AI tools. Pictree, InVideo, Lumen 5, Synthesia, Agen to generate the AI anchor type videos. DID, Creative Reality Studio type of video. Runaway ML, Capwing. Clicky. Next is Animaker. Our future success hinges on our ability to embrace the AI and use it for the good purposes. Right now, for the good for the technical education. Okay. Now let us look at the Gemini features, the latest Gemini features. The first is a text generation. Second is text file analysis. Third is later email generation. Next is deep think tool. We will take example of this infographic, page creation, personalized gem, you can say the customized gem, generate audio overview. Okay, so let us take the example of text generation. We can categorize the prompts into simple terms like basic prompts, intermediate prompts, and advanced prompt according to the complexity of the prompts and output of the prompts. So let us take the examples of basic prompts. So I have prepared one Word file and I have copied the basic prompts. Either it is generated by the AI tool or generated by the me. So first one shows the basic prompts. It's first shows that simple text generation. Simple text generation. Write a short, a bit for a paragraph about the benefits of learning new language, brainstorming ideas, basic letter drafting, summarization, creative writing. Okay, let us take one example of fourth one, that is summarization. We take a live example of this. So we take this example on the Gemini. So I have opened the Gemini AI tool. This is the home screen of the Gemini. I have to zoom this window to view the properly. Okay, now left hand side, it shows our recent history of the chat, and then it shows different models. For example, like 2.5 Flash, 2.5 Pro, and third one is based on your search history or whatever the input prompts you have given, whatever the outputs are generated according to that, it will give the output. So first is a 2.5 Flash. It generates the faster outputs, the simple outputs, not much detailed output. When we use 2.5, it reasoning, maths, code, or in detail outputs. Okay, and then third one is based on your search history. Means our search history, according to it will generate the output. Right now we will use the 2.5 Flash. Let me take an example. First example. Okay, so summarize the so what is the prompt? Summarize the main points of the Wikipedia article that is on National Education Policy 2020 in the 10 bullet points. So this is my prompt, and I will generate the output. Now it has generated the 10 bullet points from the Wikipedia article. So I have given to summarize the National Education Policy 2020 in a 10 bullet points. So how it generates the output. Okay. Next is a creative writing, file-based question answer. After that, some of the intermediate prompts are there. That is formatted text generation, comparative analysis. We can compare the two topics. Detailed later drafting, CSV file analysis. To upload the file and we get the analysis of that file. Now the advanced prompts, general, strategic documentation creation, in-depth file analysis and visualization ideas, multi-format content repurposing. Okay, and some of the advanced prompts from our engineering side, that is future proofing our city, reverse engineering a marvel, unsolvable problem, bio mimicry nexus. So these are some of the prompts and advanced prompts that we can should try on AI tool. Okay, now in the next. Next is file-based output generation. We can upload a file and we can generate the different kind of outputs. So let us look at the one example, that is AI FDP schedule. So I open this file, and that is the one schedule of a FDP. And if you want to generate the invitation letters for all these experts, that is written in a read letters. So what right now અત્યાર સુધીમાં આપણે શું કરીએ કે એક એક્સપર્ટ માટે આપણે લેટર્સ ડ્રાફ્ટ કરીએ, સેપરેટલી ડ્રાફ્ટ કરીએ, પણ નેક્સ્ટ ઇન ધીસ યુઝિંગ AI ટૂલ આપણે શું કરી શકીએ છીએ કે આ FDP schedule upload કરીએ and we ask the AI that you generate the invitation letters for all these experts. આ schedule ની અંદર total 13 experts છે and let us try to generate the invitation letters. So we take a new chat. I will upload the file. AI FDP schedule, and our prompt is generate the invitation letters for the experts. I will write. मैं यहाँ जे AI FDP schedule ની word file છે upload કરી છે. આ word file में upload કરી. Okay, and then I ask Gemini that generate invitation letters for all experts to invite them at the event. Okay. આપણે આટલો પ્રોમ્પ્ટ આપશું તો કદાચ એવું પોસિબલ થાય કે એક જ પેજનો ઇન્વિટેશન લેટર જનરેટ કરીને એમાં બધા એક્સપર્ટના નામ લખે, but we want to generate a separate letter for all experts. So I will write generate separate letters for each expert. Okay. So it has generated the invitation letters. First one is a Dr. Cindy Bhatt sir. Likewise, he has generated all 13 letters with the time, date for every session. So it સરસ છે કે repetitive task કોઈ પણ હોય તો એને આપણે reduce કરી શકીએ છીએ by using AI. So this is the one of the example that કે આખા FDP ના જેટલા પણ expert છે એ બધા માટેના letters generated in a few seconds. Now another thing is that second prompt માં એવું છે you can generate the request letters to the principals to allow the experts. Okay, તો એના માટેનું આપણે you can try. Generate request letters to the principals of each expert to allow them to be present at the event. It will individually generate the letters. Okay, that is another example of that. Last one is invitation letter for the participants. We can also type this and it will generate the invitation letter for the participants also. Now next one is a more kind of analysis type of example, that is file upload and analysis type of example. So I have taken one file that is ACP data, ACPDC data intake and admitted students. This file is a 359 page. 360 almost 360 page ની એક file છે અને we want to extract the information and also we want to analyze the some of the data. તો આ file જે છે again we can do that. એ file જે છે આપણે એને upload કરીએ અને એને output જે છે prompt આપીને એ પ્રમાણે output લઈએ. So first prompt is list the name of the colleges offering the computer engineering program in Ahmedabad. આ file ની અંદર દરેક ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ પ્રોગ્રામ વાઇઝ ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ કોમ્પ્યુટર એન્જિનિયરિંગ છે તો કોમ્પ્યુટર it is here. Okay, computer engineering તો એના વિશેની ઇન્ફોર્મેશન કઈ કોલેજમાં છે, કઈ કોલેજમાં કેટલી ઇન્ટેક છે, કેટલા એડમિશન થયેલા છે, આ બધી જ ઇન્ફોર્મેશન આ એક ફાઇલની અંદર છે and this is a big file. Okay, so we can give the prompt. For example, આ ફાઇલમાંથી મારે એટલું જોઈએ છે કે I want list the name of the colleges offering the computer engineering program in Ahmedabad region only. Okay, so we can do that. હવે એના માટેનો ફાઇલ જે છે એ right now I am not uploading due to time limit, પણ એમના જે output generate કરેલા છે હું direct તમને બતાવું. I have copied into the Word file. Okay, so what I have given, list the name of the colleges offering the computer engineering program in Ahmedabad. Okay, and what are the outputs? It generated the outputs. આ output મેં copy કરેલા છે. Right now I am not generating live. Okay, so આ file upload કર્યા પછી તમે જ્યારે આ prompt આપશો અને prompt નો output આ પ્રમાણે આવશે. It will give this output. આટલી colleges including government and self finance આટલી colleges અમદાવાદ region ની અંદર છે. Those are offering the computer engineering program. Okay, second prompt में એવું આપ્યો કે total number of intake of computer engineering program including all institute mentioned in the attached file for the year 2021-2022. Okay, based on the document provided, આપણે document upload કરીએ and એના પરથી it will fetch the total number of intakes for computer engineering program across all institute for the year 2021. That is, it has given a total 11,181 and also it has listed out all the intake of computer engineering institute wise. Wherever the computer engineering program is offered, it is listed out for the 2021-2022 intake. Now, this is the kind of data extraction. We can say that we read the file and we can also extract the information, but the big thing is analysis part. So third prompt is like this: analyze the file for computer engineering, civil engineering, and mechanical engineering program for the year 2021-22 to give the more comprehensive analysis. Look at the student admissions versus intake capacity. Okay, if you want to know that if any institute has a intake and how much students are admitted according to the intake percentage wise. For example, if intake is 125 and students are admitted 100, what is the percentage of that? So I have given this prompt, I have attached the file, it will generate the output like this. First, it will give for the computer engineering was the most in demand field with an impressive overall admission rate of 81.44%. It has taken the total intake and the admitted students, and then after that is generated the percentage of admission, that is 81.44 for the computer engineering for the year 2021-22. Mechanical engineering. Mechanical engineering shows a moderate admission rate, that is 52.28% with the 4306 students admitted against the intake of 8236. Likewise, civil engineering. Okay, so it analyze part is a time consuming for us, but it is generated in a few minutes such kind of analysis for us. It also given in a table form. I have not formatted properly right now, but it also given the institute wise intake, admitted 100% admission rate. Likewise, in the second institute, intake is 675, 583 is admitted, and 86.37 that is the admission rate. Okay, so this is a kind of file upload and analysis part. We have applied all these prompt and we have seen the outputs. Now next is a deep research or canvas tool, or you can say the feature in Gemini. So I have taken one example prompt, that is analyze the current landscape of AI tools and their applications across different user groups like the students, teachers, and administrator, and list the top 10 relevant AI tools for each user group. Okay, now let us try this prompt into the Gemini. I copy this prompt. We take a new chat. Okay, text is not directly copying from this, so leave it right now. Okay, so what are the generated outputs are there? So first generated output is a web page. Let us click on that web page. How is generated the web page from that prompt? Now this is a web page generated from our prompt through the Gemini features. It shows the percentage of improved student performance by using the AI tools. Second one is improved efficiency in content creation by using the AI tools. Third is a time saved. Fourth one is improved in higher education retentions. This graphical chart-wise representation or interactive page that is generated using Gemini features. Second one is a web page with a search bar. If you have generated the web page and does not have a search bar, we can give the command and it will generate the search bar also at the top of of this, it will generate the search bar. So this is the example. I have given the instruction, additional instruction to put the search bar on the top. Okay. Now this is search bar is created. So we can explore or search this page by using this tool. Third one is infographic. Now this infographic is generated again with the same prompt in a Gemini features. It says that 30% improvement in the student performance by using AI-driven tools, personalized learning, 60% increase in teacher efficiency using AI tools for content creations. Likewise, all other informations. It kinds of generate the graphs. We can also see the percentage wise analysis. Now we have generated the infographic and web page. Now, what are the differences between web page and infographic? Web page generally is an interactive type. It has a we can say links. It has a search bar type of. Infographic is a static type page. It shows the graphs only, no kind of interactive or that. Web pages are long in matter in the content. You can see here overview, student, teacher, administrator. These are the links that are incorporated into the web page, but that is not available into the infographic. So as our requirement, either we can use infographic or we can use a web page. The last feature is a audio overview. That is, we upload a PDF file and we ask the Gemini to generate the audio overview of this PDF file. Not necessary PDF file, PDF, Word, it may be a PowerPoint presentation file, and we can ask, simple ask, generate the audio overview file, and it will generate the like a two-way communication type of audio overview. I play this for a few seconds. Okay. Escaping. Okay, now Gemini for the Google Workspace. The advantage of Gemini over the ChatGPT is that it is integrated with the Google Workspace. So we directly use its features in a Gmail, in a Google Sheet, in a Google Docs, Google Keep, and Google Meet. Now let us some of the examples of this. Okay, first let us take the example in Gmail. So for example, if I have received one mail, that is invitation to join International Conference on Semiconductor Chip Design and Manufacturing. Now, if I want to accept this invitation, first I will click the reply. Automatically, one tab will be open over here. It says that help me write. I click again on that. New window tab will be open at the end. I accept the invitation. I will just write I accept the invitation. What I want to do, I have received an email and I want to reply it. Okay, so I have just written the I accept the invitation. Now I give the command that is create. Now it will create or generate the email for this reply. So it has generated the reply. Yeah, I will read it. I will complement it because whatever the content generated by AI, we should complement it. We should read and then we should send it. Okay, this is a very short answer. If I give a more prompt, again it will give more. It will generate a more content. You can say the second example is that multimedia tools and applications. That is invitation to review the paper. Again, I say the reply, help me write. I agree to review the manuscript. I've just written this. I will click on create. It will generate the email. Right. If I will insert, it will be inserted into the outbooks box, and then I just click on the send. It will send the email, reply the email. Okay, so there's a feature, Gemini feature in a Gmail. Likewise, that is feature in a Drive. In a Drive, you select any of the file and you can ask that to summarize this file. You can also summarize the folder. Likewise, we have the Gemini integrated into the Google Doc. Here one tab will be open, generate the document. Some of the samples are given. Let me select from that. So according to that, that is a prompt is a roadmap for an AI-powered coffee machine, include a future strategy breakdown that outlines the key milestone. We can give our own prompt also. I have taken the sample from that available from the Google Doc. So it will create the document directly into the Google Doc. They generated the document right in the Google Doc. Also, that is available into the Google Slides. And this is the advantage of Gemini over ChatGPT, because it is directly integrated into all this workspace. If you want to generate a PowerPoint presentation from this, so I will write a prompt. See, it will generate a one by one slide. So let me write generate one slide, or I can say first slide on electrical vehicles. It will generate the slide. You can generate slide by slide. It will not generate whole 10, 15 slides in a one go. We have to give command one by one. It will also include the relevant images also. So the first slide has been created. We just click on insert, and that will be inserted into the PowerPoint slides. So these are the examples of integration of Gemini into the Google Workspace. Now let us go ahead. Now, its usefulness of custom gems in Gemini. That is a very good feature of Gemini, or you can say that is also available into the ChatGPT. We can say that is a custom GPT. As per our requirement, we can generate our custom gems. You can say the custom Gemini for our personal purposes. For example, I have generated one. Let me show you directly onto the Gemini window. So over here, one tab shows the Explore Gems. When you click on that Explore Gems, some of the gems are created by the Google. For example, Brainstormer, Jazz Gem, Career Guide, Coding Partner, like that. Okay. Now, and these are the gems that created by me. So let us take one example. For example, if I go to my personal gem, my personal assistant, you can say, and if I type only, let me type Monday, only I will type day. Okay. So what it displays? So it suggests me healthy food suggestions. It will show me the routine, my routine. Should I follow? I have uploaded my timetable, so it will give me the when my lectures and labs are available. 11:30 to 12:30. That is my CL lecture. After that lab, it will suggest me one good article to read every day. It will suggest one tool to learn for the education purposes. It will tell me the one story for my daughter to tell at the bedtime. One fun fact for the computer network, because I'm teaching a computer network subject right now. So I have asked to tell me the fun fact about that. It will give me the summary of the last 3 emails, but I have not provided the authority, so it will not give right now. So all this information generated only by, I have just typed a Monday. So how it is created? We take one example. So to create such kind of gems, see, all these features are available into the Gemini Pro versions, whatever I am saying. And to create the gems, you require the Pro versions that is not available with the free version of the Gemini. So if you want to create gem like this, explore the gem, click on new gem. Now, first of all, in the left hand side, you have to give the name. So I'm giving the name, my personal gem 1. Okay. Now we have to give the instructions, prompts. So I've created the prompts for that. Let us see the prompts. So these are the prompts. So these were the prompts. I will not read all these things due to time limits. So it says that I am 45 years old male. My current location is Ahmedabad, Gujarat, India. Suggest me the healthy food I should take according to the season of the in the context of Gujarat. I am vegetarian. All this information I have filled. Okay, so I will just copy this information from into the instruction part of their gem. At the last, knowledge level part. In knowledge level part, you can also attach files, some resource file. Right now, we are not attaching anything. And on the right hand side, you can get the preview of this. Okay. And then save. This is how that personal gem is created. You can start the chat with it. Now type only Monday. It will give the information probably. Okay. So this is how personal gem is useful for us. Let us take some examples. See, these are useful for our day-to-day life also, and also for our technical educations. Let me take one example of that everyone may like. Investment good. So I have prepared one for the investment purpose. Okay. So let me give the prompt. How to double the money in just 21 days. Sorry, no hierarchy. Okay. Let me write another prompt. I want to invest 10 crore, 10,000 rupees for 1 year. Okay. So it will give me the suggestions because this is customized according to the instructions. It will give you the whatever the investments ideas are given. You can modify these instructions in instructions part of the personal gem. So all these are the custom gems that I have created. We can also create according to our requirement. Custom gems for engineering. These are also the examples, different examples. All these are the examples of custom gems for the engineering. These are the Gemini Pro plans. If you want to purchase a Pro plan with a storage, so all these are the plans that are available. The plan is 1950, almost 2,000 rupees per month. It gives a 2 TB of storage space. And the advantage is that we can share with the five people, 5 of our family members. But someone asked me that, sir, is that possible to that we get all these features free? with this kind of storage space, this kind of sharing. So for that, I have searched one video, and that is very useful. Let us see that video. It may happen that you not listen the audio of this video, but still it is understood. Let us see. So that person was trying to scan a free Wi-Fi code, but his phone is stolen. So good things are not free. We have to purchase them. Pro features. Notebook LM, these are the another features that is available integrated with the Gemini Pro version that is dedicatedly for the study purposes. You upload the resources. I'm not showing right now the actual example of this. We can upload the resources and we can get the summary, notes, question and answer, podcasts, mind maps, study plans, etc. Now the last question is that, sir, all these tools are saving our time. So how the productive ways to use time saved by the AI tools? So I will list out some of the ideas that we can use in a productive way the time that has been saved by the AI tools. Sharpen your mind using reading the books, grow professionally, boost the health and well-being, explore the creativity, strengthen the relationship, give back, volunteer, share knowledge, conduct the free sessions or content, reflect and plan. Thank you very much for listening me. Thank you all for your active participation and insightful questions. I hope this session on AI tools for everyone has provided the introduction and sharpened your interest, and I may have ignited you for these AI tools. Special thanks to the Commissioner, sir, for your presence and kind support. Thank you, sir, for your vision and efforts to integrate the AI in our technical education. Thank you to the training cell, Commissioner of Technical Education, Gujarat, for organizing and giving me this opportunity to deliver the session. I appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, Dr. Hitesh. Can you listen us from LD College of Engineering? Hello. Hello. Dr. Hitesh, we are from LD College of Engineering and we have some questions. Is it possible to ask?
Yes, sir.
We are having more than 19 PG programs, and during the assessing the thesis as well as papers for the PG students, we found that many students are making thesis as well as paper on ChatGPT. So, is there any tool for educators to identify the ChatGPT created presentations as well as research articles so that it will be helpful for the teachers?
To check the plagiarism.
Whether my question is clear? Is it audible?
Sir, ChatGen, that is also one of the plagiarism kind of tool. So we can upload that file and we can check whether the content has been created by the ChatGPT or any kind of Gemini tool. Also, we can upload directly onto the Gemini and Chat GPT and ask that to check the plagiarism. That is also directly. There is no need to another tool. You can ask directly to the Chat GPT and Gemini.
Okay, thank you. There is another question from Dr. Hitesh.
Sir, I want to ask you, whenever a presentation is created, there is an image appended to the slide. Can we change that? Can we ask a lenient image to be shown because it is a foreign image or foreign persons? Can we customize that image by generating the presentation?
Anyone can.
Custom. Madam, I was not able to listen properly, but as I understand that if you want, if there is an image is generated and if you want to customize that image, there may be image generation tool that I have installed into the my presentation. Any kind of tool you can.
Okay. One question was, it is the auto-generated presentation. When you give a prompt, presentation generated. Suppose you give an example of electric vehicles, and the image which was generated as a part of presentation, it looked very kind of artificial image. So can we have control over that image? That is what I was asking.
Yes, sir. Yes, madam. Yes, madam. We can say that generate the images, or you can say that you generate. Do not generate the image from AI. You take the images from the Google Images or any other. You can ask. You can ask.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, I am Dr. C.H. Chitani from Medical Engineering. મારા મનને એક વિરોધાભાસ ઉભો થયો છે કે એક બાજુ આપણે એવી વાત કરીએ છીએ કે આપણે આપણું લર્નિંગ મટીરિયલ AI ની મદદથી બનાવવું. આપણે આપણા એફર્ટ્સ ઘટાડવા માટે AI નો ઉપયોગ કરીએ. બીજી બાજુ આપણે એમ કહીએ કે છોકરાઓ એનો ઉપયોગ ના કરે એના માટે આપણે પ્લેગિયરિઝમનો ટૂલ વાપરીએ. તો એ તો આપણો વિરોધાભાસ છે. જ્યારે આપણે વાપરતા હોઈએ તો આપણે વિદ્યાર્થીઓને પણ છૂટ આપવી જોઈએ કે એ પણ ભલે વાપરે એનાલિસિસ માટે એનો પણ ઉપયોગ કરે. તો આમાં એક થોડુંક મને કંઈક કમ્પ્લીટ થયું હતું એવું લાગે છે.
Hello, sir. Sir, we prefer that student use for the creative purposes, not just for the copying purposes. If you have given some assignment and if they uses just to generate the output from the Chat GPT or any kind of tool and just copy and paste, no, that is not allowed. But we can generate such kind of prompts using AI tools, and we give them into the exercise that increases their creativity. So that kind of prompts are that those are also available.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Am I audible?
Yes, madam, audible, yes, please.
સર આપે જેમ કીધું એમ કે સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ એઆઈ નો ઉપયોગ બ્યુટિફિકેશન માટે કરી શકે છે જે આપણને વર્ડ ડોક્યુમેન્ટ વગેરેમાં યા તો પ્રેઝન્ટેશનમાં જે ડિસસેટિસ્ફેક્શન થતું હતું કે કોન્ટેન્ટ બહુ સારો હોય પણ એનું લુક એન્ડ ફીલ સારું ના હોય એ એન્હાન્સ કરવા માટે એઆઈ ચોક્કસ યુઝ કરી શકે છે ના પણ ઓફકોર્સ એમની ઇન્ટેલિજન્સ તો એમણે વાપરવી જ પડશે.
Okay, fine.
Up to that level we can allow them.
સર બીજી એક એ છે કે જ્યારે આપણે ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ ટ્રાવેલ એન્ડ ટુરિઝમ આવતા રહીએ ત્યારે પર્ટિક્યુલરલી આપણે કોઈ પર્ટિક્યુલર કન્ટ્રીને એન્ગેજીસ કરતા રહીએ ધારો કે ઇન્ડિયાના ટુરિસ્ટને આપણે એન્ગેજીસ કરતા રહીએ અને એના માટે એવા પ્લેસીસ બતાવવા કે જ્યાં ઇન્ડિયન્સને ફેસિલિટેડ છે તો એના માટેના જનરેટ ઓટોમેટિક કરી શકે વિથ કન્સર્ન ટુ particular category of country. એવું AI કરી શકે?
Sir, I'm sorry, I do not understand the question. Can you repeat?
ધારો કે એવું છે કે ઇન્ડિયનના સ્ટુડન્ટ છે એને આપણે રશિયામાં ભણવા મોકલવા છે રાઈટ તો રશિયન લોકો જ્યારે એડવર્ટાઇઝ કરતા હતા તો ઇન્ડિયન માટેનું એટમોસ્ફિયર છે એવું જનરેટ કરવા માટેનું કોઈ બતાવી શકે કે એના માટે ઇક્વિવેલન્ટ છે એવું કંઈ બતાવી શકે?
No idea, sir.
It's my pleasure to take the question, sir. So what you are asking is to change the ecology or the environment or the atmosphere?
Yes, sir.
Is it ecology? Is it environment or it's the
Ecology and mainly sociology or something like that. So they will be more attracted at that they want to show. Similarly, India want to show that we are more attracting to tourists, and so for that એવું બતાવી શકીએ કે એ ફોરેન જેવું જો અહીંયા પણ ફેસિલિટી છે તો you are welcome. Like that.
Sir, so far as your question is concerned, it's a very deep tech question. Basically, what we try to address here is the AI capability. So there are tools available which can make you feel comfortable. Suppose I have visited one country and I am not aware with the local languages. Definitely, there are companies like Google and Meta which can help me to navigate my routes and all this. But so far as the inherent features of citizenship is concerned, or the kind of environment that the students used to enjoy in India, every country is different and every country has a different kind of ecology and atmosphere. So far as acclimatization with society is concerned, yes, the students has to evolve. So far as acclimatization with the navigation, with the stay, with the food part is concerned, yes, AI tools can definitely help them to make them feel comfortable in the initial phase of this. But when they are visiting countries like Russia or Ukraine, or for that matter, the Eastern European countries, they have to adapt to the new environment, and definitely AI will help them to settle down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
So I would request other participants also to ask a question.
Hello. Sir, there is one question. How to verify the output generated by the AI, whether it is correct or not? How to validate it? Either manual validation is possible or validation through another AI is possible.
Double check picture is also. Double check picture is.
Hello, am I audible,
Hello.
sir?
Yes.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes. What?
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Sir, we have a double check feature in ChatGPT. So whatever answer we are getting, even if we enter the same answer as an input, we will definitely get the verification whether it is correct or not. That is one type of prompt engineering which I'm supposed to teach in my next session.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
ચાલુ છે સર.
I'm from Medical College of Engineering again. The question is, we are talking about various LLMs like ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, which are not developed by India. Instead of considering the foreign developed tools, why we are not looking for developing Indian model of LLM? Why we are not focusing on that?
We can develop the Indian model of LLM, but we have a diversified language portfolio which is contained the 800 plus languages in India. So due to that, just training the common language like a national language Hindi is possible. But due to like every region has their own way of speaking the languages. Let's say Tamil language has their own. They are trying to build their own LLM. So this responsibility should be taken by every state people, or we can say that like a technological people have to take an initiative to build their own LLM. So yeah, we can build. There is not any restriction over there. But yeah, for that even we all have to take an initiative to build our own generation of the language models. Yeah, that is the answer.
One more question is, though it has been assumed that we will be getting
No.
subscription of ChatGPT, Uh, is it possible that along with ChatGPT you can have other tools also like Lead Journey
Sir, it's a humble.
or other tools?
We'll answer all the queries after our second session. We are running out of time. And we'll have a separate question answer session. Thank you so much. So moving ahead. So moving ahead, along with me, we have two speakers. Professor Prachi Pancholi and Mr. Ashish Patel. I can say it's a perfect blend combo, young academician and you can say industry person. So let me give you brief introduction of Professor Prachi Pancholi. She is an assistant professor at LD College of Engineering. She's pursuing PhD. Her major area of interest are AI/ML, deep learning, image processing, and many more. She has mentored so many SSIP projects and SIH projects. Apart from that, she has written, she's an author of BCA level textbook in data structure and Python programming. And she is also a part of IIC committee and worked significantly in mentor-mentee coordinator, as a mentor-mentee coordinator. We have with us Mr. Ashish. He's a senior AWS AI/ML solution architect at IBM Ahmedabad, AI researcher, quantum machine learning practitioner, technical book reviewer, and author of a book. So he has also written so many research papers, more than 22 research papers in high-end journals. Apart from that, Ashish has worked with various platforms like AWS, Azure, GCP Cloud Services. And apart from that, he's also an influencer, LinkedIn influencer, having more than 95,000 followers in again on GitHub and so many platforms. So I welcome Ashish and Prachi. Please hand over. Session is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Share. Share.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible to everyone? Okay. So, once again, hello, everyone. Namaskar. Good afternoon to one and all present today. Special thanks to respected Commissioner, sir, Shri Bipin Talati, sir. So, myself, Professor Prachi, will now help you to expand your knowledge in context to prompt engineering. So, when I say about prompt, basically a prompt is simple, the instruction or the input which you give to AI, just like ChatGPT, to get a response. In simpler terms, a prompt can be a question, it can be a text, or it can be a command which you need to type what you want as a desired output. For example, if I say that you can write a poem on rain or about rain, it will simply give us an answer. So in layman's term, when I talk about, according to me, I mean, in layman's term, a prompt can be just like to talk with a smart assistant. Whatever you say, whatever you ask, is what you get as a reply. Next, before getting into why, what, and how, and types of prompt engineering, I would like to give you a brief about how AI has progressed so far from a theoretical model to beating world champions and helping in healthcare and conversation today. So looking at this picture, we can unlock one thing over here, that uh, we have major milestones in AI development starting from 1950s, wherein Alan Turing laid a foundation for creating AI intelligence, thereby navigating through IBM Watson that won Jeopardy. Moving ahead was Google's AlphaGo. In Parallelly, we had AI competence with respect to diagnosing brain tumors, and thereby where we are today is in 2023, OpenAI's ChatGPT launched and reignited the worldwide interest in AI once again due to its natural and human-like conversational skills. Now, moving ahead with the next slide, this diagram is a visual hierarchy that helps us to understand the actual, we can say, different areas of AI and how they're interconnected with each other. As we can see, the outermost circle over here is of AI. It is the broadest field so far, which involves any machine or the system that can perform tasks that requires human intervention. That may include human reasoning, problem solving, learning, etc. Then we have machine learning domain, which comes inside AI. I would just give you a brief up about entire hierarchy, and then we'll move on with the next topic. So let me discuss this first because it is important to be discussed. So next is inside AI, we have ML, wherein the system identifies the patterns by its own intelligence. Next, we have DL, which is again the subset of ML that uses neural networks on the large basis. It is powerful engine, we can say, for identifying image recognition. Speech processing happens in this domain itself. Now, concentrating more on the core circle, that is generative AI, it is a type of AI that creates or keeps on creating new contents. The content can be anything. It can be audio file, video file, textual data, image, any of the things. It is basically built using deep learning models, especially the transformers. On the left, you can see we have large language models. Just like ChatGPT, we have the 4.0 version over here. And they, as the name suggests, large language models. We have large amount of data, huge amount of data set on which we apply a language that becomes a focus for understanding and generating the new textual data or the new content data. And the model actually that predicts the upcoming words which can be generated next. So in a nutshell, LLMs are a type of generative AI built using deep learning and machine learning approach with a broader field of AI. Their impact is now so much profounding that they are reshaping the boundaries of future AI too. Now, we'll get back to the prompt engineering, but before that, Ashish sir, what do you say? Basically, LLMs can be the AI systems wherein we can read, we can write, and we can talk with AI. Agree or not?
Yes.
So what do you think that so far, how can be the future for this?
So in the terms of the generative AI, and we can say the LLM. So this is not only the domain of LLM, but now future is come with a different type of the data as well. So let's say we are not only talking about the text-based data, but there is an image, there is a video, there is a also we can say the different type of data, which is including in terms of the signal, in terms of the image, X-ray, in terms of the CAD/CAM images. It would be anything, right? So AI is working in this direction to deal with any kind of the data modality. And yeah, development is still done over that. And yeah, AI will come soon in every domain. Due to that, that's why everyone has a concern that like AI will replacing the job.
Thank you so much, sir. So going ahead with our base topic, that is prompt engineering. As I said, prompt, it is an input which you give to an AI model to get a desired output. But we need to understand the entire prompt construction process. So before that, we need to understand this entire hierarchy, wherein this diagram provides you a clear and a simpler overview of how LLMs like ChatGPT work with prompts and generate the responses. It visually explains you that how the flow of interaction happens between the user and the AI. On the left, we can see we have the prompt, that is the input to AI. This has three sections into it: the question, the example, and the formatting. The question is what you directly give as a task, as an input to the AI. The example, the example which you can give into the question part is, for example, if I ask that ChatGPT itself what AI is, that becomes my question. The next part of this entire prompt is the example part, wherein I can give a sample or a context to guide the model. Over here, the example can be, I can ask ChatGPT that, tell me what an AI is, as if I'm a 5-year-old kid. So the example, I'm emphasizing more on the example, that is, I am a 5-year-old kid. And the next thing is formatting. I'm asking AI to give me some kind of formatting skills, that is, instructions on how the output should finally look like. So thereby, all of them together in a nutshell can give me, I can say that these elements together form a well-structured prompt that improves the quality of AI's response. In the center lies the LLM. That can be any LLM model. It can be ChatGPT, it can be Gemini, it can be any LLM model. So it is the core engine that pre-processes the prompt using natural language understanding and pre-trained knowledge too. On the right, we have AI response over here, wherein you can get the final result out of your LLM model. It can be in the two parts. It can be first the AI response. That means I ask the question, please explain me what AI is, just like as if I'm a 5-year-old kid. So they will give me a definition of AI, which can be easily understandable by a 5-year kid. And I needed this answer in bulleted forms, so that was my format. So the final key takeaway from this entire slide is a good prompt will always yield into better results. So LLM just don't answer questions. They rely heavily on how the question is being framed, it is being asked, it is being structured, and finally, how is the format of your output which the user wants. So in a nutshell, prompting means communicating instructions to AI models to get desired output. Moving ahead to the very next slide, you can see the entire tree hierarchy over here. Here the terminology is given, which includes the list of words when you are dealing with AI models. But here, I want to emphasize on one thing, that to get best outputs from AI systems, we need to understand the concept map of prompt engineering, especially focused on how the elements of good prompt can be. Here, every key element, I have listed 8 key elements over here, ranging from prompt to LLMs to foundation models to temperature to creativity and so on. So these 8 are the key elements. There can be add-ons to these key elements again. But yes, this holds a major breakthrough in this entire hierarchy. So one needs to understand before you start prompting. As Ritesh sir told you before, how to prompt on different LLMs or different platforms. But you should know actually how to prompt first. There are different techniques to it, which I'll be explaining you in my upcoming slides. So over here, the next slide explains you about entire prompt construction process. But before that, once again, I would just like to highlight one feature from this. For example, if you take the temperature over here, this temperature is nothing but it is a parameter which shows you the creativity level of the output which you get as a response. If this parameter is having a value, if the temperature is nearer to the value of 1, that means it is highly creative and rephrasable text. If it is nearby to 0, that means it is less creative or it is not at all creative. So there are different types of terminology associated with prompting techniques and prompt construction. But due to time limit, I have explained you only one. So going ahead with the next slide. The next slide explains you the entire prompt construction thing. As you can see over here, the prompt construction takes into consideration 3 main things. First is defining the task and instruction. second is prompt construction, and the third one is conditioning the model. So over here, the first thing is defining the task and instruction. The basic goal for this step is you clearly state as a user what you want the model to do in return for you. So there are two things into it. The first is task and the second is instruction. The task is, for an example, I want the responses to customer inquiries. That is what I have the task to be performed. The instructions are the add-ons, whether I want this customer inquiries in a professional way or an accurate information part. So combining both of them will end me to the second step, that is the prompt construction, wherein the prompt P is getting framed, which combines the tasks and the instructions. So hereby, I'm combining both the things, the task which was there on the left side and the instruction I. So the final prompt will be generate professional and accurate responses to customer inquiries following these instructions. The responses should be professional and provide accurate information. This becomes the entire prompt. Now, as you can see, the prompt over here has become a full statement or the full sentence that combines the task and the instructions. Ending on up to the conditioning the model, it is actually the behind the scene thing which we cannot see as a user, but actually how it works. When you give a prompt, the model tries to predict the next word. The word will be next word will be one word at a time. And it does this by calculating the probability of each word over there. And this is based entirely on how the prompt was given and the previous prompts that will be generated, that were generated for the given input. This entire process is actually known as the conditioning process. And you can see at the bottom, the response that is generated by the model. So actually my task was, let me just zoom it up. Yes. Sorry. You can see the thing over here. Okay. You can see the response that has been generated over here. So my task was to generate the response. My instruction was I need to get accurate and the professional responses. The prompt which I created. See, all this thing I have actually worked on the ChatGPT, and this is the response which we have got from ChatGPT. So the response over here is thank you for reaching out to us and so soon. So this is the final response which is generated by the ChatGPT. Next. Now I'll be giving you a broad view of how many different techniques can be there with respect to prompt engineering. Basically, there are three main prompts which can be given. There is an instruction prompt, there is a role prompt, and there is a standard prompt. They three have different formulas in terms of which a layman can understand. AI does not have that formula into it. They just have a logic behind it. So let me just briefly differentiate each of them. Instruction prompts are basically the instructions which can be given very clearly. I mean, what you want to do. Simply just like write a poem about rain, or simply you write a statement like this, translate the given sentence into French or Spanish. So it is directly goal-oriented and task-oriented. In role prompting, what we are supposed to do is you tell the AI to act like a role. The role can be of a professor, a teacher, a doctor, or a programmer. So over here, it sets the tone at a knowledge level or a style of response. Let us take one example over here. The example can be over here like as a professional chef, you can suggest a vegetarian noodle recipe. So the task over here with respect to role prompting is the role is of a professional chef and the task is to give a recipe. I hope you are all clear with this concept. The next but not the least is the standard prompt, which we use on a daily basis. We simply type into ChatGPT, irrespective of whatever output we get will be actually correct or not. So if I simply say like this, tell me a story, or simply I say summarize a news article and so on. So this becomes a general prompt. So these are the three main difference with respect to each of them. Let me just explain you first the instruction prompt. As you can see over here, The task is to generate the responses to customer inquiries. Instruction is they should be professional and accurate information. So the prompt formula will be, you will be generating the task along with the instructions, which I have written over here. So the thing is, can you provide more information about the warranty on your products? That came with the next prompt, which you can give in alignment to this. Next is role prompting. As I told you, just like you are just imagine that you are a customer service representative and you are supposed to generate customer responses to the customer inquiries done so far. So the prompt formula will be generate responses to the customer inquiries as a customer service representative. So the output will be somewhat in this manner. My package hasn't arrived yet. Can you check the status and so on? So this is being dealt with a customer service representative. So it becomes a role prompting approach. And if I talk about standard prompt, it is simply as I said, write a poem about rain, summarize the articles, generate a summary of this news articles and so on. So that was all about basic prompt techniques. Now going ahead with the main 4 techniques of prompting, that is zero shot prompting. So as the name suggests, zero shot means no examples are required to give a prompt over here. It means asking the AI model like ChatGPT to perform a task without giving it any kind of examples on how the task should be done. You can simply give an instruction or ask a question and model tries to understand and respond on that basis. So you can see over here, initially I have given over here the first input. I have actually taken the screenshots of whatever input I have given into the LLM models. So these are the outputs and the input screenshots available over here. So over here, the first input which I had given was, what is the sentiment of the following text? Choose from either it is positive or negative. And I gave the text between. The team's performance last night was top notch. Obviously, it is a positive thing. So it will give you the positive answer. The next thing over here, I have taken different use cases in context to zero shot prompting and categorize them into different types of we can say insights. That is, it can be historical analysis, it can be economic insights, it can be cultural exploration, or it can be political discussion. And correspondingly, the prompts are mentioned on the right hand side. Now, this was again a screenshot taken. So after each prompting technique, I have ensured 2 screenshots. One is in correspondence to a layman's question, and one is in correspondence to CSE question. I mean, with respect to engineering background. So if I ask ChatGPT, what is the capital of Gujarat? It will definitely give me this answer. That is a layman's question, wherein it does not require any kind of example or human extra intervention needed over there. The second question, which was asked to again AI model with respect to CSE, that is, what are the top 5 core subjects of computer engineering that are in demand? Please list their names only. See, please list their names only is an instruction given to the given task. So it is listed in that manner. So this is zero shot prompting example. The other best way out is just simply translate a normal word, that is good morning, into Spanish. So no examples are required and the model understands the task and the prompts alone. Moving ahead with the next technique of prompting is few shot prompting. As the name suggests, few shot. Over here, you need to give at least few examples of how the task should be performed before asking it to complete to a new one. Before completing a new task, it should at least ensure and analyze what the other 2 examples have stated. And on that basis, the AI model will give you the answer. So you can see over here, initially I had given 1 input. I am giving you examples of text and their sentiments. So I gave 2 examples to AI model. I absolutely love this new smartphone. It's incredibly user friendly. The sentiment which I passed over here, that this statement is positive. I gave the other example which had a negative sentiment. And then I asked to determine the sentiment of the upcoming text and choose from either the positive or the negative approach. and I gave the statement, she always goes above and beyond for her clients. Now, this statement will actually be given as an input to, again, AI model. It will analyze the about two examples. It will analyze the sentiments, and based on the sentiment analysis, it will give you the answer positive, which you can see at beneath. So at times when you need to give examples as an input, and then you need to ask a question, this becomes a few shot learning approach where instructions aren't alone enough. For specialized and structured outputs, when you want the model to follow a specific format or a specific tone, we need few shot prompting approach. Then we have, then I gave one example over here. The best example could be one of the use case which I came through was you can write a biography. But if you simply type in ChatGPT, write a biography, it won't hold a good statement for an AI tool to understand. What you need to do is you need to do good prompting. Then comes into picture few shot prompting example, wherein you need to at least guide the LLM model that you need the biography in such a manner. Just like I have mentioned 3 points over here as an input. Mahatma Gandhi, I have ensured that I mentioned the birth details and the leadership of that person. Similarly for Indira Gandhi and similarly for B.R. Ambedkar. And then the new task as an input was given to AI model to write a biography for Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. So the output which you see down is the final output which I got. Next thing is, I have also ensured the screenshots for the same. So you can see over here, I gave the first 3 input and the new task was this. And then the biography of APJ Abdul Kalam was displayed. So this was there. This becomes the main thing. Next. This was the layman's question. Moving ahead with the other thing is, okay. I also asked ChatGPT the question relevant to our engineering. So in example 1, I ensured to give the definition of thermodynamics. Then I gave the definition of fluid mechanics. Then I gave the definition of control systems. And the new task from mine was write a brief explanation of structural analysis in engineering. Certainly, it gave me an answer based on the structural analysis below. So you can see over here, it actually analyzed the all 3 statements, the definitions, and it gave you answer in the form of the definition itself for structural analysis. So this is where it is being used. And moving ahead with the next part, the other type of prompting technique is chain of thought. The word states that it encourages the model to think step by step to reach to an answer instead of directly jumping to the conclusions. So over here, it minimizes the human reasoning by breaking down the entire complex problem into logical steps. So actually what happens over here is, you can see the reasoning is done in a step-by-step approach. So the standard prompt which we can give, for example, this is the, I'll give you a better example, just a second. Yes, if I, okay. So the standard prompting, see, I have differentiated 2 types of prompting techniques over here. I have actually differentiated 2 types of prompting. On the left side is standard prompting approach, wherein I have given the input like Roger has 5 tennis balls. He buys 2 more cans of tennis balls. Each can has 3 tennis balls. How many tennis balls will it actually have? So the answer is 11. Based on that input, I gave another question with respect to apples, but that gave me wrong answer. If I give standard prompting to an AI model, it gives me wrong answer over here. The answer should not be 27 below. Then how come is this possible? How to let I mean, someone from the audience asked me in the session one that what if we need to verify with respect to the prompts which we have given. This is the actual technique. This is the chain of thought prompting technique, sir, which is applied for verifying whether your prompt is actually getting properly, correct answer or not. So standard prompting didn't give me proper answer. At this level, I need to apply my chain of thought process. The chain of thought prompting includes that with respect to the same question, I have given the same question on the right hand side too. But yes, I have included over here the logic. I need to mention that Roger started with 5 balls, 2 cans of tennis balls, each having 6 tennis balls. So at the end, 5 plus 6, it will give me answer 11. So as a prompting person, you need to understand, you need to mention some kind of logic which AI will understand. And thereby it will analyze that logic and give you answer to the corresponding prompts which you'll be giving. So finally, the answer to the above question with respect to cafeteria would be, the final answer was 9. So they gave you the entire logic. This becomes a chain of thought process, chain of prompting. So actually when it is being used, so we can say that the basic use case for this is if a train travels 60 kilometers per hour, how long it will take to travel 180 kilometers? If you type this thing into ChatGPT, you will get the steps over here and the step-by-step solution for it. Now, if you give this same thing, the same output, I repeat, if you give this same output as an input to the new question, you can see over here, I have taken a screenshot of the same. The previous question, which I got the answer, this was my question. This was the answer. And I gave a new task to it. The task is a student scores 85, 90, 95 in 3 exams. What is the average score for the student? So now I have given entire logical process to it. And thereby, what I want from it is, I want the chain of thought as a final answer for the new task. So they will give me how they calculated the entire average for it. And thereby you can get the final answer as 90. Moving ahead, that is the last part which I'll be discussing with you for prompting technique is tree of thought. As the name suggests, it is a reasoning framework where the model explores multiple paths, solution in a tree-like structure instead of just simply going through the sequence of reasoning. So over here, 2 things are being generated. One is a proposed prompt and one is a value prompt. Proposed prompt is very much in correlation to thought generation. The value prompt is in very much correlation to the thought evaluation. So you can see over here the tree of thought. I'll give you a better example by looking at this. I'll skip that part, but you will understand this in this specific example. If you give input as 2358 in ChatGPT and just place an enter, what they will give you? It needs to identify whether you want the next number ahead in sequence or whether you want to know that what can be the other way out for it. So it has 2 things into consideration. It will do the first proposed prompting, that is the thought generation process. So what it will do, it will try to identify the possible next steps by applying the arithmetic laws. Either they will consider the difference, either they will consider the multiplication, either they will consider the division operation. And based on that, they will have different answers. Based on this proposed prompt, they will now do the value prompting, that is thought evaluation. That is, they will analyze the above possible steps which were above generated in the thought generation. And they will analyze which one of them is the correct one. So if I say in the sequence 2, 3, 5, 8, if we take into consideration the multiplication operation, yes, it will yield you the perfect results. That is the sure. So they will give you the likely, unlikely, and so on answers. So this is the screenshot which I have mentioned over here. So given a sequence 2358, what could be the next number was my question. So ChatGPT gave me 2 different answers. The answer was with respect to thought generation. So as a layman, you don't understand what is a thought generation and the thought evaluation, but it is actually the tree of thought process which is actually happening at the background scene. So over here, you can see with respect to the sequence given, they will do either addition, they will either take differentiation, differences, either they will take Fibonacci sequences or they will take multiplicative pattern. They will they will explore all possible paths over here, and depending on this all possible paths explored, then they will evaluate whether which of the path is actually correct. So instead of linear thinking, the first thing what will be done over here is they will branch into multiple possibilities, evaluate each path, and select the optimal path for the most promising one answer. So this is basically very much ideal for game strategies, scheduling, or planning, or we can say coding or logic based challenges. So with respect to thought evaluation for the same question, you can see the final answer which we get is it is very much high likely in context to addition. If we follow the addition sequence 2, 3, 5, 8, there is we keep on adding 2, 2, 2 to each number. With there is a difference of 1. So add 1, then 2, then 3. It is the most likely answer. It fits it. So that gives you the evaluation. If we take Fibonacci idea, it is unlikely because no numbers are being aligned in this Fibonacci sequence. They also give you the summarized results, which you can see down. They give you the summarized results over here. So this is the thought evaluation, that is the value prompting, which is actually happening as a second step of 3 of thought process. And the final conclusion, which we get as an answer. So I have explained you much about the 4 of the basic prompting techniques and the standard prompting techniques also. Now moving ahead, I'll be handing over the presentation to Ashish sir. Sir, please continue. But before I end up, thank you so much for listening me. And I hope whatever I explained you was properly audible and very well understandable. Thank you once again, Training Cell, for providing me with such an opportunity to present this in such. I appreciate your time and attention, everyone. Thank you. Next to you, sir.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I will thank to the Commissioner sir, Vipin sir, especially, and thank you everyone from attending this session. So basically, Prachi ma'am has already discussed a lot of prompt techniques, which is from the zero sort, where we are just asking the question, it will give the answers. Then also, like, you can give some examples basis on that, and basis on the format of the example you have provided, it will give your final answers which you have asked. Then after, ma'am has covered also the what the logical way if you can interact with the AI models, right? So on that term, we can say that these most important 2 techniques. One is a chain of thought, where you can just give your thought process, like how you want you to think AI models, okay? And another is a tree of thought, where AI model help you to understand that, like, what is the possibility of the particular question's answer. So AI model explore all the possibilities, and basis on that possibilities, it is give the answers in the form of evaluations in terms of the probabilities. Like there is a possibility of this answer, there is a possibility. So in front of you, you can see that there is a one question is like, why might a room be too cold even though the heater is on? Okay, so normally this condition is happening in the summer, or when you are in the winter, their machine will be failure, right? So we are trying to explore that why this is getting failure. So here you can see that AI help us to understand the different possible options. One is like there is a chance of heater is malfunctioning, there is a window or door left open, or there is a thermostat is set too slow, right? So these are the different possibilities, and basis on that possibilities, we can evaluate, right? Evaluate means like what will be the real reason behind that. And then after the evaluation, we found that like, okay, this is the reason. So this is something like we can say that like, this is a kind of root cause analysis. Okay, we can say the why by root cause analysis. Okay, so I want you to explore the other techniques as well. It's like sometimes AI reflect itself as like a self consistency. So let's say AI do some mistakes, right? So how AI can correct by itself? Okay, so this technique is also known as context-based prompting. So sometimes there is a chance you can just give the list of context to the AI model, right? But in some scenarios, if we are exploring that, there is a possibility AI generate the multiple answers and AI evaluate itself only, right? So I will showcase you some examples. So this is a real world example that we have generated. You can see that Emma buy 3 packs of pencil. Okay, each pack has a 5 pencils. She gives a 4 pencils to her friend. How many pencils does have left? Okay, so now here AI start reasoning itself like a human does, right? So when we are thinking in, so let's say we are thinking on the first part, how we can reason that? So first is like, okay, Emma buy 3 packs. Okay, so let's imagine every pack has a 5 pencil. So there is a total 15 pencils there. Okay, now she gives a 4 pencils. So 15 minus 4 is a 11 pencil. This is the first step of reasoning that we are thinking on the process. Second step is like, let's just imagine like 3 packs have 3 pencils. Okay, by mistake we imagine there is a 3 pencils. Now you can check that like, okay, 3 plus 5 is equal to 8 and 8 minus 4. 8 minus 4 is a 4 pencil. So you can see that everyone has their own reasoning pattern to think. So this is a technique known as a self-reflecting technique. This is, sorry. Just a minute, guys. Okay, so this is known as a self-reflecting technique, right? So now let's explore the reasoning 3 as well, right? You can see that directly, like we know that we have a total 15 pencils. Now we subtract 4 and that is 11. So everyone have a different way of reasoning processes, right? So let's say I'm thinking at the different reasoning style. Praj is thinking their own reasoning style. Everyone have their own reasoning style, right? So this is showcase like, okay, there is multiple possible ways and there might be a chance same answer will become. Okay, so that's why this technique is known as self-consistent aggregation and majority of the reasons path. So let's say when we are applying a 3 reasoning method, and it's come to the same answer. So we can say that like majority of the reasoning path give the same answers. And one is incorrect, which is showcasing like a part 2 is incorrect. So it is also AI system can do reflecting by them own self. Okay, so this is also the one computer science example where let's say one algorithm processes 10 MB of data every second. Okay, how long will it take to process a 2 GB of file, right? Generally, we are consider that as a 1 GB is equal to 1000 MB. Okay, but that is wrong. When we are calculating the data speed and overall overall process, right? So here you can see that multiple reasoning branch. So let's say 2 GB is equal to 2048 MB. Okay, and when there is a speed of 10 megabyte per second, so when just we divide, we can get the second is 204.8 seconds, which is an accurate answer to process a 2 GB of file. So this way we can get the self-consistent answer by exploring the multiple ways, right? And this will help us to see and think every direction, possible directions. Okay, now come to the main example, which is everyone think is like a structure output prompting. So here you can see that when like we are giving the different questions to the LLM model, like let's say please answer the following questions, not that only the one option is correct. We now and like every day, even let's say we want to pass any exam, we are using this ChatGPT option. We're just copy and pasting into the ChatGPT and it is giving the answer like that, right? Like any single answer correct, or let's say any single choice of the false answer, multiple choice, and that way, right? So, so in the terms of let's say you want to generate similar kind of things, how we can generate? Okay, so here you can see that structure output prompting is like a very subject specific, very human specific, and like it depend on everyone individual way of getting output. Okay, so here you can see that every prompt, which is like I can say that 3 sections will be must for every prompt, right? One is what task you want to do, another is which kind of instruction you want to provide, and the template of the output. Okay, and also sometimes we prefer that, like, can you please use these kind of vocabulary, or let's say you can flourish with these kind of English words or something like that. So here for that we have generated one prompt, like generate the product review for a new laptop. So laptop will come from the any company, right? You can use that. So by using this template and using the vocabulary, you can see that vocabulary we have used like amazing, efficient, affordable, reliable, and excellent, because this is come into my dictionary and my budget as well. Okay, so here I give the output is like I want output in this format. Output should be include introduction is like what this product is. Also it include the list of the features and also give the main features, like what is the highlight of this product, is why this product is best for me. Then also it is giving me the performance and also the conclusion about that, like it is efficient, reliable, or final opinion is like should I buy or not. So for this I have generated one result. You can see that on the left side I give the prompt, and this is the final result that ChatGPT have generated. You can see that it has taken the Tech Pro 15X15 laptop. Introduction is in front of you, list of the features that AI model has generated. Also, you can see that it has evaluated the performance. It is good for the gaming, right? And you can also see that it comes to the conclusion that Tech Pro X15 is amazing laptop and you can go for it. Right. So these way you can structure your output as well. And this is the best thing that I prefer to utilize everyone, because everyone has a different pattern to getting the output. Okay. Next is a task specific prompt. Task specific prompt is very in demand, and we have to keep up focus over that, because what happened, task specific is like whatever which kind of the task you want to do. So let's say you want to let's say someone want to do the English practice. Okay, you don't know the English but you want to do the English speaking practice. So ChatGPT have that conversation capability, so you can use their audio features. Just click over there. You can say like, please act as an English teacher. I want to do the English speaking practice with you. And then you can start and it will correct your English skills as well. Right. So this way, task specific, we have to go for that. So here, first example is a question answer prompting. So here you can see that question answer prompting is basically you can give the list of the questions. Sorry, one question, give the 4 answers. Or sometimes you can also give your own knowledge. So as sir already showcased you, the example is like you can upload your PDF or something, right? So this is something known as a task specific prompting, right? Where you are just providing your own knowledge and then after you are asking the questions, and basis on that, it is just giving you the answer. Right, so I will showcase you some of the example for that. So let's say I will give one question. What is the capital of Japan? Just imagine these LLM model don't have any knowledge about this context. Okay, so for this model, I will give the context. Okay, I am talking about the knowledge of Tokyo City, which is known for their biggest skyscraper, shopping district, and cultural landmarks. And Kyoto was the former capital of the Japan until 1868. So when you ask this question, it is analyzed whatever the knowledge you have provided. It is not analyze their own knowledge, okay, because it was trained on. So here you can see that it is giving me the answer with the source, right? So here also the things is coming to the picture is like how we can analyze the LLM model has given or ChatGPT has given the answer is correct or not. So that's why source come into the picture. Whatever the source you are providing, always prefer the source to match the ChatGPT answer. That is the best way to evaluate the ChatGPT answers. Okay, so here you can see that the capital of the Japan is Tokyo, but sources says that like Tokyo is the capital of Japan after 1868. Okay. This is another example, which is a computer science example, is like what is the time complexity of the binary search. And also you have provided the knowledge is like a binary search operate on the repeatedly dividing the search interval half, and also we have given the time complexity, right? So basically you can see that basis on that it is giving the answer like time complexity of the binary search is O log n. This answer is given basis on the context, and also you can see that source is coming from particular line. from this document, it is also noted on the source, right? So authenticity of the content is most important thing, because in the AI, like in the AI era, there is a lot of fake news or fake information is available on internet. So you always have to be authenticated for that. Okay, now next example is a dialogue prompting. So let's say you want to chit chat like a friend with a chat GPT, right? So here you can see that we have created two characters, character A and character B. Character A says that like, how do you know that? Right? So there is a no conversation, there is no context, and you directly provide how do you know that? Character B says she had the same necklace. I am sure it was her. Right? So here you can see that necklace is something like they're talking about some jewelry or something, right? So it is getting that context from there. Like, okay, this scenario is regarding the like a jewelry discussion or some necklace discussion. Okay, so I will showcase you some example. So here you can see that. Just a minute, I will just create the Zoom. So here you can see that this is a different example. This example is like character A talking about, did you really eat the last piece of the cake? Character B say that like, I swear I didn't. Maybe the dog took it again. He loves the chocolate. So when I just type character A, what would be the next sentence? So then ChatGPT has generated the dog. Seriously, he can't even reach the counter, right? So character B says again, well, maybe. I helped him a little, but technically I didn't eat it alone, right? So these way you can also create the dialogue-based stories, right? Also, let's say you can create the stories like in terms of engineering discussion or something, right? Okay. Okay, so you can see that this is something similar story, but this is all about the code. Okay, let me zoom it for you. Okay, you can see that I have given the prompt character A. Why isn't the code compiling? Isn't code compiling? And it works last night. So this is a condition where like most of the coder are working. Last night it was compiled, but right now it's not. So this is the biggest scenario in the industry. So character B generate the answer is like, did you pull the latest changes? So in a version control system, when we just pull the latest changes, it work or not, right? So in that scenario, it generates the response like someone might have pushed a buggy updates on last night on the GitHub. That's why this is not working into the production. So same time, character, what would be the response of the character is, oh no, I totally forgot to pull. Let's check, figure cross it, and it will fix. So this is something like characters are speaking in front of you, and you will feel the same, right? Like Bollywood movies running around. Okay. So this way, even you can write your own story. You can write I will showcase you one interesting which I am utilizing, and I'm big fan of the Sahitya, like literature. So I will tell you like how we can generate the poems and something. I will give you at last. Okay. So guys, this is basically the example that we want to give you the brief, but that way you can generate the lot of use case based example is like, let's say you want to create the annual report. You can analyze or you want to visualize the dropout rate, as sir already showcased you the some of the report. So these are the list of the prompt that we have collected for you. So we will share this prompt with you and you can just utilize this prompt, or you can also modify basis on your need. So you can understand that like how we can do that. Okay, you can see that there is a placement intelligent prompt as well. Okay, now you can see that like you can also draft the circular, you can translate into the like, also sometimes we face that like how Gujarat government is writing the language. We found that there is administrative language and we are just drafting this in not in administrative. If there is a one word is missing in this, how my impression is looks there, right? Or how we represent our department there. So that way even you can also format in that ways, like you can use administrative vocabulary then also use the government vocabulary of the Indian language, like Indian government. That way, even you can draft your like circulars, okay, report and everything. So these are the prompts that will help you. We will share with you. Even you can generate the MCQs. Now, interesting things come into the picture is like how we can just do into the Gujarati. So I want to showcase you these live examples. Okay. So let's say we want to generate. We want to generate the AI related just curriculum, okay, for the 4 week. And you can see that here I am entering this prompt. AI વિષય માટે 4 સપ્તાહની પાઠ્ય યોજનાની રચના કરો. Right. So what I will do is I will just do enter. And you can see that ChatGPT is also understanding our Gujarati prompt as well. Okay, so there is a no language barrier with the ChatGPT or any other like the model which is support the multilingual support. Okay, you can see it has prepared the 4 week of the plan for the week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. Okay, it can also write the curriculum for you as well. Would you like to see? Okay. Okay. Just a minute. Okay. Okay. Guys, in between, if you have any questions, you can ask.
Yes, the platform is open for everyone to ask any of the questions. But yes, the prompt should be correct.
Okay, guys. Yeah, better prompt and better
Prompting
result.
should be correct.
Okay, so here you can see that વિદ્યાર્થીઓ માટે AI વર્કશોપ અંગેનો પરિપત્ર ડિઝાઇન કરો. તો પરિપત્ર ડિઝાઇન કરવું હોય ત્યારે બહુ બધું વિચારવું પડે, ભાષામાં ક્યાંક કાનું માત્ર કે કઈ રહી ગયું હોય તો લોચા પડી જાય. અને પ્રોપર આમ કેવું હોય કે સરસ રીતના આપણે હંમેશા એવું વિચારીએ કે ભાષાનું મહત્વ જળવાય એ રીતના આપણે લખીએ. બરાબર, તો તમે જુઓ તમને એકદમ પ્રોપર ફોર્મેટની અંદર ઇટ કેન ડિઝાઇન ફોર અસ, રાઈટ. શ્રીમતી જી પટેલ ઓર બધું જ એકદમ પ્રોપર રીતના ડિઝાઇન કરી આપશે. Yes, anyone have a question?
Questions? Can you please loud?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Sir, કેમેસ્ટ્રીમાં સપોઝ કોઈ ઇમેજમાંથી આપણે MCQ સ્કેન કરીએ, એનો ફોટો પાડીએ અને એની અંદર કોઈ કેમેસ્ટ્રીના ફિગર હોય, સપોઝ કે બેન્ઝીન જેવું કંઈ હોય, તો એને આપણે ટેક્સ્ટમાં કન્વર્ટ કરાવવું હોય, એના માટે કોઈ પ્રોમ્પ્ટ કામ કરી શકે?
For this we have already covered one technique that I will showcase you next, like how it works. So basically, let's say you provide that image and you want to convert that into the like some text-based prompt, right? So for that, you can just upload the image and then you can draft in the detail ways like okay, what you want to do with. So let's say you can say like how benchmark structure works. You have to explain that and also provide into chain of thought prompting how step by step works. Okay.
Thank you.
It depends on the prompt technique which you are giving.
Yeah.
If you are giving standard prompt, it won't work, sir. You need to give either chain of thought or you need to give the other way of prompt, which the desired output is at your end, what user wants. So the more better the prompt is, you will get a better result.
Yes. So even so sometime what happened in the chemistry structure, let's say you want to generate some structure images, right? So you can also generate the images with the ChatGPT. Here you can see that I have generated the 3 images with the help of ChatGPT. Like, can you create the AI poster for cyber security awareness? So let's say there is a student who want to there are types of the different types of the learner, right? Types of the learner is like some student can learn from seeing the images, some student can learn by listening, some student learn by reading, some student learn by watching the videos. These are the different type of learning techniques which will be identified by the psychologist. Okay, so basis on that, because in our class there are a lot of students, okay, everyone has a different way of learning technique. So let's say sometime you can showcase the images or let them visualize that images. Okay, so it works better. So let's say there is a lecture of the construction engineering, or let's say you want to illustrate some engineering concept there, let's say turbine or circuits. So when you just generate this kind of images to showcase them, is like how it looks. So on that case, we can also utilize this prompt which can generate the images. And also sometimes you can generate the logos as well. Okay, now come to the question that is like, okay, only writing the prompt won't help you. Sometimes you have to refine that as well. So just you can write a simple prompt is, can you just create a lesson planning? You have uploaded the list of documents, and can you tell that it won't work that way? Okay, you have to refine every time. So let's say in the first try, it is giving you only the not a good result. So on second time, you have to define like, can you please act as a experienced CS teacher, create a 4-week lesson planning on an AI basis on the diploma student. So it can understand the context is like, okay, this curriculum for the diploma students. So basis on that level of complexity, it can generate. Okay, so first of all, you have to start with a basic prompt. Then you have to evaluate it, whatever the output it is generated, and basis on that you have to refine your language, you have to give more context, more instructions, and this process you have to repeat multiple times until you get the best result as expected. Okay, so this is the same technique is like the better prompt is equal to better result, right? So here one technique to restrict your output or craft your output is something like prompt refine process, right? So let's say you want to write under the 100 words, because sometimes ChatGPT is giving you the long sentences which is even we are not interested, right? We want in the layman term, or we want in very basic like in 10 words or in 100 words, right? Also sometimes we have to set the tone, formal, official, and also set the output as well as like Boolean already sir has covered. And language you can see that we have already covered, right? Okay, these are some of the guide you can follow from the internet. This is a prompt engineering guide generated by the Google, right? So you can also follow that. OpenAI has generated their own prompt engine, and Anthropic, this is also the LLM model company. And so I will tell you one more thing is like every LLM is a different, okay? Every LLM language is different to understand, okay? So same prompt which you are trying in ChatGPT doesn't mean it works on the same on the Gemini as well. So try different way to interact and you will get the better result. Okay, any questions answer, guys?
The platform is open.
Platform is
for
open
everyone and all to ask any of the questions.
હવે આપણે એને પેલું હાઇલાઇટ કરો સર સ્પીકર્સ ને ત્યાં હાઇલાઇટ કરો પેલા એટલે મેઇન વિન્ડોમાં સ્પીકર્સ તમે હા બસ હા સ્પોટલાઇટ
બંધ કરી દે
આને બંધ કરી દે
શેરિંગ બંધ કરી દે તમે શેરિંગ બંધ કરો એટલે સ્પોટલાઇટ માં આવી જશે.
Yes, anyone have any questions? I know it's a lunch time, but this moment won't come again. Yes. Yes.
Hello.
Yes, we are able to hear you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for such an enriching session. I had two questions. The first question is that if we upload any file, some important document, wouldn't be there any kind of threat?
Yes.
Because that model will try to use that data for further learning. And the second thing, while we get the answer, sometimes it happens that some repetitive words are used. So we can identify that this is from ChatGPT, this is from Gemini, or from any other AI model. So these two questions are there in my mind.
Yes, sir. These are most two important questions. First is like always keep in mind what you are uploading there. These documents shouldn't be confidential. Always keep the data privacy, because Indian government has already launched the one law yes, DPDPA 2023 for the data protection law. So whatever you are uploading into the chat GPT or what, you have to keep it very very sensitive data, so don't upload it there. So always keep in mind what you are uploading, or you can design your own AI system which is local or something that also works well, or you can take a help of. But yeah, let's say you are utilizing the chat GPT, or they are providing the information in the way that like they have a privacy law as well. They are not fetching your document, but still there is a chance your document is going out. This is the answer of first question. So always be responsible what you are uploading. Okay. Second thing is like the AI related content. So every LLM model is giving you the answer in active voice. Okay. So you have to just write the language like, okay, it should be administrative language, passive, active, or you can say that like it's academic language as well. Basis on that, you have to respond and detect the AI language is also important.
Next, anyone?
Next question. I hope so I give the answer of your question.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Am I
Yes.
audible? Yeah. Okay, so this question is from Casey Bhatt, sir, from my college, and he's asking if a teacher generates a question paper using AI and a student also does the same, then what is the probability that both will get the same question paper? And is it true that some prompts give the same result? I mean, like the plagiarism check, which can be applied to the question paper, which is generated by a student as well as a faculty.
So basically, ma'am, there is a very less probability of getting the same question. So because here the mathematics theories come into the picture is like permutation combination. So AI take thousands of millions of permutation combinations of your questions, and there is a very less probability that same questions will become. But yeah, there is a chance because generative AI itself generates the randomness. That's why ma'am covered the temperature, like how creative you are or less creative you are. You can set the temperature basis on that it can generate the responses, and you can also modify that responses basis on the need. But yeah, randomness is always there. Same question, we never say that like same question come, but there might be a chance same question will be come as well. So that is up to the AI model. Okay, this is basically on the probability likelihood of the response.
Actually, what I prefer, sir, faculties may use this, ChatGPT or Gemini as a reference for framing their questions. Creativity by default lies in professors and faculties. They are bound to make, they actually prepare very good question papers. We all know that. So we faculties are not at all dependent on ChatGPT or Gemini for framing of the questions. But yes, we can get the Bloom's taxonomy relevant words for mapping our questions to it. So they can act as a reference for us, but not the entire paper can be drawn from it.
Exactly.
And I have one more question that how we can make our, the report, let us say if I am making my report or if I'm taking the help of AI to draft some research paper, then how can I, have the less amount of plagiarism in my paper, research paper or report that I'm making?
Okay, ma'am, first of all, I always say if you want to showcase your importance and if you are at the responsible profession, and so always student follow the teachers. Okay, so teachers should be so that's okay if you are using ChatGPT to taking the knowledge, drafting something, but generating the whole research paper from the ChatGPT. Do you know that there is a research come from the IEEE in a 2024 that around 43% of the research paper was written with the help of ChatGPT. So this is not showcasing your critical skill, critical thinking. Even ChatGPT based research is not even not create the value in the market, right? We want a research which is authenticated, which is tested and trial based and real world research. We even nowadays there is no one is preferred the empirical research which is only state based on the statistic analysis. We want a real world result which create the impact in the society, right? So try always use the chat GPT for taking your concept into the next level. Let's say something you are not able to understand, tell the ChatGPT, it will make a simplify for you. These will be creative or write by in your own word. That always remove the plagiarism.
Actually, as what Joshaman said before, AI cannot replace us. It
Yes.
can just act as a help to us. So researching and teaching all lies within our souls as professors.
Any other question?
Hello, thank you very much for this wonderful session. My question is that while we are using this large language model, one of the critical problems that we face is that it gives sometimes it gives factually incorrect information, especially when we ask about the research article and the review articles. The name and the title suggested by the large language models are completely false. So, is there any way we can improve the veracity of the answers given by these large language models, or we can improve the trustworthiness of them, or what are the precautions that we need to take while writing the prompt so we can get factually correct information by these large language models? So,
Okay, so this question is already covered. Is like for authenticity, you have to always follow the authenticated information and always cross check. Never directly copy paste from the ChatGPT and throw anywhere. Because the content which you are pasting is generated by you, that is considered as a responsibility of yours. Okay, so whatever you put on the internet, on your, let's say you are something posting on LinkedIn, but that is factually incorrect, so you are liable for that information. And if there is something happening, because nowadays social media laws are also getting stronger, so compliance come into the picture. Is like whatever you are posting, that should not lie or like not harmful for anyone. So that kind of authenticity always we have to cross check with the internet data as well. Because what happened, authenticity is something like which is published from the official sources. Then and then we can claim, because nowadays we can see that there are a lot of news coming. But until and unless government cannot authorize that news, we are not considered that is a genuine news, right? So that way you can also authenticate that information. And if AI is generated that wrongly, we can say that it's a hallucination problem. So that is come into our presentation terminology, that is known as hallucination. So hallucination you can improve by just providing more context, right? That we have showcased in the like a prompt, and you also you can give in your own knowledge, and from that it is give you the answer.
Better they follow good prompting technique.
Yes. So always follow the group prompting and providing your knowledge to the chat GPT, and it can generate the answers.
Thank you so much, Ashish and Prachi. It was indeed informative. So we'll try to assemble here at 2:45. Maybe by 2:50 we'll start another session. Thank you so much. This is a lunch break.
Thank you, the training cell and the Commissioner of Technical Education for organizing such an enhancing workshop. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sir, we'll meet after this break. Sorry for the interruption caused.
May I? Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. After the lunch. So we have with us our next speaker, Professor Parth Modi. He is an accomplished lecturer in instrumentation and control engineering at Government Polytechnic, Ahmedabad. With extensive expertise in artificial intelligence, computer vision, and technical education, Professor Modi has been dedicated to empowering
મેમ આપનો અવાજ નથી આવી રહ્યો મ્યુટ થઈ ગયો છે.
So there were okay. We have with us our next speaker, Professor Parth Modi. Sir is a lecturer in instrumentation and control engineering at Government Polytechnic, Ahmedabad. With extensive expertise in artificial intelligence, computer vision, and technical education, Professor Modi has been dedicated to empowering the next generation of engineers through innovative teaching methods and hands-on learning experiences. Beyond his academic contributions, Professor Modi has developed several innovative solutions, software solutions for the education department, Government of Gujarat. He has demonstrated his extensive expertise in Android application development and other software developments. His work has significantly enhanced the efficiency and accessibility of educational tools and resources. With this note, I welcome Professor Parth Modi. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to one and all. So I really thank you for the Commissioner of Technical Education and Training Cell to give this opportunity to me. And just to giving this topic outline, I'll just share my presentation and we'll start the session in one. Okay, so I hope this session will quite useful to you, because I know we have a good session in the first half and a very good introductory lecture on prompt engineering, the basic uses of the AI tools and all by Professor Hitesh Panchal. And now my turn is about the using AI tools, what we can create for our routine PowerPoint presentations. So on a lighter side, I was discussing with my colleagues that this topic is likely, not suit to me, because we all are from technical education. We are using most of the AI tools and techniques in routine life, and it's very, very lighter to, have this kind of PowerPoint presentation using AI tools by this session. But in any case, what I have learned so far, what I have used in my, daily life, that I can express over here. I'll just share my experience rather than my lecture, because whatever I learn, the tools using the upcoming futuristic technology that we can share, that we can discuss over here. So PowerPoint presentation using AI tools, when we use this word PowerPoint, so mainly it was like de facto by the global organization or a global sense that PowerPoint is for presentation. Actually, the word PowerPoint came from the Microsoft product, So not for the concept of making the presentation using PowerPoint. So basically, Microsoft have invented this word PowerPoint, and it is like most popular word to make the presentation in each and every organization, like the corporates, the education, the other aspects of the organization sectors. They all are using this word like PowerPoint. What this word mean? So basically, PowerPoint means that we are showcasing our content, our expression using pointers that make sense in terms of the gathering the audience, or maybe the engaging the audience in different manners. So nowadays we are using AI tools, but the AI can leverage the designing, not the final op or final product of this PowerPoint presentation. So I can start with this, like leverage AI as a co-designer, not the final design. So yes, of course, AI is there. We have lots of discussion on AI tools, their techniques, their prompting, but still there are something what we can add on, what we can value out on the presentation, that is called as a human touch or a human creativity rather. So in that context, if we look at the outline of today's presentation, then I would like to start with, when designing an AI-powered PowerPoint presentation, the key thinking pattern should focus on leveraging AI to enhance, not to replace the human creativity and strategic thinking. So we're not replacing in anywhere the human creativity and strategic thinking. So I just started this session with a different mindset in my mind, that what should I deliver today? So it was like we are having different generations of professors and the lecturers and the teaching community we have in the education system, or a technical education rather. So in that we have the generation who have like started their teaching learning methodology in year of 1920 maybe, and then after a middle level generation, and then the young generation who are like Gen Zs, or maybe the AI powered generation is there. So we have different kind of generations that you are using for teaching learning methodology that delivers on lectures on daily basis. And we are dealing with the sort of audience who are in dynamic or diversified in the nature while creating the PowerPoint presentation. So I started thinking on how we can start this AI powered PowerPoint presentation. So rather moving with too much AI tools, I think we should start with the basic, where exactly we are. So what we have started in the PowerPoint presentation in coming years, and what AI can, and leverage the entire concept or the thinking that we can cover today. So I'll start with my conventional, PowerPoint presentation versus AI powered PowerPoint presentation. Again, we'll have set of AI tools that might useful to all of you for this presentation. Then we'll check the assistant, what AI can, leverage this entire session, and the negative impact, if any, then we'll also discuss on it, and then future presentation, if what presentation area will enhance. So likewise, we have started with the basic comparison. So what is conventional versus what is AI powered PPT? So normally, when we look at the designing of the PowerPoint presentation, the first thought comes into mind is the content. But before the content, it is very much important that we should focus on the design process. So while making the presentation, we have to check that what exactly the design process we are following and what audience we are targeting. Okay, so normally in the conventional PowerPoint presentation, we use the manual, user selected templates, we use layouts, we use fonts and colors, right? But it again depends on a different mindset, because I may be in the background of computer engineering, or maybe in the background of my area is like designing, then I can easily identify the aesthetics of this presentation. But for example, the person who is not inclined with this kind of aesthetics and the layout, they find difficult to create the presentation in a normal routine life. Okay, so in that case, we use the AI powered presentation. So the first difference is like we can use automated AI suggested themes. We can use the AI suggested layouts and the color themes that can boost your designing process of the making the PowerPoint presentation. Now, if we look at the content creation, again, we are in the field of education, and whatever the text and whatever the content we create, it has to be properly identified with its all legitimate paragraph, and the content. If it is not, then it is very much difficult for students to grasp the entire concept. So user writes all the text and add the images manually. Normally we use text, we use our textbooks, we use different materials to make the presentations for the students and for the lectures. But while we are talking about the AI, then of course we can generate the content, we can generate the text from the AI. So we'll have the diagrams, we can insert the relevant images through AI, but again, that context should be properly matched with exactly what we are targeting or the targeting audience or the deliverables. Again, the slide structuring. That topic is also like user decides to slides order and the structure, but normally this can also be handled by AI. We can use AI for suggested slide flow based on the content and the topic that we can visualize in the next, the session. Now, data visualization is again a separate topic where user manually creates the charts in the graphs, where now AI can convert the charts and the infographics automatically. I think this all are whatever I'm sharing with you is like known to you, all of you, because normally we are using AI in different segments. We are using the text tool, we are using the video, we are using the chat GPT now routine work. But again, the making the presentation is slightly different. As I mentioned that the designing process is a separate context while we are making the presentation, and the content creation is a separate question. So normally you have observed that some of the presentation you always like, there is something in the presentation what I like most, but we are not still able to identify exact presentation, that gravity of the presentation. So basically what conventional presentation is, we can make the presentation for different designing process, for different content creation, for slide structuring and all. But AI can, work for you. AI can be a co-designer for you, and that can leverage the entire concept of delivering the presentation through PowerPoint and certain tools. So if you look at the conventional way of looking at the presentation, then I would like to share one content or one presentation. So when I started, or when I think most of us are started the, making the PowerPoint presentation, we normally use that some sets of instruction we have been trained. Like you just look at this slide. By looking at the slide, immediately everyone can comment on the slide. This slide is not too much content are there, slide images are not there, too much color background is there. Okay. So this is what the comments are, like too much text, font too small, don't put large blocks on the text presentation, emphasize the main points. Okay, 6x6 rules. Okay, use pictures, PowerPoint is a multimedia, use a larger font. This kind of techniques what we have learned so far. So what I want to convey is we have started our presentation making journey from this level, and now we are talking about the AI powered presentation. So this is what we have learned. So our mind is trained to make the presentation in this way. You can again look at the beginner's motorcycle, something presentation is there. And we'll have the again bad color choices, our loud garage colors, dark text on the light background. This is what the bad presentations are. Okay, again, the one more bad presentation is there. So you can easily comment on the presentation. This presentation doesn't look good in the aesthetic manner. Okay, so now, for example, I am a user or I am a faculty, I am a teacher, and I don't know anything of the AI powered presentation tools and techniques, but I know the basics of the PowerPoint. Okay, so what can I do is I can easily make this kind of content or this kind of the PowerPoint presentation into the some systematic or aesthetic PowerPoint presentation using basic tools of the PowerPoint. So as you can see on my screen, I have used this MS Microsoft 360, whatever we call this as a office suite, and in that PowerPoint is there. Full screen. Tell you why. Okay. So I got the request to make a full screen, but I just requested because I need some tools that I need to showcase. So I'm making it non-full screen. So you can see this PowerPoint tool or a PowerPoint presentation, what we are actually using on a daily life. Now the question is like about what we can easily do with this PowerPoint tool. So if you use the latest PowerPoint version or the latest Microsoft Office tool, then you will have the multiple options to make the presentation more beautiful or more aesthetic in the look. There is one tab over here that is called Designer. I think most of us have used that designing tool, but still I can clarify that how exactly it works. So now my presentation slide number 2 was like a different bullets and the red font I have used, right? And I've used my designer tab just to enhance the presentation quality, content, and the design. Okay. Control plus. So this designer is basically using AI techniques or AI tools that can, suggest you some of the relevant designs, relevant fonts in a different sense. So this is what the designer tab is, and we can use such kind of templates and the design techniques whatever likes you or most. So this is what the designer technique. So I can use my each and every slides to make it more more aesthetic in look, more better in font, more contextual as per the desired schemes. So these are some of the suggestions that we can use in our daily life. So designer is what we can use. We can also add in some of the different tools that we are using in normal life. Like you can use Copilot, you can use other tools to integrate it with this same PowerPoint. So that is also possible. You can also use some kind of techniques like dictate. Okay. So dictate is also one tool that you can use to create the text. So there is no need to type the text. You can easily use dictate, and that can be like voice to text or a speech to text kind of conversion it will create for you. So it's very easy to make the presentation rather typing lots of text, typing there are lots of possibilities to make the mistakes. So dictate can use for voice to speech to text kind of translations. So these are the basic technique that we can showcase. So my point was like we are having such kind of presentation in our routine classrooms. Rather we can use this presentation with available tools, not AI, but it's a basic tool, basic fundamental tools, basic fundamental features that Microsoft itself provide to us and that we can use over here. So likewise, I've used some sets of designer tools over here, and it just created my content in a different sense. So it's very easy and very useful for the generation who are like not pro with AI tools, those who are not liking AI too much. So they can use such kind of techniques and tools in the routine presentation making this process. So now you can also check this recorded version. So you can also take your lectures with these features of recording. So you can record your entire presentation, record your entire screen over here, and that can be easily shared with the LMS portal or the different groups of students where you can have the student community, and that can be utilized over here. So there are multiple features of PowerPoint that also we can use. That is AI powered again. These tools are AI powered, so we can have the feel that we are not going outside the PowerPoint presentation. We are inside the PowerPoint presentation itself, and still we are having different AI powered techniques in the PowerPoint tool itself. So that is the best choice to use as a start, as you can start with your journey with the AI. Use your PowerPoint presentation and use designer, use dictate kind of tools. These are the 2 points that what I have shared. But if you can explore the other tabs of the presentation, then also you can get the idea about the multiple tools and techniques available in the PowerPoint itself. So I can start about the AI generated tools or the AI online available tools, but that doesn't mean that the PowerPoint the conventional PowerPoint is not supported with the AI. It is supported. We just need to explore ourselves with different tools and techniques available in the PowerPoint itself. But we can also check that what is best available in the PowerPoint. So normally we use a theme, whatever the available in the Microsoft or the PowerPoint itself that we have used. Now AI generated templates are there. So you just need to set the topic and you will have the basic AI based PowerPoint presentation ready with you. So as you can see in my screen, I have multiple presentation or multiple slides where there are some certain themes I have set. So I've made some presentation with the agenda. I have some theme, right? Also, I'm having one slide where I can use the human image or an image. And I can use my designer app just to change the way it looks. Okay. See, on my one click, I can change the entire look of the slide. Again, so whatever you like, you can easily select and you can choose your slide what exactly you want, right? So there are a couple of suggestions in designer are available and that you can utilize to enhance the presentation way of your slides. So this is how it works in the PowerPoint itself. So I can use each and every slides and that gives you different designing ideas over here. So I'm having multiple ideas to design my presentation and I can choose one of them. So just to imagine that if I'm not using such kind of tools nowadays, then I can easily, I can use my content and I can spend lots of time to redesign the content as per what exactly is shown in the slide. So just to avoid the time, just to avoid your, the overall timing of making the design the presentation, that you can avoid with this kind of techniques. So now you can look at the other aspects of this presentation as well. Then from conventional to AI powered presentation, what exactly we are making the difference? So PowerPoint presentation is giving lots of tools and techniques that we can utilize for our daily routine PowerPoint presentation making exercise. Apart from that, now we can use some sets of AI tools that already I think covered in different session where they have used some of the AI techniques and the tools. But what I want to summarize over here is there are a couple of tools that I've shown over here. The first one is a Microsoft Copilot. We all are knowing about this Microsoft Copilot and this way kind of technology. But the best part of this slide is like its key features I have dragged over here. The best use, I mean, we need to be highlighted where exactly we are using it. So if we are using for some sets of enterprise users, we are using some creatives and the marketers, then the different tools can be used. Like you can see this Canva Magic Studio. So normally this Canva is a tool that can also create the AI powered presentation, but that is used for creatives and the marketers. That is not exactly suited to the educational domain. So we need to identify the tools which can give you more better or more, the nearer contextual presentation in the daily life. So again, a Tome is a different tool. Beautiful.ai is a different tool. SlidesGo is there. SlidesGo is used for normally the slide generator and the templates. And it is more normally used for the student and the faculties in the nowadays daily life. You can also use the desktops. That is basically for text to slide and interactive question answer sessions. And educators are nowadays using desktops more and more. Slides is also one tool. Magic Slides is also a tool. Magic Slide is a multi-language platform that also AI-powered presentation tool. And normally global presentations are nowadays working with this. SlideWheel is also one of the popular AI-powered tool, and Presentation AI, of course, it is also very much popular. So now the problem is for a normal user, what comes into the mind is how should I divert from my conventional presentation to an AI powered presentation? So there are lots of steps that we need to take care. It's not like that we are using a simple PowerPoint presentation. Many of us are using nowadays AI powered presentation, but there are people who are using still they are liking more on 2007 version of the PowerPoint. They are using 2012, 2016 kind of PowerPoint in your routine presentation. So what we can do is we just need to draw a line where we need to start. So I have to ask myself that should I create a presentation slide by slide, or I should use entire presentation in a one go. I should use a tool that can entirely create the context and the images for me in a one go. The second question comes into my mind is, do I need to use the text tools, image tools, design tools separately, or it will create all for me in a one go? Then the third and the most important question comes into the mind is, what exactly available freely in market? So free tools are available, but still that usage is limited. So there is nothing free, as earlier session we have discussed so many things on that. Free tools are there, but they are also limited for content, limited for the slides, limited for the designs. So we just need to showcase that tools are available. The tools exploration is most important part of making the presentation. So earlier we had used the prompt engineering, and it decides that what exactly you are typing, what exactly you are asking to the AI board, that it can create the results for you. Similarly, while you are making a presentation, while you are making a designs for you, then you have to think about the tools first. So what exactly tools are available, and just need to ask whether this tool can helpful to me or not. So we can start with the AI enabled tools, whatever available in the nowadays in the market or globally it is available. So you can see in my screen, we have very conventional way of making the PowerPoint presentation in the Microsoft. Now converting ourselves from Microsoft to other tools, we just need to explore the different tools and techniques available over here. So my PowerPoint presentation is there. So I'm using this my cloud-based PowerPoint presentation. So what I'm making is I'll just use my worst PowerPoint presentation and I'm uploading on the cloud just to check whether it is able to create some sets of designing techniques or create the AI assisted techniques in that or not. So again, a PowerPoint cloud-based PowerPoint is more or less similar to the offline or the desktop-based PowerPoint available in the laptop or the desktop. So this is what the designer app is available over here. So you can also design the PowerPoint presentation using designer tools and techniques available in the PowerPoint. So I'm normally using these Microsoft tools just to create my daily presentations. So for example, there are lots of tools are available that can help us to create the presentations. So now you can also check this Sway. So Sway is again a different tool that useful to you for making the presentation from scratch. So just for an example, I'm not a pro AI user and I just want to create my presentation with very much basic sense of making the presentation. So what should I do? Then in that case, you just need to create the presentation from Sway. So here are the techniques to create the presentation from Sway. You just need to create a new. Okay, now this will give you the facility to make the presentation online on a browser-based technique. So for example, I use my Copilot to generate some sets of presentation context or maybe the content of this presentation. So what can I do is I'll just type my prompt over here in the Copilot. So I've written presentation on generative AI. Let's see what exactly it produced for me. Yes, as you can see, when I use the word presentation, then the output what generated by AI is with the slide number. Okay, so this is what the prompt engineering is. You need to understand the prompt. You need to understand exact keywords that should be used for generating the exact output in the AI tools. So my slide is there, slide 1 is there, my slide 2 is there, slide 3 is there. So if I'm using this tool, then I can have the content over here. So what I can do is I'll just need to copy this content and paste over here. This is just an example. If I just want to use my Copilot or a chat GPT to create the content, and I just need some set of, the PowerPoint tool, then I can use Sway. In this Sway tool is not for, auto-generated presentation. So if I'm not using auto-generated AI PowerPoint tool, then I can use Sway to create the PowerPoint presentation. In this, I'll just copy paste my content. You can just add the background. So you will have the number of suggestions over here. You can use this technology tool. Now it will create some of the images for me. I can drag and drop these images. This is it. So likewise, I can go for each and every slides, and I can make my presentation very easily with the relevant content with the relevant images over the internet. So once I use this kind of concept, then it is like if I'm having my own content. Normally we use our textbooks, normally we use our materials which is available in the digital form. Then these kind of tools are most important for you. So you just need to copy your content over here, you paste over here, and you can use the AI generated images right from the browser itself. And this will create the beautiful design for you in a seconds. See, this is how it is created. So I've done nothing to designing these slides. It is generated automatically within seconds. Okay, this is just an example on a title slide. You can make all the content of your lecture or the presentations in the similar manner. So this is how it works, in a very customized way. I can use this word is a customized way, because while you are having your own context, while you are having your own text, why to choose AI generated content? So in that case, you can use this kind of Sway kind of tools. This is not the only one what I'm showing over here. Sway is one tool. Nowadays, whatever tools are available, like all of you are aware about this Gamma and other tools, they are also giving this kind of facility to import the content and make the PowerPoint presentation easily. So let's move about the different tools. Rather using this conventional technique, we can use Gamma. Gamma is again a second tool what I'm showing here, and this will again AI generated tool. This uses the AI power to generate the presentation, and we are having different options to create the presentation. So you can have this import file option over here. You can use your own text, paste over here, and you can create your own presentation. Or even I can generate the presentation with a one-line prompt in a few seconds. So we'll just try what exactly AI can generate for me using Gamma tool. So now look at here, you'll have the multiple options. You can see this is the prompt where we can type our prompt, and we can select the presentation type, we can select the web page, we can select the document and the social. So depends on your selection over here. In the first part, it will create the progression, and the content of this entire prompt will be decided based on this kind of selections. Okay, this selection is giving you the free of cost is 10 cards are available. So you can make the presentation in the 10 slides. Then after you need to purchase the tool. So as I already mentioned that tools are available, but the only problem is like nothing is free. So we need to use these cards in different manners. If we can have the better, the generated AI is using this kind of textual presentation, then you can also use the Pro and the Plus kind of versions. So 8 cards are already available. I can use my prompt to generate the presentation for me. So I'll just use that introduction to machine learning. This will take some time because each and every tools are gathering so much data from the globe, and it creates the content for you, so it takes time. So this is how it created the content. You can see on my screen. I'll just write introduction machine learning, and it has created these slides for me. So what can be the content? So it can give you the idea. The first slide should be like introduction to machine learning, why machine learning matters, learning processes, key paradigm, the how ML models learn and improve, real world impact. See, these kind of contents are created. So what I suggest is, so when you are having your own content, do not use AI tools or do not use the AI generated text or the context. But if you're not aware about the topic, if you're not aware about the slide progression and the content progression, then you must use such kind of tools. So I can easily identify what should be the slide progression or what should be the slide order. Okay. So normally it takes lots of time to decide the order of the slides. But this is what the beauty of AI. They've created slides for you and also created the order for you. So it matters that contents are created, orders have been created, proper titling have been already created by AI. So now what is the missing in this slide? Now the last part missing is designing of this entire template. So what I can select is, you can select theme over here. So there are options to use such kind of themes. So I'm using basic theme. You can also explore view more over here, and there are multiple themes are available. Similarly, you are having multiple options over here, like you can select the image source. So it's not necessary to use the AI generated image. Normally, we are avoiding this kind of AI generated image because it doesn't look realistic in the routine world. So we can also use illustrations and animated GIFs, web images, and different options are available. You can select over here. You can also select the AI image model. This is for the advanced user who are like pro with the AI and who are acquainted with the technologies. They can also use such kind of models to generate the presentation. Okay. So there are multiple options in the selectors are available that you need to define. Once you ready with this basic tools, basic selections, you can generate over here. So we have started this Gamma tool with just a simple prompt, that introduction to machine learning. And now we are into the phase that it is generating for us entire presentation. See this, how exactly it works. Basically, it is generative AI, where it has used contextual knowledge, it has used images, it has also used the ordering part and created lots of good presentations for us. This is how it looks. So look at this second slide, how beautifully it has created the content, how beautifully it has, make the separation of the content and created the different icons. So normally when we as a normal user, not advanced, not even beginner, they are not, well acquainted with this kind of techniques, where exactly I can bring this kind of icons on to the presentation. So AI can help you in that. So you can see the different slides. The slides and the designs are different in each and every progressions. See this. Okay. Not only that, apart from that, I can also select the different themes. So for example, I'm not liking this themes in a different color, then I can also choose a different theme. It will create a layer for me. See, it's a good thing, and it has created the themes different for you. Okay. So what about the question where I just don't want to use this predefined themes? Normally, as a layman or as a user, I normally think about I just don't want to use this defined templates or a defined theme. Then there are options available over here. You can easily use your own theme. So you can create your own theme. You can import your theme. So it is creating or importing the themes. Okay. So I can import themes over here, and it easily collected over in your library. So I have already imported one theme, and it just created in a second. So this is what I have created on my own idea. I have used my own theme to create the presentation, and it just created. Normally in the corporate world, they are using their own organizational theme. So they can use such kind of concept, or they can use such kind of techniques to import your own theme, and you can easily make your presentation in the same context or in the same theme what exactly you are desiring. So this is how it has created, and the tool is like freely available to use, but with the limited features. And if you are really want to explore more and you want to use more features, then you have to pay. So this is what about the Gamma. Most of the users nowadays are aware about this Gamma tool. You can also share your presentation. You can also export the presentation in conventional PowerPoint format. You can also export in the PDF. You can also export in the Google Slides. So these are the options available over here. So I can just click over here, and it's just exporting PowerPoint for me. So this is what the beauty of these tools, that I can easily download my presentation on my device, and it can create a conventional view what exactly we want in normal day-to-day life. See, this is how it has created, and it is coming in my device with all the AI powered features. Okay, so tool is like, it's very difficult for me to explore entire Gamma or the tools in a one session. But yes, I can sensitize this tool name. You can use the Gamma, you can use the different tools, whatever I'm sharing over here, and you can explore yourself and try just to, make your own presentation. One of the favorite tool is like SlidesGo. It is really a very good tool compared to Gamma. You can also explore this tool, SlidesGo. So SlideGo is giving you the opportunity to explore yourself in different verticals. Like you can have the AI presentation maker, you can have lesson plan generator. Basically, we are using for the teaching learning. We are using the quiz maker. We can also use the icebreaker generator. So I'll just start with the AI presentation maker. Again, I just need to learn what exactly the prompt engineering and how I can type my content over here. So that skills is like very much required nowadays to deal with the AI, to deal with the different AI tools. So what I can type over here, I can use some sets of prompt like introduction to presentation on fundamentals of engineering. So SlideGo is generating a presentation for me on topic or the prompt what I have given to that, and it will take some time to generate the presentation content. So this is again a second tool that you can explore, SlideGo. And why it is most popular nowadays, because it's user that UI is very much user friendly. You can see within few seconds it has created lots of content for me. So now if I'm not satisfied with the content, then I can easily edit my content over here. Okay. So this is what the important features of each and every AI tool is, that you can edit your content slide by slide and create your own whatever context you want to build. See the part of tool that I've created, the fundamentals of engineering, what I was expecting, the introduction part, basic engineering principles, fundamental laws, core engineering. Okay, this kind of content created. But again, it's very much tricky that you need to check whether the content is correctly written over here or not before making the presentation on the final step. So I can check that this technical communication engineering is not relevant to my topic. So I can easily delete this slide. Okay. Or I can regenerate the entire presentation. So again, this step is like it has created the content for me. Now the second step is the designing part. So it will create, when I click on continue, it will create designs for me. So now I'm having the options to choose the theme. I can use any of the theme available over here. And I click on the generate presentation. It is generating presentation for me. So these tools can be used where like you don't have that much time to create the presentation, or maybe the content are not available in the market. You are not aware about this content and the slides order. Then these kind of tools are very much helpful to you in daily life. And we can use for education purpose. We can also use for different other purposes as well. So it is creating presentation for me. It just takes some time. Okay, so my presentation is ready. I can now download over here. See, now this is what the important part of the tool. If you have generated your content and the images and the presentation on online tool, if it is giving you the download option, then it is very much useful to you. Because I'm a user who is not pro to AI and all, and I just want to edit my presentation in a conventional manner, then I can use this kind of tool. So exporting in the PowerPoint format is one, and if I am not satisfied with the content of the image, then I can use this conventional method to rewrite the content or rewrite the presentation. Okay, again, as you can see, this system is giving you the upgrade plan. So again, to give the to use the more features, you must have to use certain upgradation or the platinum or the premium plans for using the tool. So SlideGo is not giving you entirely free, but it gives you certain level. Some features are available on free of cost, so you can utilize it. In any case, you are having multiple options to collect the content. You are having multiple options to create the presentation. So your way is like more important. How exactly you are making the journey towards the making the presentation is more important. So what I suggest is you can't use AI generated tools for entire presentation, but you should use the different techniques or the hybrid mode of making the presentation. You can use your own content. You can use the AI designs, AI images, and make a patch and make a design for you as per your contextual requirement. So this is what about the two tools what I have given over here. But as I have mentioned, there are multiple tools, there are multiple techniques available that you can also explore. So Microsoft Copilot S-Way is the one way. You can also explore the beautiful AI. It is also one important tool, and it creates a good presentation for you in a moment. SlidesGo already we have explained about. Apart from that, Magic Slides and Presentation AI are also available. Again, these tools are available free of cost, but with very much limited features, so we can use it. And if you want your pro features, then you need to pay for that, and you need to buy the plan and purchase the tools. So these are the most popular AI tools that you can use in daily life. What we can summarize over here is, so AI presentation is like CAT framework. It is known as a CAT framework. You need to understand the four domains of the framework. Like the first one is C is called as a creation. Okay, so what tools are available to create these slides or create the the general scratch slides? So Tom, Canva, Slide AI, and desktops. These are the tools that you can use to create the slides. Now again, if I just want automation of design, layout, and structure, then what are the tools should I use? Then in that case, you can use Microsoft Copilot, Beautiful AI, and the Magic Slides. Okay, for tailoring or customizing the content or branding, you must use Plus AI, SlideBeat, and the Presentation AI. So this is what the important part of the slide, what exactly tools are available and what is fit for what best category. So last point is e-engagement. So engagement is what about the interactivity, and the storytelling or multimedia. So Prezi, Tome, and Desktop, again, these tools are available and that is used for engagement. So if I use my entire presentation in the CAD framework, then I can select the AI tools and techniques as you can see on the screen. So now what AI can do for me? So basically AI is a designing partner. I can use this word. AI is a design partner. AI can focus on visual clarity, so ensure that the visual support messages are easy to understand. Use AI for content suggestion. Of course, we are using ChatGPT, we are using Copilot, we are using multiple AI tools that can create the content for you. So that also, the technique that you can take help from the AI. But again, the last point, don't let the AI dictate. So your judgment to refine and customize the AI suggestions are more important. AI can't give you the judgment. AI can't dictate your thought. AI can't dictate your final output. So that you need to make sure that we are using the AI tools, but it has to be finalized by your own way of working or your own pattern. More or less, if we are looking at the other part of negative impact, rather we can use as a disclaimer or a caution word what exactly we are missing while you are using this kind of tools. Then the generic content, of course, AI can produce lots of content for you. But what will happen is, this is like, issues that we all need to look at while using the AI tools and techniques. Then AI may produce the bland, repetitive, and the surface level content lacking depth. So you all maybe agreed with me that AI can produce bland and repetitive content. So how to avoid that? That we need to learn. So making the presentation is a different, but making the presentation with AI is also different. We need to add the skill sets in our mindset that we need to use certain tools, but that should not repeat the content, that should not have the surface level of content creation. Similarly, we can have the misinformation risk. Of course, we have discussed lots of things about this misinformation. AI can create lots of incorrect or misleading slides. So you can also avoid by using your own, techniques. So better to have your own content, better to have your own material to create the slides, and use AI for, assistant like designing, layout, and images creation. That is the what we can start with as of now, till the AI can, take its mature level. In a different sense, we can also think about this ethical concern. So using AI to generate the presentation without attribution may raise plagiarism and academic integrity issues. Of course, we are using these AI tools, we are exploring the AI tools, but plagiarism and academic integrity is like biggest challenge that all of us have to focus on. This is most common things that we can visualize nowadays, that is over dependence. So depending on the AI tools can also lead to reduce the human involvement and quality checking. So over dependency on AI tools is also like biggest problem that we need to cater. Homogenization is AI generated design may look similar, reducing brand or personal identity. Normally, you must have observed that this AI generated slides are like simply not looking at the normal conventional content. So you must have to think about it. Whatever design you are making through AI, it should be on a different context. So it should be relevant to the context, not to the AI different context. So accessibility issues are also there. So AI tools might not always create the content that is inclusive or accessible for all audience. So you have to make sure that whatever content created, it has to be in a different accessibility context. So again, earlier we have started with the presentation where we are learning about the presentation designs, presentation bullet points, 6x6 rules. But what if we are using AI, then we need to learn, we need to add skill set while creating the AI presentation. So we need to think about the accessibility. We need to think about the ethical sense or the integrity of this content. We need to think about the contextual information, whatever we are including in the presentation. That is most important part of this AI tools. So what is future of this presentation technique? So lots of we have discussed about the tools and technique, but what exactly the nowadays trend is looking forward. So whatever the low level of work or low level of the architecture we are designing, that can be replaced by AI. Not the human critical thinking, not the other ways, but yes, low level of work can be replaced by AI. So voice assisted slide, higher order editing is now possible through AI. So what does it mean? So basically, if I'm giving the prompt to create the content, it can create the content. But what if I just want to create the content through my voice, or it can create the design from my voice assisted technique? Then also it is possible nowadays, and it will be very much popular in the upcoming future. So of course, real-time collaboration with the AI. So whatever techniques we have learned over here, that is like I'm a user and I'm using AI tools. But upcoming days, you feel that the AI will be like your collaboration partner, and you are working with the AI, and it will create. It will track your sections. It will track your activities, and it will generate the content for you as per the previous chat. So more personalized way of machine learning, it will be that immersive presentation using AI plus AR, VR, and MR concepts. So nowadays, AR, VR, and MR are like more popular in education field, and you will have this kind of content mix of AI and AR, VR will be the future presentation technique. So this is what the overall concept of where we are going in the presentation, and the tools and techniques whatever available that can leverage the AI power. But again, at the same time, you have to be very much sure about whatever content you are delivering, whatever techniques you are delivering. That has to be very much carefully covered, and that has to be uh, clearly for the context oriented. This is what the presentation is, and I just would like to thank for this team to provide me this opportunity. And I've tried to cover the some simple techniques, tools, whatever available in the market, and we can also explore much more techniques, more tools. Might be I have not covered in my presentation, but you can explore and you can share with the colleagues in different platforms and the formats. Thank you.
Is there any question?
Very good afternoon.
Yes, very good.
So, looking for the presentation, the great aspect was the negative part was also be shown. Now my question is that in presentation 3 times was discussion was made that the creativity should not be lost. So while paper review, paper checking also, there is one comment that there should not be an AI-based comment. Do you think that there should be a clear advisory guideline from the universities or AICT that do's and don'ts about the use of AI for professors and students? This is my first question. My second question is, 3 methods were explained in the presentation. First, you told that if you have your own content, then just see the border and everything is decorated while just as the traditional method. Gamma and other tools that were explained that are actually paid software. Majority of the software, as you told, was the paid software. So can we use an intermediate option that the original presentation is as it is, and there is some tool which directly outlines the border and all those things and give the decorative part of the presentation? Or again, we have to go to the traditional method of prompt and searching the details till that presentation, till that content is available at basically free available.
Okay. So, sir, answering to your first question, so basically, I also believe that the framework should be there to use the AI tools, in particularly in the academic context. So it is very much important to have this kind of guidelines. But as far as my knowledge is concerned, I think there are the groups who are creating such kind of the techniques, and they are using such kind of frameworks. And of course, we'll have the framework in upcoming days. So answering to your second question, sir, we must have to sure about this kind of designing techniques. So I've shown that this PowerPoint, conventional PowerPoint presentation, you can use designer, you can use Copilot within the PowerPoint itself. So rather to use AI generated content, AI generated premium tools, you can use PowerPoint presentation itself. You can use designer tab, and that will create your content. That will create the conventional content into the beautiful designing concept.
Hello.
Yeah, any other question, please?
Sir, it is related to these two questions that until the AI is learned properly, I'm using the word until the AI is learned properly while using prompt, there will be a questions regarding the validity of the questions which is asked for even if we design a question paper also. So what's your thought on this?
No, correct, sir. I think it's a very good question asked by you, because this is what the important part of this entire presentation. So while we are talking lots of things about the AI, but still we are missing the sense of this using of this AI tool. So of course I agreed with you on that part. Yeah, GC model, sir.
And sir, for demonstrating the use of AI tools for creating presentation. Now, my question is related to the legal and legal implications of the content that is created by the AI tools. So, if teacher asks the presentation and student prepares it using this such kind of AI tools, how does teacher verify that what portion of the presentation is being copied from the AI tools? And second question is from the student side. Is there any
And you are not audible properly. You are not audible properly, ma'am.
Okay,
can you summarize and repeat the question?
okay, sir. My question is related to the legal and ethical implications of the content that are. Now, am I audible?
Yeah, slightly. Yes, yes. Please
Okay,
continue.
okay, sir. So, yes. Okay. So my simple question to you is like, if teacher asks student to prepare a presentation, and the student is nowadays use the chat GPTs and AI tools that you have delivered, and they are using and they use these tools for creating the presentation. So how does teacher verify that what portion of the presentation is being copied from the AI tools that is related to the plagiarism? And secondly, from the student perspective, is there any AI tools that can be used by the students for generating or creating the content or presentation with citation and references?
Well, Gemini is there. Gemini tools is available where you can use this, kind of citation and all. And answering to your first question, that students are nowadays using more tools than the faculties, and they are using certain advanced features of the AI as well. So my submission is like, why we not to not giving the students the opportunity to use that kind of tools. They can use, but again it is up to the faculty, up to the teacher to identify the background of this presentation, or the context is more important, right? So that technique or the skills that we need to develop nowadays, because AI comes into the picture, then we have to be one step ahead of the AI, and we need to be prepared of that, and we need to just be sure that it's related. Sorry, anything else? So ma'am, my answer is like, we need to be prepared for AI powered presentations or the content, and we need to be very much skillful in that context, rather than depending on the AI tools to detect the anti-AI effect.
Is needed. Am I right?
Yes, yes.
Human intervention is always needed.
And that's what the taking the output from the session, that this human intervention and the human touch is also important in every aspects of the AI part.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Yes.
Yes, please.
Yeah, please continue.
Okay. So if you're done with question answers, then let us have 10 minutes of commercial break. Instead of half an hour, let us take 10 minutes of commercial break. We'll begin with our next session from 4:15 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
Commercial break did
on air.
Good evening, welcome back. Hope you have taken up your seats, occupied your seats. We have with us our just let us wait for few minutes. Please.
Hello. Hello, madam. Easy order. Hello. Hello.
Yes.
You're not audible, madam.
No, we haven't started our session yet. So I can see all of you in the cameras. You are assembled after the commercial break. Let us begin our last session of today's workshop. Our speaker is Dr. Chirag Thakur. Sir is Professor and Head at Computer Engineering Department, LD College of Engineering. So let me give his introduction in another way, rather stereotype introduction. Even though he's a thorough academician and researcher, even though he is heading AI/ML, guiding so many students in AI/ML, deep learning, and many more emerging domains, sir is still using pen and paper and still pro with chalk and board only. And I highly admire these qualities in him. And being his student, I always feel proud of that. So, sir, it's over to you. Welcome.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for this generous introduction. I know I'm least worthy to that. Before I start formally, let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers, especially Commissioner Saab, for having this vision to empower the engineering and diploma and pharmacy fraternity to be AI ready. The entire journey is always going to be very beneficial to the humankind and human race. The reason being is AI is the new electricity. So I formally start, but before I start, one more time, the organizers, the city officials, and all the faculty friends, because 51 colleges and almost 3,000 faculty friends. Many of them are seniors, many of them are colleagues, many of them are known faces to me, and it is always a great privilege and pleasure to be here on this AI workshop. I'm going to have my session titled Future of AI in Government and Next Generation Services. So let us start the journey. This is my acknowledgement slide. The presentation acknowledges content, especially images are taken from Google and Pinterest. The Google and Pinterest image URL is www.images.google.com and www.in.pinterest.com. This is a disclaimer also, because in the world of Creative Commons license, when we are talking about intellectual property rights and all this, it is very much necessary for us to ensure that the images are used purely for an academic purpose. As a presenter, I have no intention of copyright infringement. So with this disclaimer, let us start the next slide. People who know me, they know that I generally start my presentations with quotes from some of the finest brains. This one is on intelligence, and this is an AI workshop. So intelligence has many facets. One of them is intelligence is the ability to adapt to change, survival of fittest, Darwinian theory. Another one which is very much relevant to the student fraternity, to the faculty fraternity, because when I say students, I always believe that our teacher is a lifetime learner. And that's why I always remember a diamond is just a piece of coal that did well under pressure. And this is very much important for us. Another one is from one of the finest brains the world has ever produced, Albert Einstein, a Nobel Prize winner. He says imagination is more important than knowledge. And another one is from Ray Kurzweil. Now, to this august audience, I would like to tell you who is Mr. Ray Kurzweil. He is an MIT graduate, computer scientist, and he's an US citizen. He got National Medal of Technology in United States, and he got 21 honorary doctorates. And he was honored by 3 US presidents. A very big thought leader, a very big AI person. And he says, our intuition about the future is linear, but the reality of information technology is exponential. And this is very important and very relevant to this. And that makes a profound difference. I take 30 steps linearly and I get 30. But if I take 30 steps exponentially, I get to 1 billion. And exponential is very relevant term. Friends, we know Murray's law. We know that number of transistors or the transistors density will double every 18 months or 24 months. And that has shown 11.8 billion transistors fabricated on an A2 or A11 chip on Intel or AMD. Likewise, in the large language model, it is observed that every 8 months, the number of computing power required to train the LLM model doubles. And the number of parameters doubles almost every 12 or 14 months. And that's why this quote is very much important, that the entire ICT and the ICT world is exponential, and that's why you reach to 1 billion. This is going to be my flow of presentation. I'll talk about industry revolutions. I'll talk about equity and equality, which is very much relevant. And then we will talk about India, governance and AI. Some couple of thoughts onto it. And then we'll talk about sustainable development goals. We'll also talk about citizen interactions and digital citizen. There are great shades of information, and a couple of slides is dedicated to that also. We'll also have 4 to 5 slides on e-governance with apps so far as India front is concerned. With every technology development, there is the need, because it comes with a cost. Every single technological evolution comes with a cost. And here the cost is energy. So data centers, energy need of AI, that will also understand. And then I'll dwell into tech transformations in smart city, transportation, a couple of use cases on Indian Railways, agriculture. And then we will also discuss, because we are computer people, I'll have 3 to 4 slides on 6 thinking heads. And then if time will permit me, I'll also discuss technology in Saudi Arabia, the use case. So what is the fourth industrial revolution? Friends, we started the human civilization on the banks of river. And then the human civilizations, the present civilizations is on the banks of highways. And the future civilizations will be on the banks of fiber optic cable, information superhighway. So the first industrial revolution is marked by steam, the steam power. And we started producing. So it's mass production, it's creating mass entities. And that's where we started using the steam engine. The second industrial revolution is marked by electricity. And that's why the countries which were very much there, their prosperity used to get measured on the concept of how much electricity they produce and how much electricity they consume. And this actually lasted for almost a very long period of time. In fact, during the World War I and World War II, the entire stuff was, the entire game plan was based on the number of vehicles you produce, the arms, the factories and all this, and how much steel you produce and consume to build the weapons and weaponry systems. We entered the third industrial revolution, and it is called the industrial revolution of computing. And here again the world has changed. And now we were measuring the countries based on how many supercomputers the country possesses. And that was very much required. So the computing power and the number of supercomputers were very much required to measure the wealthiness of the country. And now we have entered the fourth industrial revolution. And the fourth industrial revolution is based on intelligence. And this is something which is very radically different. And we will try to understand this difference in this entire session on AI governance. What I have told you in the last slide, these two slides, this slide and the next one, you can see the mass production unit. And what you can see here for the entire production facility, the support is the energy that we produce. And in this case, the energy is produced using steam engine and coal engine and all this. But in the lower part of the slide or the picture, you can very easily see again the mass production. But here, the energy source, the power source that fuel the factories and the shop floors is electricity. And that has changed. So we have kept the example same. It is the production line. It is the mass production conveyor belt. But here, that conveyor belt is propelled using electricity and then computing power. And the fourth one, the lower part of the picture or the slides shows you the combination of computing power, robotics, IoT, and all this. And this marks the fourth industrial revolution. Now, this shows the importance of artificial intelligence, because now I want to enroll and embed the power of intelligence into it. And that is why before we start with the understanding of AI significance, let us try to understand as a learner that what is the difference between digitalization and digital transformation. So when I say digitization is all about fixing the past. And if I just give you the example, it is like transitioning from the analog or the conventional setup to the digital. That means you are having a piece of paper or a file, and what you try to do is you just try to take a photograph, or you just convert it into a PDF file, or you upload it on the internet and all this. So that is digitization. Digitization, as I said, it is all about fixing the past. Whatever existing processes, practices, ecosystem you are having, you are just trying to see that it is digitized. Digitalization is all about making the digitized data work for the business. And here the precursor is filling the online forms. So all the evolution of portals and online booking and online purchase is the precursor of digitalization, where we are focusing on the adaptation of the process in a digital way. The third is digital transformation. It is applications of digitization to transform the entire business or the entire working process or the ecology or the economy or the entire ecosystem. And that is digital transformation. And AI is the only power, because if you see in the last slide, here you can very easily see in the last slide that AI is the new electricity. Because here you can see electricity was there, computing is there. Now AI is the new electricity. As Andrew says, it is a building block. So AI is going to be the building block. And this building block will ensure, will help us that it will create something which is digitally transformed. So digitization is all about conversions, fixing the past, adaptation of the present, and the creation of future. Now, before we go, this slide is on equality and equity. This is a known slide to some of the earlier attendees. What is equality? Equality is, you can see here in the slide, in the picture, the first part of the picture. You can see a specially abled person, an old person, a youth, and a child. And what we are giving them is equal size cycle to ride on. And this is equality. And we believe that we have done the justice. We have given the enough resources to this. Democratic countries, education system, or for that matter, even AI adaptation. If you are following equality, this is like giving equal size cycles to each one of them, all the stakeholders. Is it going to work? Unfortunately, no. So the second half of the image says equity. We have to adapt equity. What is equity? It is giving the required resources to the person. You can see the four people remains the same, but their launch vehicles, their vehicles change. And now each one of them is comfortable. This is very much applicable to education system also. This is very much applicable to AI adaptations also. So when we are using AI tools, it is all about customized AI approaches. It's about tailor-made AI solutions and all this. And that is why equity is important. Let us try to understand pedagogically what is equality. It is based on the assumption that everyone benefits from the same support. And this is like there are three people who are watching a soccer game and they are given equal support. And you can still see one of them is not able to view the ground positions. What is equity? Everyone gets the support they need. It is customized. It is affirmative action. And what is it? The person who needs the maximum support. And this is on which the democracy is also based, equity based. So person who needs, and what is justice? You are removing the obstacle. The causes of inequality is addressed. That is justice. So once we are fine with equality and equity, now we have to come to this great country that we call India. We are a subcontinent country. And when we are discussing next generation AI services to Indian citizens, we have to understand that what is an India? We are a subcontinent country and very much diverse, not only in terms of traditions and culture, also in terms of our ethnicity, our culture, our education system, the way we perceive knowledge, the way we digest and absorb knowledge, it is also there. And that is why if you look at the slide in a very categorized way, on the lower part of this, there are 4 blocks. And they are capable enough, but they are having fixed mindset. And they are not open. They are not open for collaborations. They are not open to connect. And we have to adapt growth mindset. So as 3,000 plus faculty members also, the message is loud and clear who are attending AI workshops that we need to adapt growth mindsets. Same blocks, but they are arranged in such a way that each one of them is ready to collaborate and connect. And once we follow this, what we are having is we are having 1.4 billion people. This is the number of people, and we are a very young country that you can see on the left part of the presentation slide. Very young generations, and they are looking, and India has a different kind of aspirations. The youth aspirations, the job aspirations, the AI aspirations, they are different. And when they are different, you can see each one of them is having the growth mindset. And when they are having the growth mindset, the challenge is to transform them in an employable citizens. So it is from people to citizen. It is to AI, through AI capability, it's to make them employable. So how do we do that? So you can see here, the entire nation is filled with professionals. And they're even, if you look at the last slide, they are young, energetic, positive looking people. But here they are now professionals. And these professionals are ready. And you can see the lower part of the slide. It is sabka saath, sabka vishwas, sabka vikas. You can see each one of them helping the other to climb the ladder. That is how we can ensure that the AI education get propelled to the bottom of the pyramid. Now, once we are clear, let us try to understand why AI for citizens. Abraham Lincoln was very right. He said, for the people, by the people, of the people. So what do we mean by citizen? So I still cherish one statement from Mr. Sam Petroda. He told one of his industry friends, he said, you are building a company, we are building a nation. And as professors, we are in the same exercise of nation building exercise. We are producing engineers for the society. And that's why government to internal organization, G2O, government to business, that is G2B, government to citizen, G2C, government to employee, G2E, and government to government, and government to educational institute, G2EI. Now this is the requirement. Now if this is the requirement, what is required? You require the AI framework, AI governance framework. Now this AI governance framework is based on AI ethics and humanity, because India constitutionally has adopted Kalyan Rajya, liberty to all. So we have to focus on responsibility, trust, scale, and risk also. So this AI governance actually leads us to this slide, which says how to build an effective AI governance framework. So if I want to build that framework, what is my first priority? Define governance goals. It is said that maximum governance, minimum government, maximum governance. So AI can help you to achieve that. Define governance goals. Align governance goals with organizational objective. Align governance values with organizational values. Adapt to AI governance standards. And this number 4, there is one dedicated slide for that. Create an AI policy framework, human oversight, and establish accountability structures in the governance. Now, if this is clear, we can very easily understand the increasing AI regulatory activity. We can also understand advancements in open collaboration. As I already told you that we should be ready to connect and collaborate. And once we are clear, there is growing need for skilled professionals. And that's why, let me clarify here for final time that AI will not bring unemployment. People who do not know AI may have very tough times in days or years and months to come. And if that is fine, we as a data governance, because 1.4 billion people and their logs and their digital activity, their human activities, their skill set, their individual education, their societal contributions, the entire society framework and setup, this all creates a lot of data points. And that's why we need data quality and data policies. Because 1.4 billion people is a very, and the best example is somebody was telling us that during the Mahakumbh, there were all these major companies, Meta, Google, Microsoft, even Amazon, they all had their own individual setups in Prayagraj. Why? Because there were a lot many data points. And these data points can lead to business intelligence. Now, for them, it is business intelligence. For us, it is citizen intelligence. And when we are going for citizen intelligence, we should be very clear with the ownership part, the quality and the knowledge. Now, why knowledge is important? Because the entire fulcrum of data governance is based on 3 triad: people, process, and technology. And if we make data policies, regulatory compliance, and data quality well, we can very easily ensure the ownership, the quality, the security, accessibility, and the knowledge part. Now, why knowledge is important? Knowledge is important because we are in the phase of knowledge economy. Now, when I say knowledge economy, we need to understand the importance of skill and knowledge. And let me share one very tiny example with you, friends. United States of America is anyway $30 trillion economy. And India is the fourth largest economy with $4.7 trillion. If I'm not making a mistake, it is either 4.4 or $4.7 trillion this. And China is somewhere around 19 or $20 trillion economy. But here we need to remember that United States of America has 15 states, and one of them is California. And one area of California, which is also overlapping in the other state, is called Silicon Valley. And the GDP contribution of Silicon Valley is $5.2 trillion. And this is 2024 data. So you can imagine one region of a state is contributing heavily in the entire corpus of US economy. And this is the power of knowledge. And that's why we call them knowledge economy. And that's why if you want to build this knowledge economy, we have to focus on security and accessibility. But we have to also understand that we cannot build knowledge economy unless and until we are very good with technology, people, and process. And for that, we need data governance. Now, if we achieve data governance, what we can achieve? Increased transparency, better citizen engagement, public safety, resource management, fraud detection on one axis. On the other axis, improved tax collection, accessibility, emergency response system, public health surveillance. All these are key benefits of AI for government operations. How to achieve that? What practices we need to adopt? So algorithmic bias mitigation, manage AI models, continuous monitoring, engaging with stakeholders. And when I say stakeholders, for a country, all citizens are stakeholders. All systems, all policies are stakeholders, and transparency. So before we go to the next slide, which talks about something which is very interesting, let us have this important slide, which is intentionally inserted in between. And this slide is on ethics of AI. Now, why this is important? Because if you look at the previous slide was talking about the governance-based practices. So when you are doing governance-based practices, you cannot avoid this. What you cannot avoid? Inclusivity, fairness, reliability, and accountability. So what is inclusivity? The benefits of all systems should be applicable to everyone. Kalyan Rajya. Fairness, all systems should treat all people fairly. Accountability, all systems should be accountable. Reliability. Privacy, all systems should support, respect privacy. Understandable. And they should not undermine human autonomy and control, that is oversight. So transparency, environment friendly, privacy, oversight, these are all ethics of AI. And we cannot proceed with AI empowerment and ignore or oversight the ethics of AI. There's a lot of discussion, there's a lot of debate on the human skill versus the AI skill. So what are these human skills that AI cannot replace? One is resource versatility, goal flexibility, adaptive resilience. See, we are very good with handling setbacks, well, finding alternative paths to realize the ambitions. We are very good with proactive learning proactively from own and other experiences. We also learn from mistakes to do better in the future. So these are some of the human skills which AI is very good with. Even now, the AI models are good with reasoning capability and other power, but still, these are some of the skills which are very good. So then, how to roll out the best of the AI governance model? So the one answer is, how do we communicate? Samvad. So the best way to create that samvad, that interaction, that connect, is through the power of chatbot. So what are the benefits of chatbot? They are always open. It can give more leads. It can save money. It can explore more and all this. But when we create this kind of chatbots, what does it help us? And I was talking about the governance standards. So the entire slide is based on the governance standards. And let us start from the bottom one. It says non-compliance on one side and illegal and unethical on the other side. And it is not part of the entire government system. So from where the government system starts? It starts from compliance, and the legal compliance and the mandatory compliance. And when I say compliance, the internal ones and the external ones. The internal ones are bylaws, rules, regulations, policies. The external ones are accreditations, registration, standards, and all this. Once you are good with compliance, you can climb the ladder of governance aspirations and governance standards. The next stage is conformance, which is value-based. It has got the policy, guiding policies, procedures, guidelines, benchmarks, frameworks, and all this. And when you are actually building these AI policies and AI regulatory framework, you have to actually follow this entire slide very rigorously. So after conformance, it comes performance. High quality key performance indicators. So you can now mark the KPIs. The KPIs for home department, the KPIs for education department governance policies, the KPIs for the industry department's policies will be different. But once your performance standards are set, you can always achieve the high performance, exceptional quality standards, continuous improvement, and innovation. And I was talking to somebody and he said, Mr. Sabir Bhatia, man who launched actually Hotmail, he was very categorical. He said, do we follow money or do we follow innovation? And if we follow innovation, money will naturally follow. So that is the idea. That's the thought. So when we are doing this Samvad, when we are doing this, when we are following the previous one, there are two options that we have. Number one, which is on the left side of the presentation, is click-based chatbot, which is keyword-based. It has got navigation focus. There are no semantic support, and it is very difficult to scale it. But the actual AI chatbot that will really integrate or involve all the citizens across the length and breadth of the country or the state is AI chatbot. It is deep learning powered. It is natural language processing based. It is naturally engaging. And if I repeat the same example, at 11:30, an old lady or a shopkeeper or a pensioner is talking to an AI chatbot, and he feels that he is talking to the collectorate of the district, and it is naturally engaging. And that point of time, the highest or the apex authority of the district administration or the judiciary is actually not awakened. But this NLP, naturally and semantic analysis based AI chatbot will ensure that the citizen feels that through AI, कोई हमारी बात सुन रहा है. Government is responding to our needs and requirements. They are listening to us. So AI is one of the finest bridge through which we can create the trust building exercises. We can build the trust. The ownership of the citizen ownership will definitely increase. And that's why when I say next generation government services, when we want to launch AI chatbot, which is learning from interaction, which is having the optimized performance matrices, is an obvious choice. And once it is there, you can definitely connect to the people. So gone are the days when government sites used to only have the web 1.0 or web 2.0, which was either static web or the dynamic or interactive web. This is beyond the normal conventional interaction. It is NLP based and it is naturally engaging. Now, if you are fine with this, you can see the curiosity of a learner when he or she is having this interaction through AI chatbots. You can very easily see the enthusiasm actually touches, and that's where it helps us to build the. Now, this is important. So if we are empowering our citizens, actually what we are addressing. So we are addressing sustainable development goals, SDGs. So what are SDGs? There are 17, one of them: no poverty, zero hunger, climate action, life on land, affordable and clean energy, clean water, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, reduce inequalities. They are all part of SDGs. Friends, I know SDG is not directly related to the title of the session, but I intentionally kept it because if we really want to build the nation through AI and AI tools and technologies, directly or indirectly, we have to address this. And how do we address this? So as I said, we are accountable to society. And if we are accountable, if the government is accountable to society, these are some 9 out of 79 SDGs which are directly associated with society. 5 of them are with economy, reducing inequalities, industry, innovation, decent work and economic growth, partnerships for the goals, and there are some for environment also, life below water, climate actions and all. Now, have we measured the impact of AI onto them? But before that, let us try to, before we look at the power of AI on these 17 SDGs, let us try to understand. Now, environment is at the apex. Now, you can shift the technology, individuals and governance. If you put government in the center, it is authoritarian government. If you put individuals in the center, it is democratic government. But if you put technology at the center, this is one aspect through which we can ensure that the resources, well-being of the citizens, new needs of the citizens, legislations and standards, policy and legislations can be effectively implemented. And if this is implemented, you can very easily measure the positive impacts of AI and the negative impacts of AI on SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. So friends, we are not going to spend a lot of time onto it, but you can very easily see if you go for positive impacts, AI on society can go up to 82%. With number 2, it is 75%. With number 5, it is 56%. If you say environment, it can go up till 93%. That means it is clearly evident that if I want to really save environment, if I really want to preserve the environment, AI tools can have the impact up to 93%. On economy, it is almost 70%. What are the negative impacts? Environment AI, it is least 30%. On economy, it is 33%. And on society cumulative, it is 38%. Now, this is the impact of AI. That means, yes, AI has a role to play so far as nation building exercise or a country as a whole is concerned. Now, if that is clear, let us enter the second leg of my presentation. Because you are all very much enlightened and you can very easily say that if we are doing all this, where do we stand as an individual, as a citizen? So friends, on this, you can see 3 pictures. And if you focus on the left one, change is inevitable and you can embrace it. So if you remember the Nokia 3310, you can very easily see the amount of distraction is, if we consider the screen size as amount of distraction, that was very limited one. With the BlackBerry, it increased slightly. It almost covered 40-45% of your screen. But Mr. Steve Jobs introduced something which called iPhone, and it is the highest selling digital equipment in the world since last 12-14 years. And it is anyway amounting 45% of the revenue for Apple company. But here the focus is amount of distraction. And that amount of distraction is 100%. Now, if your amount of distraction, and on one side I'm telling you that please embrace the technology, on the other side I'm telling you that this amount of distraction is 100%. What is the middle path? The middle path is very clear, sir. Choose your content wisely. So if I have only 1 hour, I have to spend that 1 hour very intelligently. Because as I keep on reducing the number of hours, if I tell you 24 hours is there with you, you can choose any one of the apps, platform, willingly, unwillingly. But if I say only 1 hour, and then it is very critical and crucial for you to choose your content very wisely. And when you are doing this, actually, what you are actually doing is this. On the lower part of the screen, you can see we have moved from airmail or normal mail to email. And after the proliferation of social networking sites, in computer world, we can say that the dynamic web
evolution. Every single consumer on internet is a contributor now. So we have to understand this consumer and contributor. We were consumers. There are only 5%, 7% people used to create the content for internet, and then they were uploading the content. The rest of the human race, almost 85, 87, 90% people, they used to consume that static web content or dynamic web content. But after social networking sites, Facebook, Google, Meta, and all this, we are now contributors. And these contributors are actually uploading their content. And this content is almost 80% of semi-structured data. So there is structured data, unstructured data, and semi-structured data. And 80% of the content is unstructured data. 15% is semi-structured data. That is my correction. So once we are doing this, once we are actually understanding this, we are contributing heavily. And how we are contributing? On the right side image you can see, we are uploading a lot of content through Facebook, LinkedIn, and all these social networking sites. If you look at the lower part of the figure, you can see every single car which is on the road is also on the internet because it is using the GPS. That means every single car which is driving, and we have created some of the prompts through which we have created some of the very innovative and very creative images of our father of the nation. One of them is shown here, Gandhiji. But coming to my point, every single car that is on the road is also used on the internet. And what we are doing is, we are doing this. Let us go to the next slide. We are using the internet as a contributor. But when we are doing this, unknowingly or knowingly, we are on the axis of falseness and intent to harm. And it is categorically told misinformation, disinformation, and malign information. Now, why I am showing you this? Because when we are discussing the governance, AI governance, and next generation AI services for citizens of India, for education, for future engineers, we have to understand the power because it's a double-edged sword. So what is misinformation? Unintentional mistakes such as inaccurate photo, captions, dates, statistics, which is there, or satire. What is disinformation? It is fabricated or deliberately manipulated audiovisual content. It is intentionally created conspiracy theories or rumors. And what is malign information or malinformation? It is deliberate publication of private information for personal or corporate public interest. And this is very much. This is again a cost. It's a cost of technology. So if I summarize misinformation and disinformation for a layman, what is that? Misinformation, you think it is true, but it is not. It is misinformation. And what is disinformation? You know it is not true, but you say it anyway. You share it anyway. You upload it anyway. You send it anyway. And that keeps leaks and hate speech and all this. Now, what is the impact? The impact is we have created an axis of information. Now, here it is very important to understand because I have already told you the power of knowledge economy and the California Silicon Valley example. So can we just bypass the entire gamut of information? No, we cannot. We cannot afford that because we are having the bottom of the pyramid is data. Any entity which is uniquely distinguishable is called datum or datum. The plural of datum is data. And when I keep data together, it gives me information. Or if I process data together, some inferences can be brought out of it. Those inferences or that stuff which comes out of that is called information. If I put information together or if I process the information together, I can derive knowledge out of it. So if I want to have the knowledge economy, I need to have the knowledge. And if I process knowledge, I can get the intelligence. So information is needed. That's why genuine information, factual information intended to inform is called information. But this information also comes with a baggage called misinformation, disinformation, malinformation. And if I process this information, I get knowledge. And how do and that is where large language models and this transformer architecture and all this work. So when I say this information, this entire information need to be put together. You need algorithms, computing power, storage, and some of the finest brains. And when they are put together, they can actually derive knowledge out of it. So what is knowledge? It is called reading between the lines. If I give you the paragraph, you are reading the paragraph 3-4 times. And when you complete your 4th time reading, and this is my old example I'm sharing. When you read the paragraph 3rd time or the 4th time, you start getting the meaning out of it. Now, getting the meaning out of it is called knowledge. And that's why when somebody says artificial intelligence, that person talks about insightfulness, patterns, and all this. What is that? It is meaning out of it. Reading between the lines. So that is knowledge. So if I need knowledge economy, I have to anyway process information. And how much data we create, that also will come in the coming slides. Now, there are some points there are some threads which I'm intentionally leaving and I'm switching to another. So it's not ill-formatted flow, it is intentionally kept. So when these informations are there, genuine informations are there, how to ensure this information is provided to citizens? So one of them is Sanchar Sathi mobile app. And you can see here one farmer who is sitting in his farm. Fortunately, he knows how to operate a smartphone or a normal phone. But on the left-hand side, lower part, you can see the challenge, the number of languages. Because as I already told you, India is a subcontinent country, 1.4 billion people. So there are many such applications and apps from Government of India which are there. If I just read them, Umang, mygovernment.in, M-Aadhaar, BHIM app, Arogya Setu, E-Pathshala, M-Passport Seva, Swayam, PM Suryagar, Ava, all these are apps, DigiLocker, all these are there. Indian Police at our class, IRCTC, some of them you use extensively. So it is not there that our apps and our technology is not there for Indian citizens. They are very much there. And all these apps actually create a very robust environment. A couple of apps are very much required. So I've kept slides reserved for that. Here it is for mygov.in. The second is for M-Aadhaar. And the third one is BHIM, one of the most successful payment related. DigiLocker is also one of them for documents. So these are some of the finest apps. But now coming to this, all the information required and all the apps and 1.4 billion people, and out of them 63% on internet and almost 55 crore active internet users. What do we create worldwide? And in entire world, it is 5.2 billion people who are on internet. So it's called Internet Minute. The thing which is very visible in your slide is called Internet Minute. What is Internet Minute? Every 60 seconds, we are creating, Airbnb is creating 747 stays. Amazon shoppers spend almost 4.5 million people money. LinkedIn users submit almost 6,000 plus resume every 60 minutes. 500 hours of YouTube video is uploaded. And 5.2 is 2023 figure. Now, if this is the case, and we are the contributors, and because we are contributors as citizens, as netizens, this is what we are creating. And it's called Internet Minute. Every 60 seconds, this is created. Facebook users like 4 million posts every 60 seconds. 3 billion queries every day is submitted. 3 to 4 billion, 3 to 3.2 billion queries are submitted on Google search engine. And this is creating huge volume of data. And that huge volume of data is shown here. Data is the new oil. And now the revised term is data is the new oil. And if this is the case, again, my conventional example, if data is the new oil,
China is the new Saudi Arabia. And if that is the case, we have to understand the next slide. That this data and the compute and the engine and the storage comes with a cost. And I have shown you 4 pictures in one. If you look at the first 2 ones, one is from Mr. Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, the company which actually made a product called ChatGPT. And when it launched the Ghibli art, GPUs were melting. You can read. It's super fun seeing people love images in ChatGPT. But our GPUs are melting. And you can imagine Microsoft invested almost $10 billion to create a product called ChatGPT and their subsequent versions. So anyway, OpenAI is a multi-billion-dollar company. It is almost 27 to $33 billion company so far as the corpus is concerned, the compute corpus is concerned. But what is the energy consumption? Comparison of ChatGPT versus Google search. So if you are doing Google search, every single Google search is 0.3 watts hours of electricity. But on ChatGPT, it is 2.9 watt hours of electricity. And when I started my presentation, I was very categorical that technology always comes with a cost. And here the cost is electricity. And I already told you in my initial slides that AI is the building block. AI is going to be the new electricity. But this AI itself, in turn, consumes a lot of electricity. And that's why you can see the data center, the compute data center, the place where rack servers are kept. And the mid-sized data centers have somewhere around 20,000 to 30,000 servers. And the very large size data centers have somewhere around 1.5 million to 2 million servers. And such facility, because Ghibli art is one anecdote where the server GPUs are melting. And this is the cost. Let us explore the cost. This is a data center. How many data centers we have? It's a bit old slide, but the world has 11,800 data centers. And out of these 1,100 data centers, you can see the way they are located. It's like you can call them, earlier we used to call them server farms. So they are big, very big compute facility, which is having rack storage, rack servers, and these are sometimes in containers. And 35 to 40% of the annual cost of data center is cooling cost. So if the annual maintenance cost of one data center, if the establishment cost of one data center is $2 billion, that is almost 16,500 crore. Annual maintenance cost of that data center is going to be somewhere around $400 million. And if $400 million is the annual maintenance cost, 35 to 40% of the cost is cooling cost. Please understand this. And how many data centers India has? It is 152. So because it is a bit old slide, maybe up to 170. How many data centers US has? It is almost 5,400 plus nowadays. And that is the power of technology. That's the power of Silicon Valley contributing $5.2 trillion to the US economy of $30 trillion. It's a very simple maths. So we are no longer in a position to ignore AI and technology revolution, which is happening through AI. And it is coming with a cost. And cost is very much there in front of our eyes. And on which the data center sits. On the left hand side, you can see the graphical stuff of rack servers. And it's cloud data center. So our cloud is also shown there. But on the right hand side, you can very easily see the entire data center is actually sitting on the electricity consumption. They are big powerhouse of electricity usage. And this actually gives you the chance of understanding the internet explosion. So when we started the internet 1987, the amount of data was 2 terabytes. Then 1997, 60 petabytes, 10 raised to 15. 2007, 50 exabytes, 10 raised to 18. And 2017, which is almost 8-year-old data, it is 1.1 zettabyte. Sir, what is 1 zettabyte? It is 1 billion terabytes or 1 trillion gigabyte. So 1 gigabit trillion times. or 1 terabit billion times is called 1 zettabyte. And this zettabytes of data is now multiple zettabytes of data. And that's why even in 2020, it was 200 terawatt hour of electricity demand. And now we don't need no longer traditional data centers. We need cloud data centers. We need hyperscale data centers. And these hyperscale data centers are GPU enabled, GPU propelled data centers. So GPU is new normal so far as servers are concerned. So when we have this GPU, this is the actual requirement. The global electricity requirement is 20,000 terawatt hour, where electricity used by ICT almost 10%. This is 2,000 terawatt hour. And data center electricity demand, it's a nature data, 200 terawatt hour. And Bitcoin use by this is 20 terawatt hour. So if we consider all this, what is going to be my 2030 predictions? So I'm 90% sure, it is 90% probability that the AI energy demand is going to be 310 terawatt hour. That is almost 90% sure. 75% probability that it may shoot up 600 terawatt hour. Now, why these numbers are there? You will look at the left side of this slide. 125 billion connected objects, which is Internet of Things, would be there by 2030. And almost 1 billion zettabytes of data would be there by 2032. That is sensor data generated annually. And 80% of this digitized data is very irrelevant. Many of them are unstructured and a lot of challenges are there. How to process them. And you need a different set, a different level of algorithms. There are 10% probability that the AI energy demand may reach even 2500 terawatt hour in 2030. And this entire predictions is energy consumption of AI in 2030 in terawatt hour. And this is the cost of AI. So when I say next generation services and all this, when we say ChatGPT and all this, we have to also understand the demand of this. And that's why if this happens by 2030, after China, US and India, data centers, if we consider them as one country, just for the understanding, it would be the fourth in terms of electricity consumption, it would be on the fourth position after China, US and India. And again here, the point is India would be at the third location. So all these electrical engineering people, all electrical engineers, all mechanical engineers, all civil engineers, it is high time to rethink the way we design our transformer, the way we design our electric grid and all this. So if we understand this, let us go to the rosy picture of AI and all this. And after the challenge, I've again entered, I've taken a U-turn, and I just want to show you what do we mean by smart grid city. So when I say smart city, smart agriculture, Internet of Things, open data, smart home, smart mobility, smart health, all is there. And you have to think out of the box. So this is a very rosy picture. This picture very categorically show you how the ecology exists. Advanced or smart city, smart farms, smart water management, and the entire smart ecology, how does it coexist? But as I said, it's a rosy picture. What is the categorical applications and use cases for smart city? If you look at public services, citizen services, tourist services, public transportation, information services, if you say public safety, smart lighting, environment, asset tracking, video surveillance. If you say infrastructure, structural health, smart buildings, smart irrigation, smart roads. If you say sustainability access, smart energy, smart metering, smart water, smart waste management, they are all part of my smart city landscape. And that is why when I put them together in one setup, you can very easily see water conservation, waste reduction, public transport, EV charging stations, green LED, building design, local food productions and all this.
Now all this sum up together says that what makes a smart city? Energy, transport, homes, public service and health. That's how I sum up. When I sum up them, city no longer will exist on the face of the mother earth. You can see LTE connected underground trains are there, and there are underground bicycle lanes also there. So my city, which is on the ground, beneath the ground, it will have the equal presence of infrastructure, people, and public facilities. Now, if this all put together, you can very easily understand that on the ground kya ho raha hai? You can see a crowded area and a surveillance system where few gentlemen are sitting and they are watching the traffic. And this is what we are shown. This is not how it will happen. You can very easily see the way the traffics are actually happening at a crossroad. It is not going to be like this. It is not going to be like the driverless transport in a very near future also. So both this is a distant dream. Now, if both these are distant dream, actually what we want to solve this. We want to solve this problem. This is one use case. We will have many such use cases. So if this is the use case, this is the solution. To take one area and you solve it for one crossroad, and you put all your AI algorithm and smart traffic management systems and entire stuff, and you solve it for one, and then you put it at scale. So if city of Ahmedabad has such 1247 crossroads, you solve it for, you can create 5 categories of crossroads, solve it for each one of them, and then just scale it. Then how you do it for one crossroad? AI solution. So when you are doing it for AI solution, you can very easily see that you solve it for one car. So one car, what are there in vicinity? Few cars and one person pedestrian. And the entire pedestrians, they are there. And this pedestrian, you solve it. When you are solving it for pedestrians, this is the second use case. Any city which is having a lot many senior citizens, for them it is very difficult to climb these staircases. And you are extending this beneath the ground also. When you are doing it, you can very easily see on the left hand side. Some cubicles form for senior citizens and they are rolling. And this is one very finest solution for senior citizens. This is the third use case. On the right hand side, you can see a conventional bus stop. And it is consuming a lot of electricity. It is consuming some traffic signals and all this also. But on the left hand side, you can see the AI enabled, which is more convenient, more citizen friendly, and it is having some ergonomic design benches also for people to sit. So this is a new idea. And this very same can be extended to create. In India, it is said that water of village will remain in village. Electricity of village, it's one concern. So here also, it is creating its own electricity demand. It is fulfilling its own electricity demand. And it is creating one ecological stuff also. Same is with jet stations and all. Another use case is transportation. Now, when I say transportation, you can see by road, by sea, and by air. All this transportation is part of the use case. But how to create the transportation? And this is beneath the ground, above the ground. And it is multi-layer. So it's not multi-layer parking over the ground. It's multi-layer transit ways beneath the ground. And you can see the accessible way. Now, if I want to focus on this, let me show you one example. This is the actual implementation where AI is much needed. You can see this is Tower of London, and you can see on the left hand side, we have it's like you are taking the entire roof up. So we have taken the entire ground up. And when you are taking entire ground up, actually you can see here that the tube structure is there. And the very same tube structure is shown on the right hand side. And you can see the multi-level tube structure in the city of London. And this is where the AI can be used to manage the number of people, number of public services, number of public facilities and all. So this is how. So when I say
AI can be used to create the next generation services for citizens. And in this case, the use case is transportation. So we are creating it for the people of city. Another use case is railway. So when we are discussing next generation government services, we cannot ignore something which is one of the largest in the world, Indian Railway Network. And when we are focusing the Indian Railway Network, we want to transform the Indian railways through IoT, AI, and machine learning. On the right hand side is a very good rosy picture of a modern railway station. That is not important. What is important is on the left hand side. You can very easily see for an AI and ML engineer, one train is made up of many data points. And you can see the data points in the dashboard. And this dashboard has many data points. And when I have such data points, what I can do is I can create such AI stations. I have not disturbed the structure of the railway station. I have just upgraded. The heritage structure of the railway station is restored, but the entire railway lines, the tracks, and the signage board and the entire citizen facilities are AI enabled. And how it is there? So it's not about distant future. Western Railway has already rolled out AI cameras on 978 engines. And on the left hand side, you can see one of the camera figure. One of the AI camera is there. It is already been rolled out. Another example is the maintenance part and the gauge and all this. And you can see on the right hand side, the picture is very clear where many data points are there and the entire stuff is managed. But how come our Indian Railway can preserve the ecology, the environment, the species? So another use case, which is an integral part of this, we keep on hearing through newspapers and channels that in portions of Assam and all this, many animals suffered, died because of these train accidents. And that's why Indian Railways has adopted a Gujarat system, an AI-based elephant protection system through Indian Railways. Here also AI is important. So whether it is engine, whether it is Gujarat system, you can see the impact of AI. And this is next generation AI services. Another use case, and I still have 3 to 4 minutes left, so I'll go a bit fast. This is for agriculture. And when I say agriculture, it's drones, but it's not drones. It is also organic fertilizers, nanotechnology, microbial activities, fulvic acid fertilizers, and all this. So when I say evolution in agriculture system, it is all about precision farming. So it's agriculture through computer integrated system. And that's what I mean by precision farming. Japan's AI-powered drones are planting forests 10 times faster using the smart seed pod technology. And it is a proven fact. Likewise, these are the energy sources. And now we go to the last leg of my presentations. I have some 3 to 4 minutes left. So I'll just try to see how can I create the hyper-connected world. So this is a concept through which I can build the AI applications. Because when I say next generation services, 6 thinking heads is one principle developed by Edward Bono. He said, you can consider a problem from multiple perspectives, but one perspective at a time. And there are 6 such white head, red, black, blue, green, and yellow. So when I say green head, it signifies creativity. Blue head, it is a manager. It making the final decision, it considers all the other stuff. So green head is all about ideas and what are the suggestions and alternatives and all. So far as white head is concerned, it symbolizes reasoning capability. So figures, details, informations, proofs, what are the informations we have, what informations we need. Red head is all about emotions, feelings, guesses, hunches, reactions, and all this. And yellow head is all about optimist approach. Black head is all about the critical part. And this is one. So you can take one head at a time and you can create. This is one perspective. Now, what we need, mining, power plants, airports, hydrocarbon complexes, through which the country or the federal government makes money. Where do we spend? Integrated security, healthcare, smart school, urban development. So this is one very simple example. See how AI is rolled out. So this is one facility, one logistic company
This is one figure. Now this is AI enabled. Now data points are created. Now every data point is analyzed. Smart employee navigation, smart quality control checking. The same is done for the airport. This is again AI enabled. So this is, I'm sorry, this is the normal setup. This is the AI points. These are the data points, AI data points setup. And then I can analyze the smart navigation and counting devices and all this. And this is the Saudi Arabia example I was talking about. So all these images are Saudi Arabia examples. This is one society, this is one house, and for that house, these are the AI data points. And based on these AI data points, the smart home, the smart colony, the smart city can be realized. So these are some of the examples. So a lot of brainstorming is required on one side, but on the other side, you can see a lot many companies like Tesla, Boston Dynamics, they have come up with their humanoid robots. And these humanoid robots is actually creating. So when I say AI, how AI tools automate repetitive QA tasks, how AI workflow automation at scale is strategies, tone adjustment, even behavior for content planning, ethical consideration while using generative AI, best practices for AI resource allocations, guide to ethical AI text generation, how AI improves social media sentiment analysis. So these, some of them are research domains. As I know, there are many 300 faculty members is a very large intellectual pool. And that's why what I'm showing you is some of the finest domains in which a lot of research, a lot of developments is taking place. And once this is there, this is the proof of that $5.7 trillion economy I was talking about. So this is one paper got published in 2017, if I'm not wrong. And based on this paper, a product has come. And this is nothing but a transformer architecture. And the title of the paper is Attention is All You Need. It talks about attention matrix and attention mechanism. And based on this research paper, the product which has come out of it is called ChatGPT. So you can imagine the power of research. So power of innovation, power of research, and power of development is there. So this is one paper through which a product can come, and that product can become a multi-billion-dollar product. Not only that, it can start a revolution, which now we call large language model or transformer architecture. So with this, I conclude my session with two messages, very loud and clear: be different, be creative, and one which is very close to my heart, Sangadat Swam. Hum sab saath chale. With this, I conclude my session with a couplet from Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Used to say, let me just go through the screenshot if it is saved. I'll just, he said, प्राची में अरुणिमा की रेख रेख पाता हूँ, गीत नया गाता हूँ, हार नहीं मानूंगा, रार नहीं ठानूंगा, काल के कपाल पे लिखता मिटाता हूँ, गीत नया गाता हूँ, गीत नया गाता हूँ. With these words, I again express my sincerest gratitude to Honorable Commissioner Saab and the entire CTE team and all these people, all my esteemed colleagues who actually made me feel comfortable to deliver this session since morning. Thank you very much. Thank you all for patient listening. And I again invite Madam Hital Joshiara for her task. Thank you.
Sir, as always, it's a subtle and balanced delivery of lecture, undoubtedly. Any questions from the participant? Okay, so if there won't be any question, then can we join to AVPTI Rajkot? Commissioner Saab, are you there? Any coordinator from AVPTI Rajkot? May I have a coordinator? Yes. So is Yes. Can we connect to Honorable Commissioner, sir?
સર ને ફોન કરે છે હમણાં વાત કરે છે.
Okay, okay. That's fine.
You are the powerful person.
Okay. By the time we are reaching out to Honorable Commissioner, sir, we are inviting questions from the audience. It seems all of you are tired. Turn off.
Professor Chirag, my voice is audible?
Yes, sir.
આપણે બસ from on behalf of all our technical education fraternity, congratulations to AI ambassadors of government colleges. સવારે સરસ તમારું પહેલા પણ સાંભળ્યું હતું, બધાએ પ્રેઝન્ટેશન ત્યાં પણ વખાણ્યું હતું. એક બે પોઈન્ટ જે આવતા હોય છે અને એમાં મારો પણ આ રસનો વિષય છે, આપ બધા જાણો છો કે જ્યારે આમ શરૂઆત થઈ હતી ને આપણે આઈટી એનેબલમેન્ટની, ત્યારે પણ એક બહુ મોટું આવું જ એક આપણે બધાએ એક અભિગમ કરીને એક આખા ઘણા બધા કામગીરી આપણે હાથ ધરી હતી, જેના ભાગરૂપે we were the first in the probably country to have the fiber across the campuses. એટલે આપણે એઆઈ એનેબલમેન્ટ માટે ઘણા બધા ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટમાં તો વેબસાઇટમાં દેખાતું હોય છે કે એઆઈ એનેબલ્ડ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ. એટલે સમવેર વી આર ફિલિંગ અવરસેલ્ફ લેગિંગ બિહાઇન્ડ. ઘણી બધી યુનિવર્સિટીની વેબસાઇટ અથવા એમાં જોઈએ છે તેમાં એક દે આર પુટિંગ વન ટેગ લાઇન ધેટ વી આર એઆઈ એનેબલ્ડ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ. સો વોટ વુડ બી ધ વે ફોરવર્ડ? તમારી જે ટીમ જે છે સારું કોમ્પોઝિશન સાહેબના પ્રયાસથી બન્યું છે, તો આપણે અમારે અહીંયા વીજીસી એક બે અમે એલએલએમ એવા બનાયા છે કે વિચ કેન બી પુટ અપ ઓન ધ પબ્લિક ડોમેન, વિચ કેન બી યુઝડ એઝ અવર ઓન એઆઈ કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન. સિમિલરલી આપણે જ્યારે એફડીપીની પોર્ટલ બધું બનાવ્યું ત્યારે 500 આપણી એપ્લિકેશન બનાવી હતી, આપણે બધા સાથે ભેગા થઈને બનાવેલી હતી, કે જે આપણે ડીટીની વેબસાઇટ પર મૂકેલી હતી કે આ ઇટ ઇઝ એમસીયુ કોલેજે બનાવેલી હોય કે બીજા બનાવીને આપણે પ્રોફેસર પાર્થ હેઝ ઓલ્સો ઇન્વોલ્વ ઇન ટુ દેટ. તો આવી આપણે કોઈક એવી એઆઈ આ તો આપણે યુઝ કરીએ છીએ, ચેટ જીપીટી એન્ડ ઓલ, બટ સમવેર ઇફ વી વોન્ટ ટુ બીકેમ એ એઆઈ એનેબલ્ડ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ, આપણી 16 કોલેજીસ અથવા 30 પોલિટેકનિક્સ, સો શેલ વી ગો ફોર સમ શોર્ટ ઓફ અવર ઓન કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન? આનો એક્ઝોસ્ટિવ યુઝ તો આપણે બધાને આવડી જશે ટૂંક સમયમાં. હમણાં 2 વર્ષ થયા છે જે આને શરૂ થાય, So you also plan, that is what one of my concern as well as want to influence into that, that there must be something institute based contribution on the utilization of AI for our institute need, as well as somewhere we can become useful to the society. તો આપણી AI enablement કહી શકાય. આટલી કોમેન્ટ હતી મારા તરફથી.
Sir, thank you very much for the kind and encouraging words. Thank you. So far as the AI foundational model is concerned, so far as the billboards that we are watching on the streets of the highways of Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar region, when they say AI enabled, actually some of them are click-through chatbots. I already shown one slide in which if it is not NLP based, if it is not scalable, if it is not optimized, if it is not having those features, we cannot say it is AI chatbot. Number one. Number two, what we are trying to address here is, yes, definitely we can do some AI based exercise and we can build something on the foundational model. But India as a country is in the process of creating its own indigenous foundation model. And Honorable Minister Saab has already declared, and some of the IITs are already in the process of creating their own foundational model. IIT Gandhinagar and Professor Singh, whom I know very well, is also in the exercise of creating that. But right now, whatever AI enables stuff we are creating, either they are ChatGPT based or Gemini based. The reason being is creating a foundational model requires a lot of compute resources, a lot of internet data, and then a lot of algorithmic intelligence. So yes, as engineering fraternity, what we can do is we can create a microservice kind of stuff, which we can right now term as AI solution or AI chatbot. But sir, with great humility and humbleness, let me submit here that let India create its own foundational model, and then all the government units can create their own AI powered stuff onto it. It's like GPS. So if India is creating Navig, ISRO took some time to create Navig, and still people are using GPS. So likewise, foundational models are very basic, and they require very core competence of AI engineering, algorithmic design, compute design, and $1 billion investment in terms of compute infrastructure. So there are very few countries which have already started building their own indigenous AI models. Fortunately, India is one of them, and our engineers and professors are capable enough to build that, but it will certainly take some time. Thank you.
Good, very good, perfect. પણ આપણે જે AI enabled institute લખે છે આપણી engineering colleges અથવા કોઈ university, તો એ લોકો શું કરતા હોય છે? કઈ આઈડિયા છે એનો કે how they declare themselves that they are AI enabled by using of ChatGPT and all these tools? And actually how they take this flag on their cap કે we are AI enabled? મારે લખવું છે I'm using exorbitantly using this AI tools, and faculties are also doing, but can we put that tag that we are AI enabled? એવું કઈ આમાં એવા માપદંડ નથી એના?
Sir, as I already mentioned that it has to be NLP based, it has to be semantic based. A lot of features are there. If we have partially implemented some of the features, we cannot and we should not, as responsible citizen, we should not say it is AI chatbot. Yeah, if it is having some flavor of AI chatbot, and if you want to say it AI chatbot, it's fine. But I will not say about other entities. The reason being, I don't want to be unfair to them on one side, and I don't want to be harsh to them also on the other side. They are claiming that they are AI-enabled university or AI-enabled organization, but whether they have implemented the AI chatbot in its full-scale features, I have serious doubts and reservations for that, and that's why majority of the chatbots that they are offering, through which their students or employees interact with them, they are click chatbots. They have partial flavors of AI chatbot. They are not full-fledged AI chatbots. Only I can submit this much. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, and wish you best of luck to all AI team. Thank you.
Sir, I would like to add something.
Hello.
I think
bolo,
respected
bolo.
sir,
Please.
yes. Actually, I have begun our session with that statement only that AI is just an assistant. It is very true because to be very honest, we have also created all you can say introduction for all the speakers using AI. Means AI anchor should be there, or we have planned like that, but it couldn't happen. So unfortunately, I am supposed to be here to introduce all of them. So right now it's we can see future, but at this point we are somewhere from the resource point of view we are not that much capable. So let's hope for the better future. So with this, yeah.
May I say something?
Yes, yes.
Myself, Sunday Joshi, DC Surat.
Hello.
Are you from Surat, DG?
Yes, I am from Surat.
Hello.
Question answer patel hai.
Yes, you are audible.
मैंने संग्रह कर दिया मैं खबर केम पड़ा मार सर प्लीज कैरी ऑन लेटर ऑन आई डॉट
No, sir, please, we are eager to have your input and question. Our pleasure.
I am available at the moment. Siddharth's presentation was very nice. So I thank you for that and compliment also.
Thank you, sir.
Regarding usage of AI by students, I would like to comment something on it. If they are getting some text answer from using AI for something, especially for engineering and research.
Sir,
there are two aspects. Those answers are already available in good books, number one. The other point is that answers may not be deep enough. We reach it in the manner it should be. Right? I have personally used AI to get answers on some technical questions using ChatGPT. But the answers are not very specific and up to the level which our engineering students should be aware of. So these are the things. Yes, if AI is used for making the concept clearance by the student of different and hard topics easier, then it would be really very nice there. So, in my opinion, we should all think that it has to be used in that way so the students are clearing the concept nicely. Like, for example, using some good animations, then charts, graphs, plots, and so on. Right? But the way AI is throwing answers at the moment on some difficult and subtle questions, in my opinion, it is not satisfactory today. Thank you. This is my comment. Thank you.
Sir, hope I'm audible.
Yes,
Yeah. Sir, the question is very valid, but let me, I have a couple of facts that I would like to share with you. Number one is all these models are actually pre-trained. So before I launch ChatGPT, any model, I actually pre-trained that model. And when I pre-trained that model, I required a lot of computation. So I required sometimes $10 million of compute investment from Microsoft if I'm in an OpenAI company. So it is that difficult. So if I'm training the model on $1.83 trillion parameters, those parameters are nothing. They are token based. So when they are token based, they are actually internet content. Now the problem here is when the internet content is there, some of the content is not verified. Second, so on what content they are trained, it is one. Second, there are some technical terms that I would like to bring to this notice. The reason is I am actually reading one report. It is a 197-page report that I am currently reading. It's a European Commission report on generative AI. And in that report, there are some technical terms. And don't take the terms like data poisoning. So when I say data poisoning, don't take it the conventional poison.
But there are some misinformation, there are some sensitive information, there are some technicalities associated with data poisoning. Another one is data leakage. Another one is backtracking to the sensitive information. So if it is generating some information, if I have some back engineering or re-engineering tool, I can go to the sensitive information. So there are lot many shortcomings. Now coming to your specific question, which was your first question, it is very much observed that even the social influencers, there are YouTube influencers and LinkedIn influencers. So actually when they are creating the content, their 72% time they spend on the design part, the thinking part. 28% time is the actual video capturing, video editing, branding, mass communication, using various platforms to upload them, ensure that they get maximum million likes and dislikes and all this. But 72% of the time they spend, and it is a proven, that is on the thinking part. Now, unfortunately, our students do not do that. They are not sensible enough. They are writing one prompt and then they are just getting the content. Now, one has to understand that a very senior prompt engineer gets a salary. Prompt engineer, the man who works with large language model and transformer architecture, has a salary of some 3.2 crore rupees. And what is the task? It requires a lot of data science, a lot of mathematics, a lot of engineering capabilities and all this. So for our students, it is double-edged sword. So they are just typing something and they are getting the information. Are they fine-tuning? No. Do they really have the organic way of writing prompts? And that is why we have one session on prompt engineering. Another one on how to write the content or how to create the content. So one for all, we need to understand. And Vidlani sir me yahi pucha tha ki can we encourage our students to use this? I don't want to say it's like encouragement or discouragement. The message is very clear. Let us make them sensible enough, technically and technologically, that how to use this technology for the betterment. So it is not creating reports, it's not creating presentations. It's how you can derive a better presentation, how you can extract better presentation or better report or better answers out of it. And when you are doing hallucination, ऐसे बहुत सारे sir issues है. So prompt engineering itself is a big subject, and we are offering in ME semester 3, we are offering one subject called generative AI. So it's a full-fledged technology paradigm, and anything which is full-fledged technology paradigm, we cannot stop it. It is the science of today is technology of tomorrow. So if data science is of today, technology tomorrow hai. But we have to ensure that the sensible citizens, the engineering graduates are taught properly how to use this technology and how to extract best out of it. That is something. And the last point. And the last point.
When I'm saying that today also, see, there are many local officers book available and post and master students are using those books. Students are not aware that the content which is given in those books are not good, and they should go for the good book. Similarly, what AI is giving, who our students really know that this content is really of good quality. So as a teacher, there is our role to guide them that how to use AI. That's what my point is. Right? And what I mentioned, the second point, that teachers should create good animations for the concept clearance, right? For example, charts, animation, and so on. For every engineering, some concept which is very difficult to understand digest for the student. So AI should be used by teachers so that students are assisted. So that is what my point is. It will take time. Our students use AI for getting better quality of content which they see. Otherwise, if they accept the content which is given by AI as a good quality content, then there is danger. So we all teachers should be aware of that. That's what my point is.
Yes.
Yes, sir, you are very true. It is all about Ati Sada Varjayet, and let us have our own protocols and commitments. How to use technology, when to use technology, how much to use technology. So while discussing since morning, all the speakers and including me, we all are, I can say, we are quite literature loving person. So unless and until this AI won't hinder our creativity, we'll use it. And this is what such kind of commitment I have made with myself. This is my personal opinion. So that too we can, you can say, disseminate to our students also. And at this note, I would like to conclude. Uh, Thank you, Commissionerate of Technical Education. On behalf of Commissionerate of Technical Education, thank you for joining. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we close this entire workshop on a very positive note. Thank you all. Stay blessed. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Voice बंद कर.